Chapter 151, Dojutsu and Bloodline Limit. After returning to the cabin with Shenlin, Zhang Miao ordered her to guard the door while he entered the room and took out Fugaku's ninja fragments. Let's begin. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao took a deep breath and bit his finger. Crrsh. The sound was loud, but it was not broken. Zhang Miao needed to use the summoning jutsu to recruit ninjas, and his blood was required to use it. It was impossible to not break the skin, so he could only bite harder. Crack. Hiss. The intense pain made him unable to help but take a cold breath, but unfortunately, he still didn't manage to tear his skin. Fuck, when did my skin become so thick? As soon as Zhang Miao thought of this, the system notification rang out in his mind. The system strengthened the host's body in this sequence: the skin, muscles, bones, and finally internal organs. The host's current skin toughness is at the level where any sharp teeth can't tear it. Even the most ferocious ninja dog cannot bite through the host's skin. Oh, I see. Hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Miao suddenly revealed a look of realization. No wonder I can't bite through it. So even the most ferocious ninja dog. System, you mean that I'm worse than a ninja dog? Seemingly feeling the grief and indignation in Zhang Miao's heart, the system's voice immediately softened a little. Please don't be sad. When the host's body is strengthened to the bones, the strength and sharpness of his teeth will surpass the most ferocious ninja dog. The system promises you. Zhang Miao. Guarantee my ass, what use is there for me to have such sharp teeth? It seems to be a bit useful, at least I can bite my skin. Thinking of this, the corner of Zhang Miao's mouth suddenly twitched twice, and then he helplessly took out a kunai from the system's storage space to cut his finger. When the blood flowed out, he began to make a seal. Summoning jutsu. Following Zhang Miao's low shout, with a bang sound, white smoke rose up in the room. When the white smoke dispersed, Fugaku, who had his arms crossed, appeared in the same place. The system notification also sounded in Zhang Miao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting 7-star cage level Uchiha Fugaku and obtaining Fugaku's chakra reserves. Due to Fugaku being a genjutsu user, the host automatically obtains an elite level basic genjutsu. Would the host like to check? Elite level basic genjutsu. Previously, when Zhang Miao recruited Guy, he obtained elite level basic taijutsu, and when he recruited Kakashi, he also obtained elite level basic ninjutsu. However, the facts proved that those who brought elite level were all good things. Therefore, after hearing the system prompt that he had obtained an elite level basic genjutsu, Zhang Miao's eyes immediately lit up and he hurriedly nodded. Show them. As soon as this thought emerged in Zhang Miao's mind, the information on the elite level basic genjutsu appeared in front of him on a display screen. Elite level basic genjutsu, a technique that can confuse the enemy through sight. Note: disturbing enemies by manipulating their vision. The success rate is related to the caster's chakra control. The stronger the chakra control, the higher the success rate of the genjutsu, and the stronger the ability to resist the enemy's genjutsu. Acquired demonic illusion, death mirage jutsu. The ability to see through the enemy's heart is the most terrifying. Illusion world construction, the host can freely construct a genjutsu world to deceive the enemy. The success rate is related to how realistic the host builds the world. Note: when you are hit by my genjutsu, your life will no longer belong to you. After reading the information on the elite level basic genjutsu, Zhang Miao had a lot more knowledge about genjutsu in his mind. He nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. With genjutsu, I can save a lot of trouble. System, show me Fugaku's specialty list. Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the system's voice rang out again. Opening the list. Following the system's notification, Fugaku's specialty list appeared in front of Zhang Miao like a display screen. Option 1. Bloodline Limit Sharingan. This was Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan. The moves included Genjutsu, Sharingan, Genjutsu, Shackling Stakes, Genjutsu, Rotation of Heaven and Earth, Mangekyo, Yamata no Jutsu, and Suzanu, incomplete. Note: Genjutsu Sharingan. Using the Sharingan to activate Genjutsu, the effect is stronger than ordinary Genjutsu, and can even control tailed beasts. Genjutsu, Shackling Stakes. Summoning several stakes using the Sharingan's Genjutsu that will pierce enemies, depriving them of their ability to move. Genjutsu, Rotation of Heaven and Earth. Break the enemy's Genjutsu, and redirect the effect of the genjutsu to the enemy instead. Mangekyo, Yamata no Jutsu, send the enemy to face the serpent inside the genjutsu world. If they got swallowed by the serpent, their soul will be destroyed beyond repair. The victim has to defeat the serpent inside the genjutsu world to escape. The strength of the genjutsu is related to the chakra level of the caster. Excessive use will lead to blindness. Susanoo, incomplete. The user summons a gigantic, humanoid avatar made of the user's chakra which surrounds them and fights on their behalf. Excessive use will lead to blindness. Note, the host can only choose 2 types of Sharingan power at most. Both powers must come from blood-related ninjas. Option 2. Uchiha Bloodline, giving the host the Uchiha DNA. By having this, the host can use the Sharingan freely. If the host has no Uchiha Bloodline, the Sharingan's chakra consumption will be doubled. Note, if the processor and graphics card do not match, the consequences will be very serious. Option, Pet Smiley, the majesty of the clan leader, the accomplishment that a qualified leader must have. Note, you look very dignified. After reading these 3 options, Zhang Miao frowned and began to think. In fact, Zhang Miao had already planned to choose the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, but his goal was the Chokotomo Mangekyo Sharingan. This was a Sharingan similar to Madara's. Chokotomo meant straight tomo. In the Uchiha clan, most of the Sharingan had curved tomo after evolving to Mangekyo. This kind of Mangekyo mainly focused on genjutsu, while the straight tomo gave the user fluidity of movement and focused on attacking power. In the whole clan, there were only 3 people who had the Chokotomo, namely Suzuki, Izuna, and Obito. The reason why Madara could have the Chokotomo was that he had transplanted the eyes of his younger brother, Izuna, and then awakened the eternal Mangekyo. According to the plot of Naruto, the power of the Chokotomo was obviously stronger than the curved Tomo Sharingans, which was why Zhang Miao had set his eyes on it. But now, he had some doubts. Because although Fugaku's Mangekyo was a curved Tomo Sharingan, the strength of a genjutsu was related to the amount of chakra of the caster. Zhang Miao had a huge amount of chakra that would push his genjutsu to the extreme. This was undoubtedly very suitable for him. But the system also said that he could only possess 1 type of Sharingan. In other words, once he chose Fugaku's curved Tomo Sharingan, then he had to abandon Obito or Sasuke's straight Tomo Sharingan. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly hesitated, but after thinking for a while, he finally clapped his hands. Damn it, I'll just choose the one that suits me the most. I want Fugaku's Mangekyo. After making the decision, Zhang Miao pointed his finger at the option, and the system notification rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the power of Fugaku's Mangekyo, as well as these following jutsus: Genjutsu, Sharingan, Genjutsu, Shackling Stakes, Genjutsu, Rotation of Heaven and Earth, Mangekyo, Yamata no Jutsu, and Susanoo, incomplete. When the system's voice rang out, Zhang Miao's eyes immediately turned blood red. 3 Tomo symbols appeared in his eyes. Besides these 3 Tomos were 3 black dots. It was Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan. After opening his Mangekyo Sharingan, Zhang Miao's immediately felt that his vision became abnormally clear. He even could the small insect that got stuck in a spider's web in corner of the room clearly. This made Zhang Miao very excited. Damn it, the Sharingan really lives up to its reputation. Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, a voice came from the side. To be able to receive such praise from the master is an honor for the Uchiha clan. Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao looked back and found that the one who spoke was Fugaku, whom he had just recruited. And when Fugaku saw Zhang Miao turn back to look at him, he quickly knelt down on one knee toward Zhang Miao. Fugaku answered his master's call to come to this world and is willing to give up all his loyalty and even his life. His master is like the sky, his power is boundless, and he possesses remarkable abilities. He is able to rule the world. Zhang Miao. The system's choice of words was getting weirder. Thinking of this, the corners of Zhang Miao's mouth twitched. System, did you secretly peek at some of my memories? As soon as this thought came to Zhang Miao's mind, the system immediately answered him. Please don't worry, host. The system did not peek at some of the host's memories. Because when the host came to this world, the system had already seen all of the host's memories. Zhang Miao. Damn, isn't that worse than peeking? Just as Zhang Miao thought of this, the system's voice rang out again. The system is not as terrible as the host. Inside the host's memory, there are 564.2 GB of shameless pictures and videos. The various scenes made the system feel very ashamed. The system didn't expect the host to be such a person. Zhang Miao. Fuck, am I being looked down upon by the system? Zhang Miao was instantly enraged. You still have the nerve to look down on me? If you didn't look at it, how did you know so much about it? I didn't expect you to be such a jerk. After ruthlessly looking down on the system, Zhang Miao turned to look at Fugaku in front of him and nodded at him. Well, from today on, you will be my follower. In the future, just call me boss. Now you don't have to bear the fate of the Uchiha clan anymore, so your name is Uchiha Fugaku. Well, get up. Yes, thank you, boss. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fugaku immediately stood up and quietly stood to the side. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao nodded and then took out Mikato's ninja fragment from the system space and spread it on the ground, ready to start recruiting. Because he had already cut his finger before, Zhang Miao immediately began to form seals and pressed his palm down. Summoning Jutsu. With a low shout from Zhang Miao, another burst of white smoke rose in the room. When the white smoke dissipated, Mikato, who was wearing a green ninja vest and a Konoha forward guard, appeared in front of Zhang Miao. The system's voice sounded in Zhang Miao's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting 5-star Jonin Uchiha Mikato and obtaining Mikato's chakra reserve. Due to Mikato having a specialty in cooking, the host automatically obtains a life skill, cooking. When this notification rang out, Zhang Miao suddenly felt that a lot of culinary knowledge started pouring into his mind, including the choice of ingredients, recipes, and heat control. All of them were clear. Feeling the extra things in his brain, Zhang Miao could not help but smile and shake his head. This will complete my way of the glutton. Alright, system, bring me Mikato's specialty list. Yes, the system will now open up Mikato's specialty list for the host. Following the system notification sound, Mikato's specialty list immediately appeared in front of Zhang Miao. Option 1. Bloodline Limit Sharingan, the eye power of Mikato's Sharingan. Note, it's a 3-tomo Sharingan. It has a certain genjutsu, insight, and replication ability. Option 2. Uchiha Bloodline, giving the host the Uchiha DNA. By having this, the host can use the Sharingan freely. If the host has no Uchiha Bloodline, the Sharingan's chakra consumption will be doubled. Note, if the processor and graphics card do not match, the consequences will be very serious. Option, Pet Smiley, Shuriken Jutsu, giving the host the ability to throw shurikens accurately. Note, by combining it the Sharingan, the host can do some tricks. After reading Mikato's specialties, Zhang Miao suddenly showed a hint of surprise. Before, Zhang Miao never see Mikato use the Sharingan, so he thought that she was married to the Uchiha family. He did not expect her to be a pure descendant of the Uchiha clan. But thinking about it, this was normal. The original plot also mentioned that when the Kyubi attacked, Fugaku and Mikato went out on missions, leaving only Itachi at home to take care of the young Sasuke. It could be seen that Mikato also had a certain fighting ability. More importantly, the system evaluated Mikato as a 5-star Jonin, which also proved that her combat strength was not low, and she also had the combat prowess of the Uchihas. This is also an unexpected surprise. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao also showed a smile on his face. Then he pointed his hand to the second option, and the system prompt also sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Uchiha DNA. The host now can freely use the Sharingan. The system detected that the host already possessed a Sharingan. Also forbidden technique of the Sharingan, the Izanagi and Izanami. Izanagi, forbidden technique, the art of altering one's fate. By consuming the eye power of the Sharingan, causing all damage to the user for a certain period of time to be ineffective. The host's current maximum duration of the Izanagi is 30 minutes. Izanami, forbidden technique, the art of deciding one's fate. By consuming the eye power of a Sharingan, the user can trap their opponent in an infinite loop for a period of time. Until the victim recognizes themselves and admits defeat, they cannot escape from the loop. Note, the host can use ordinary ninja fragments to replace the consumption of eye power. 10 ordinary ninja fragments will be consumed every second. She actually had such jutsus? Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Miao's eyes immediately lit up. This is a good deal. Chapter 152, Dojutsu and Bloodline Limit. Zhang Miao was very familiar with Izanaga since Danzo used that against Suzuki in the original plot. Unfortunately, Danzo's Izanaga could only last for a minute each time. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for Suzuki to defeat him. Now Zhang Miao had obtained the Izanaga that could last for 30 minutes, which was equivalent to 3 or 10 times that of Danzo. Moreover, he did not need to sacrifice his eyes. As long as he had extra ninja fragments, it would be enough. This made Zhang Miao run wild with joy. Damn, from today on, I am invincible. If I encounter danger, I will immediately use the Izanagi. In any case, I only need to use 10 ordinary ninja fragments. I can afford it. Just as Zhang Miao's heart was swelling up, the emotionless voice of the system rang out in his mind. Master, please pay attention. It is not consuming 10 pieces at a time, but consuming 10 pieces in a second. The Izanagi provided by the system does not support installments. If the host needs to use it, you will need to pay a one-time payment of 30 minutes worth of ordinary ninja fragments, a total of 18,000 pieces. Zhang Miao. Fuck, I originally thought that I had a no-risk killing move, but I still felt that it was the same as the 8 inner gates. Fortunately, Zhang Miao now had the identity of the son of Tsunade. Every time he walked around the village, he would be able to obtain more than 1,000 ordinary ninja fragments. In the past 4 months, he had collected about 100,000 ordinary ninja fragments and could use Izanagi around 5 times. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao couldn't help but sigh. To open all 8 doors at once, I need 12,750 crystals. Izanagi needs 18,000 each time, so I will need around 30.000 to use both of them. With the number of fragments I have now, I can only use them 3 times at most. In the future, I don't know if there would be other forbidden technique that uses ordinary ninja fragments. Sigh, it seems that I am still too poor. At this time, Zhang Miao was all over the Izanagi, which could make him immune to damage. As for Izanami's method of persuading others to turn back, it was not in his consideration. In the future, I will only use Izanagi. The Izanami should be left for Itachi. In the original plot, after Itachi was reincarnated by Edo Tensei, he used Izanami on Kabuto. After being trapped inside the loop for some time, Kabuto finally recognized himself and changed his allegiance. But Zhang Miao felt that he was not as noble as Itachi, because compared to persuading people to turn back, Zhang Miao was more willing to send people to hell. This is a move that requires 18,000 ninja fragments for each use. If it is wasted on a boring person, I will be damned. Zhang Miao nodded at this thought and smiled at Mikoto, who had just been recruited. Hehe, Auntie Mikoto, we meet again. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the recruited Mikoto quickly knelt down on one knee toward Zhang Miao. Mikoto answered the master's call to come to this world and is willing to give up his loyalty or even his life. May the master be blessed by the heavens with a long and prosperous life. Zhang Miao. Fuck, it's getting weirder. The corner of Zhang Miao's mouth twitched twice, and then he quickly waved his hand at Mikoto. Alright, let's not do this. In the future, just like Fukaku, you can call me boss. As for your name, let's call you Uchiha Mikoto. Alright, you can get up. Yes, boss. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Mikoto immediately stood up and stood next to Fukaku. The two of them looked at each other and revealed a happy smile. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately rolled his eyes. Damn it, you actually dared to flirt in front of me. What a shameless couple. Look at me, I'll summon your son. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately took out Itachi's ninja fragments and spread it on the ground. He quickly made a hand seal. Summoning jutsu come out, the nemesis of the Uchiha, parent killer Itachi. Fukaku. Mikoto. A burst of white smoke once again appeared inside the room. When the white smoke dissipated, Itachi, who had a scar on his face, suddenly appeared in the same place. It could be seen that he was in a very bad mood. Damn it, I should burn this brat with the Amaterasu. Although this idea was very tempting, in the end, Itachi gave up this dangerous idea and knelt down to Zhang Miao. Itachi answered the master's call to come to this world and is willing to give up his loyalty or even his life. Long live the master! Zhang Miao. Why did he sound like someone from the Three Kingdoms period? Although Zhang Miao wanted to complain about the system's weird lines, before he could say anything, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting a 7-star cage level Uchiha Itachi and obtaining Itachi's chakra reserve. Because Itachi is a genjutsu user, the host automatically obtains an elite level basic genjutsu. At this point, the system suddenly paused, and after about 3 seconds, it sounded again. Ding! The system detected that the host already has the elite level basic genjutsu, so the system has given another ninja specialty. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an unimportant specialty of Itachi, the majesty of an older brother. The majesty of the older brother. By mocking his younger brother, the host can increase his younger brother's fighting spirit, attack speed, resistance level, and ninjutsu and taijutsu power. Note: using this skill may cause the younger brother to lose his mind and go berserk. Please use it carefully. Zhang Miao. Fuck, this sounds like a scam. Zhang Miao did not understand the situation of other people's younger brother going berserk, but if his younger brother goes berserk, then the consequences would be. Thinking of this, the corner of Zhang Miao's mouth twitched a few times, and then he suddenly asked. Hey, system, are you trying to trick me? And what's with that useless specialty? What is wrong with you? Host, you worry too much. Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the emotionless voice of the system rang out. The system will not hold a grudge just because the host spat on the system. This system is not that kind of system. The host can rest assured. Zhang Miao. Fuck, this is clearly an act of revenge for personal grudges. How can I be assured by your suspicious behaviors? Thinking of this, Zhang Miao gritted his teeth, but he was also a person who was good at adjusting his emotions. While taking a few deep breaths, he began to comfort himself in his heart. Forget it, in any case, in Itachi's ninja specialty, other than the Mangekyo Sharingan, there is nothing important. I can choose whichever I want. In any case, it is a free gift, so it doesn't matter. Thinking like this, Zhang Miao's mood improved a bit and then nodded again. Alright, system, help me open Itachi's specialties. I want to make a choice. Yes, the system will now open up Itachi's specialty list for the host. After the system notification sounded out, the list of Itachi's specialties appeared in front of Zhang Miao. He immediately checked it carefully. Option 1. Bloodline Limit Sharingan. This is Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. The moves included, Genjutsu Sharingan, Genjutsu Shackling Shackles, Genjutsu Rotation of Heaven and Earth, Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, and Susanoo, incomplete. Note: Tsukuyomi, activate by gazing at the opponent. Upon activation, the opponent is pulled into Tsukuyomi's realm. The caster controls everything inside the realm, and can cause serious mental damage to the opponent. Note: no matter how long time has passed inside the Tsukuyomi realm, only a second passes in reality, so the genjutsu can't be broken. Using this jutsu put a great burden on the user's eyes. Excessive usage will lead to blindness. Amaterasu, summoning black flames that can burn everything in sight. Using this jutsu put a great burden on the user's eyes. Excessive usage will lead to blindness. Susanoo, incomplete. The user summons a gigantic, humanoid avatar made of the user's chakra which surrounds them and fights on their behalf. Excessive use will lead to blindness. Note: the host can only choose 2 types of Sharingan power at most. Both powers must come from blood-related ninjas. Option 2. Uchiha Bloodline, giving the host the Uchiha DNA. By having this, the host can use the Sharingan freely. If the host has no Uchiha bloodline, the Sharingan's chakra consumption will be doubled. Note: if the processor and graphics card do not match, the consequences will be very serious. Option: Pet Smiley, Shurikenjutsu. The Shurikenjutsu passed from the mother reaches the peak of perfection at the son's hands. Note: Art. Art is Shurikenjutsu. Option 4. The majesty of an older brother already obtained, slightly. Itachi had 4 specialty choices, but Zhang Miao's attention was mainly focused on his Sharingan. When he discovered that he could only combine 2 Sharingan powers from blood-related ninjas, he knew that he had no chance to acquire the Chokotomo. Because if he wanted to evolve his Mangekyo Sharingan into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he would have to choose Itachi or Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke's Mangekyo was an attack-type Sharingan. After he obtained Itachi's power, he even straightened out Itachi's originally curved Mangekyo Tomo. It could be seen just how powerful his Chokotomo Sharingan was. But unfortunately, this kind of Sharingan was completely useless to Zhang Miao. Zhang Miao remembered that Sasuke's Mangekyo's special ability in the original work was the Blaze Release, Kagutsuki. This jutsu enabled Sasuke to apply the shape transformation to his black flames, so he could control them freely. This was obviously because he had obtained Itachi's eye power. Zhang Miao got his Sharingan from Fugaku. It was the ultimate genjutsu Sharingan, so compared to Sasuke's, Itachi's Sharingan was more suitable for him. Although Chokutomo is good, I still think that it will be best to choose the one that suits me the most. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao no longer hesitated and directly pointed his hand to the first option. The moment his hand touched it, he immediately felt a sharp pain in his eyes, as if someone had dug his eyes out. It hurt so much that he fell to the ground and screamed at the same time. My eyes! At the same time as Zhang Miao screamed, the notification sound also echoed in his brain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Itachi's Mangekyo. The system detects that the host already has a blood-related Sharingan, so the system automatically combines it with the new Sharingan. The host's eyes will temporarily lose light, the host will experience some pain at the same time. If the host really can't bear it, the host can cry out to his heart's content. If the host shouts out loud, the system will be more excited. Hearing the system's voice, Zhang Miao suddenly felt a surge of blood. He felt his eyes hurt even more. Excited your sister. System. You really tricked me, my eyes. Chapter 153, Zhang Miao's Eternal Mangekyo. Zhang Miao's initially planned to immediately go back to Konoha before dark after he recruited some ninjas at the Land of Waves since he wanted to keep his activities a secret. But now it seemed unlikely. Let alone going back to Konoha, it was difficult for him to even get up from the ground due to the immense pain in his eyes. Looking at Zhang Miao, who was crying on the ground in pain, Mikoto quickly picked him up and sent him to his room so she could tend to him. The pain in Zhang Miao's eyes lasted for one night, and it didn't ease until the next morning. The next day, although the pain was relieved, he still couldn't see. Zhang Miao could only ask the system in his heart. System, when will my eyes be able to see? With the host's regeneration ability, it will take about a week. The moment Zhang Miao's question came out, the system immediately gave the answer. Although he was mentally prepared, when he heard this answer, Zhang Miao could not help but sigh. Sigh, there's still another week. For Zhang Miao, this life where he couldn't see anything was torture, so he could only silently comfort himself in his heart. Compared to Madara and Sasuke in the original work, it is already a great fortune for him to be able to obtain the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in this way. His blindness would only last for a week, so it will be over soon. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao's mood immediately improved a lot. At this time, he suddenly thought of a problem. System, I already have Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. What will happen if I also obtain the Byakugan? This system has its own ways. Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the system immediately replied, but the host must wait until his eyes recover. Hearing this answer, Zhang Miao was immediately stunned. He originally thought that the system would answer that he couldn't, but now the system told him that there was a way, which made Zhang Miao's heart full of curiosity. What method is it? Why do I have to wait until my eyes recover? What the system can do about it? Combining both eyes? Will I have a white-colored Mangekyo Sharingan? Thinking of this, an image of slowly turning tomos on a white eyeball appeared in Zhang Miao's mind. He immediately shuddered. Fuck, just thinking about it made me feel excited. As if sensing Zhang Miao's thoughts, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. Please don't let your imagination run wild. The system has a perfect solution. It definitely won't seem too strange. The host can rest assured. Hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Miao could only temporarily suppress the curiosity in his heart and rest in peace. Because he couldn't see yet, the 4 ninjas Zhang Miao recruited took care of his clothes and meals. Mikoto fed him his meals, Shenlin washed him, and Fugaku escorted him to his toilet visits. When he was going to sleep, he asked Yoji to make the bed and fold his blanket. Uchiha Yoji was the new name given to Itachi by Zhang Miao. Since Itachi had gotten rid of his previous life the moment he got recruited by Zhang Miao decided to also remove something from his name. Of course, the real reason was that Zhang Miao felt pain in his eyes, so he was too lazy to think about it. A week passed quickly. Fortunately, Zhang Miao did not receive the information from his shadow clone. This also meant that his shadow clone was still safe in Konoha. Of course, there was also a possibility of being discovered, but the other party did not make a sound. However, all of this was not important. For Zhang Miao at this time, what he hoped most was to see his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that had finished evolving. As the bandages wrapped around his eyes were untied, Zhang Miao also became excited. Hurry up and tear it down. Oh right, there's a mirror. Bring it over. In the midst of Zhang Miao's cries, the bandages around his eyes were completely removed. The careful Mikoto quickly closed the door to prevent the light from stimulating his eyes. After the bandage was completely removed, Zhang Miao gently opened his eyes and waited until he was completely used to the light before he completely opened them. Seeing this scene, Shen Lin, who was standing at the side, quickly handed him a mirror. Boss, the mirror. Yes. Zhang Miao responded and took the mirror. Looking at his big black and white eyes in the mirror, he suddenly glared. Sharingan. In an instant, Zhang Miao's eyes turned blood red. In the center of his eyes, there was a black hexagonal tomo pattern. The 3 dots were like satellites, slowly rotating around these hexagonal tomos. Looking at his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Zhang Miao was stunned. Why is it like this? Zhang Miao's obtained Fugaku's Mangekyo after recruiting him. It had 3 slightly curved and slender tomo with 3 black dots on the side. However, after fusing with Itachi's Mangekyo, it completely changed. What surprised Zhang Miao the most was that the tomos on his eyes were straight. This is the Choco Tomo Sharingan. Even Zhang Miao himself couldn't believe it. It was clearly 2 Genjutsu type Mangekyo Sharingan, but after fusing, the eternal Mangekyo became an offensive type. How was this possible? As if to answer Zhang Miao's doubts, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and obtaining new eye techniques, Blaze Release Black Snake, Demonic Illusion Yamada Realm, and Susanoo. Blaze Release Black Snake, forming a giant snake made of black flames at the center of the user's sight. Everything that the giant snake touches will be burned to ashes. Note, the size and duration of the black snake are related to the eye power of the caster. After the caster closes the Sharingan, the black snake disappears. Demonic Illusion Yamada Realm. Inside the Yamada Realm, space, time, and masses are controlled by the will of the caster. After the opponent is dragged into the Yamada Realm, they will be continuously bitten and devoured by the snake until their will is completely destroyed. Note, no matter how long time has passed in the Yamada Realm, only a second passes in the reality, so it is impossible to be broken. The duration of the jutsu is related to the eye power of the caster. When the caster's eye power is exhausted, whether the will of the opponent is destroyed or not, the realm will disappear. Susanoo, a complete version of the Susanoo, it can do everything a complete Susanoo is capable of. Its power is comparable to tailed beasts. Note, powerful for both offense and defense, but maintaining it requires a large amount of chakra. Looking at these 3 newly added eye techniques, Zhang Miao couldn't help but laugh wildly. Ha 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 ha, that's right, it really is a Choco Tomo Sharingan. Not only does it have powerful attacks, but it also has a powerful genjutsus. Even compared to Madara and Sasuke, it is not inferior at all. Great! Chapter 154, Recruiting Niji. Although he had already activated Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Zhang Miao remained humble because he only had enough power to protect himself. He was still far from his goal to rule the ninja world. In the original work, after Sasuke obtained Itachi's eyes and awakened the Eternal Mangekyo, he became a bit arrogant. He brought his new Taka team to capture the 8 Tails, but in the end, he was beaten badly by Killer Bee. If not for the help of Yugo and Karin, even though he was Indra's reincarnation, he would surely die. Madara's eyes were even more powerful. His Sharingan had already evolved to Rinnegan, and he also managed to become the 10 Tails Jinhyuriki. In the end, he was still beaten up by Guy, who had opened the 8th gate. If Guy had kicked his head at that time, even though he was the legendary Madara himself, he would succumb to defeat. With the 2 examples of Sasuke and Madara in front of him, Zhang Miao would of course double his caution. The ninja world is too dangerous. There are endless kinds of awesome jutsus and forbidden techniques out there. I'd better keep a low profile in the future. Anyway, with Naruto and Co saving the world, I just have to do my own thing. My goal is to live to the end. After setting the ultimate goal, Zhang Miao continued to carry out his short-term goal to continue recruiting ninjas. After driving all the people in the room out, Zhang Miao immediately closed the door and took out Ninja Fragments. Since the system said that it has the perfect solution, then I will give it a try. Although Zhang Miao felt that the system he carried was very stupid and narrow-minded, and would occasionally trick him a little, it would not harm him and was very trustworthy. Therefore, when Zhang Miao took out the Ninja Fragments, he bled his thumb again and began to quickly make a seal. Summoning Jutsu. As Zhang Miao pressed down his blood-stained palm, a burst of white smoke suddenly rose in the room. When the smoke dissipated, Niji, who was wearing a ninja vest, appeared in front of Zhang Miao. Responded to the summoning. I ask of you, are you my master? Zhang Miao. What now? Artoria Pendragon. At this time, Zhang Miao did not know how to respond, and the system did not give him the chance to. As soon as Niji's voice disappeared, the system's voice echoed in Zhang Miao's brain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting a 6-star elite Jonin, Haiga Niji, and obtaining Niji's chakra reserve. Since Niji is a gentle fist user, the host has gained a specialty, Shock Strike. Every time host uses Taijutsu, the additional power will shock the opponent's internal organs. Shock Strike. Hearing this specialty, Zhang Miao's brows immediately moved. Although Zhang Miao now had Mangekyo Sharingan, he could not easily expose it now. Otherwise, he would definitely attract a lot of trouble. The same case also applied to the Inoshikacho combo. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he could not use it. Therefore, Zhang Miao's regular attacks were still based on Taijutsu. As for Zhang Miao's Taijutsu, it had always been direct. This kind of attack was extremely effective against those with weak defense, but once he encountered a ninja who specialized in defense, it seemed to be somewhat lacking. For example, in the original plot, when Rock Lee faced Gaara in the Chuunin exam, just breaking his opponent's sand armor took a lot of effort. If not for the fact that he had the 8 inner gates, then he would definitely have lost very badly in that battle. Moreover, Gaara was nothing compared to some monsters like the Raikage who could fight against a tailed beast. Unless he opened the 8 inner gates, his strong fist would probably only tickle the old man. But with the Shock Strike specialty, it was different. Now that Zhang Miao had grasped the monstrous strength, even if the opponent was a cage-level ninja, as long as they took a punch from him, he would inevitably break a few of their ribs. In addition, the Shock Strike was a specialty that could attack the opponent's internal organs. Even if against Raikage's strongest shield, Zhang Miao was confident that he could beat him until he screamed. It could be said that the Shock Strike was very useful for regular physical attacks. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao nodded with satisfaction. I really picked up a treasure this time. System, help me open Niji's specialties list. Yes, the system now opens the list for the host. The system was still as clean and efficient as before. As soon as the notification sounded out, Niji's specialties list appeared in front of Zhang Miao like a screen. Option 1. Bloodline Limit Byakugan, Haiga Clan's prized dojutsu. The following abilities will be obtained: Enhanced Vision Range, X-ray Vision, 360-degree Vision, and Subjugation. Note: Enhanced Vision Range. With the Byakugan, the user can see the situation in a radius of 1 km. X-ray Vision. When opening the Byakugan, the user can see through objects, enabling you to see them. 360-degree Vision. When opening the White Eye, the user will have a 360-degree field of view. Subjugation. By releasing a huge pressure of chakra through the Byakugan, the user can make the surrounding enemies faint and cause substantial damage to the surrounding environment. Requirements not met. Remark: this is a pair of eyes that are not inferior to the Sharingan. Option 2. Haiga Bloodline, giving the host the Haiga DNA. Without the Haiga Bloodline, the Byakugan will be greatly restricted and the user will be unable to use the subjugation ability. Note: without the Haiga Bloodline, the Byakugan cannot be compared with the Sharingan. Option: Pet Smiley, Gentle Fist, a fighting style exclusive to the Haiga clan. It can directly attack the opponent's chakra pathway system. At the same time, it can also damage the opponent's internal organs. The jutsu included: 8 trigrams Palms Revolving Heaven, 8 trigrams 64 Palms, 8 trigrams Vacuum Palm, and 8 trigrams Mountain Crusher. Note: to others, it is a treasure, but to the host, it's worthless. Zhang Miao quickly finished reading the 3 options. When he saw the annotations of the third option, he could not help but laugh. Haha, it seems that you know me very well, system. Gentle Fist is indeed useless to me, so I will choose this for now. As he spoke, Zhang Miao pointed to the second option. Just as his hand touched it, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Haiga bloodline. After awakening the Byakugan, you can obtain the Byakugan's complete abilities. Hearing this notification, Zhang Miao nodded in satisfaction again. This is what I want. At this point, Zhang Miao seemed to have thought of something and quickly turned to look at Niji, who was standing at the side. Niji, is your cursed seal still here? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Niji did not speak but directly untied the Konoha forehead guard on his head. Looking at his bright forehead, Zhang Miao immediately grinned. Haha, good. Since you don't have any cursed seal, you will no longer be bound by that ugly fate. So from today on, your name is Haiga Yuji. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Yuji, who had received his new name, immediately knelt down on one knee toward him. Thank you, Master. Hearing this address, Zhang Miao immediately covered his forehead and then waved his hand at Yuji. Don't call me that. In the future, you should call me boss. Yes, boss. Chapter 155, Awakening the Byakugan, Part 1. After recruiting Niji, Zhang Miao then took out Hisashi's fragments from the system space. Then, he made a hand seal and shouted loudly. Come out, Hayashi's body double. Summoning Jutsu. Niji. I really want to give him the 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Zhang Miao did not notice the blue veins on Niji's forehead because the white smoke from recruiting ninjas blocked his sight. When the smoke dissipated, Hisashi in his white robe appeared in front of Zhang Miao. Seeing Hisashi's figure, Niji didn't care about being angry anymore. He immediately stepped forward and hugged his father, tears flowing down his face. Father, I finally see you again. Looking at the tearful Niji, Hisashi was stunned at first and his face was full of surprise. You are Niji? So you have already grown up? This is really great. Father. Looking at the father and son pair in front of him who were excited because of their reunion after a long time, Zhang Miao nodded with a touched face. This is how a father and son should be. The father and son of the Uchiha clan are obviously abnormal. Well, maybe they should raise their swords and slash each other. Zhang Miao's voice was not loud, but Fukaku and Yoshi, who were standing at the door, heard it clearly. When the father and son looked at each other, they saw the helplessness and embarrassment in each other's eyes. They were helpless to have such a boss who loved to expose their shortcomings. Zhang Miao naturally did not know the thoughts of the two ninjas. At this time, his attention had been attracted by the system's prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting 5-star Jonin, Haiga Hisashi, and obtaining Hisashi's chakra reserves. Because this ninja is a gentle fist user, and the host already has the shock strike specialty, the system has given the host another specialty of this ninja. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Byakugan, and all of its abilities. Zhang Miao had originally planned to choose this specialty, but now that the system had directly given it to him, he could not help but laugh. Haha, I actually got it for free. This time, I can have another choice. System, quickly open up his specialties list for me. Yes, the system is now opening the list for the host. Following the system's notification, Hisashi's specialties immediately appeared in front of Zhang Miao. Option 1. Bloodline Limit Byakugan, Haiga Clan's prized dojutsu. The following abilities will be obtained: Enhanced Vision Range, X-ray Vision, 360-degree Vision, and Subjugation, requirements not met. The host has obtained this one, so it cannot be selected again. Option 2. Haiga Bloodline, giving the host the Haiga DNA. Without the Haiga Bloodline, the Byakugan will be greatly restricted and the user will be unable to use the subjugation ability. Note, without the Haiga Bloodline, the Byakugan cannot be compared with the Sharingan. Option, Pet Smiley, Gentle Fist, the clan's secret fighting style. Note, in any case, the host will not choose it, so the system won't say much. After reading these 3 options, Zhang Miao immediately frowned. He already obtained the Byakugan, so he could not choose the first option, and he did not need the third option either, so he was left with the second option. But the second option was the Haiga Bloodline. He had already chosen this before, so wouldn't he obtain the same thing if he choose it now? No. It doesn't seem to be like that. Suddenly, Zhang Miao seemed to realize something. He quickly looked at the introduction of the second option again and found something different. Without the Haiga Bloodline, the user will be unable to use the subjugation ability. That's it. The subjugation ability. Zhang Miao had been very concerned before. Whether it was Niji or his father. The two ninjas never used this particular ability before, and when he was watching the anime before, Zhang Miao also never seen this ability used by other Hyugas either. But since it was listed by the system, it must be there. After noticing this, Zhang Miao immediately pressed his hand to the second option without hesitation. The moment his finger pressed on it, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Hyuga bloodline. After awakening the Byakugan, you can obtain its complete abilities. The prompt was the same as before, but Zhang Miao found that the annotation of subjugation, requirements not met, had now become subjugation, 10%. Seeing this change, a smile immediately appeared on Zhang Miao's face. Looks like my guess is right. Since the Byakugan is listed as one of the 3 great dojutsu, it must have its unique offensive ability. This subjugation thing is definitely not simple. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao looked at Hisashi who was standing at the side, and smiled at him. You have already received a new life. From today onwards, your name will be Hyuga Hishu. This kind of dagger is used for self-defense and also for suicide. However, I hope that you will become the former. Remember to call me boss. Yes, boss. Upon hearing Zhang Miao's words, Hishu immediately knelt down on one knee in front of him. I, Hyuga Hishu, will follow the boss's guidance and will act according to the boss will. Thank you, boss. Bless you. All the glory will belong to the great boss. Zhang Miao. The system really did it this time. System, come out. I promise I won't beat you to death. Zhang Miao also didn't withdraw from the system that had been crazy recently. He could only helplessly wave his hand when he saw that Hishu was still kneeling on the ground. All right. You can get up. I think your father and son might have a lot to catch up on. There are still some colleagues waiting for you to get to know outside the door. You two can go out first. Yes, boss. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Hishu stood up and left with Yuji. After they left, Zhang Miao took out a mirror from his chest and looked at it. However, when he looked at his own eyes in the mirror, he immediately frowned. System, I already have the blood of the Hyuga clan and their bloodline limit. Why my eyes are still like this? There will be some discomfort when the host opens the upgraded eyes. May I ask if the host is sure to open the bloodline limit's eyes? Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the system notification immediately rang out. Nonsense. Hearing the system's question, Zhang Miao immediately waved his hand. Why should I choose it if I don't open it? Quickly open it for me. Yes, the system will activate them for the host now. As soon as the system finished speaking, Zhang Miao immediately felt a sharp pain in his forehead. It was as if someone had ruthlessly cut his forehead with a large chisel weighing dozens of kilograms. After suffering such a heavy blow, Zhang Miao immediately fainted without a word. Before he passed out, a thought instantly flashed through his mind. I seem to have been tricked by this stupid system again. Chapter 156, Awakening the Byakugan, Part 2. When Zhang Miao woke up again, it was already the morning of the next day. That damn system, this is not just some discomfort. If giving birth to a child is a level 12 pain, then this one is at least level 11. Damn, it hurts so much. Feeling his forehead still faintly aching, Zhang Miao muttered as he sat up from the bed. However, when he sat up, he saw a group of people kneeling next to his wooden bed. Those were the Uchihas, the Hyuga father and son, and Shenlin. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao was stunned. His first thought was, am I already dead? After all, this was something someone on their deathbed would see. I don't think I'm on my deathbed. Am I dreaming? Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately reached out and pinched his thigh. Ouch! It hurts. The pain in his leg told Zhang Miao that he was still alive at the moment and not dreaming. After realizing this, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. Damn, are you guys crazy? What are you all doing around my bed early in the morning? As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the people in front of the bed quickly lowered their heads and said in unison, Boss, calm down. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao could not help but roll his eyes again. All right. Get up first. Don't kneel down for no reason in the future. I don't like this. Tell me, what exactly happened? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the few people present stood up and looked at each other. In the end, Shenlin stood up. Boss, actually, yesterday. With Shenlin's narration, Zhang Miao finally understood what had happened. It turned out that after he fainted in the room yesterday, no one from his ninja group knew about his condition. It was not until noon when Mikoto discovered that something was wrong when she was bringing him lunch. When they entered the house, she saw Zhang Miao lying on the ground with blood all over his face. She and the other ninjas immediately panicked. If the Hyagas had not observed Zhang Miao with their eyes and found that there was no abnormality in the chakra in his body, only a temporary coma, the others would have even wanted to commit suicide. Although they confirmed that Zhang Miao was fine, their guilt did not decrease at all. Therefore, they chose to kneel in front of Zhang Miao's bed and wait for Zhang Miao to wake up to be punished. At the same time, they figured out who attacked Zhang Miao. After hearing Shenlin's explanation, Zhang Miao immediately showed a face of not knowing whether to laugh or cry and immediately waved to the crowd. All right, all right. This has nothing to do with you. I did it myself. Don't worry. All right, all of you can leave now. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Fukaku immediately stepped forward and knelt down in front of him. Boss, for your safety, please let Yoshi. No, please let him follow you. Hearing this, Zhang Miao was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Okay, if this will make you feel more at ease, then fine. Now Zhang Miao also understood that he was very important to these recruited ninjas, so after hearing Fukaku's request, he immediately agreed. However, what he did not expect was that as soon as his voice fell, Hishu also came forward, and then he knelt down on one knee. Boss, Yuji is a genius of our Hyaga clan. Not only does he have the strongest observation eye the Byakugan, but he also has the strongest defense the 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. So let my son be responsible for your safety. Please. Hearing Hishu's words, no matter how slow Zhang Miao was, he could still hear something. The Hyagas and Uchihas are competing for his favor. Zhang Miao understood very well that once one of them became his guard, he would definitely be biased in his heart. This was human nature. When he established his power or simply established his own ninja village in the future, the people and families he favored would naturally gain more power. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao sighed helplessly and raised his hand toward Fukaku and Hishu at the same time. I understand your intentions. From now on, you two will follow me. All right, you can stand up. Thank you, boss. Hearing Zhang Miao's approval, Fukaku and Hishu were happy. They did not have the idea of monopolizing the benefits. For them, as long as they could get Zhang Miao's attention, it was enough. Seeing the two of them happy, Zhang Miao nodded with a smile. All right, everyone except Yoshi and Yuji can leave. Yes. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fukaku and the others agreed and left. After everyone else left, Yoshi took Zhang Miao's coat from the side and put it on for him. Yuji brought a basin of water from the back to wash Zhang Miao's face and combed his hair. The boss hair is as red as blood and full of vitality. It's a pity to cut it off. Haha. What's so unfortunate about that? There's no one to take care of it. It'll be troublesome if I don't cut it off. Then please let me take care of the boss hair in the future. Please. Haha, okay. Looking at Zhang Miao and Yuji who were chatting happily, Yoshi, who couldn't interrupt, suddenly looked around. He quickly found a mirror on the table next to him, so he quickly took the mirror and handed it to Zhang Miao. Boss, here's the mirror. Looking at Yoshi, who was holding the mirror in his hands, Zhang Miao smiled, I just need it. Thank you, Yoshi. Boss, don't mind it. This is what I should do. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Yoshi quickly lowered his head, but from the corner of his mouth, it could be seen that he was very happy at this time. Looking at the happy Yoshi, Zhang Miao sighed in his heart. Sigh, he is clearly the cold and aloof Itachi, but he ended up like this after he was recruited. This is not about naming difference, this is a completely different person. Of course, if he could choose, Zhang Miao still hoped that it would be like this. Although the cold Itachi is good, it's better to leave him for Suzuki. I am not a masochist. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly grinned and took the mirror from Yoshi's hand. Then he looked at the mirror. Looking at himself in the mirror, Zhang Miao found that he was no different from yesterday. The only difference was that there was a vertical wrinkle on his forehead, just like a closed eye. Just as he thought of this, Zhang Miao saw the wrinkles on his forehead suddenly split apart, revealing a white eye, and this eye was staring straight at him. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately threw the mirror away and then let out a tragic scream. Oh my god! Chapter 157, Awakening the Byakugan, Part 3. Zhang Miao was indeed shocked, and he was also frightened by himself. After a long time, he finally reacted. The eye on his forehead should be the eye that the system was talking about. Thinking of this, he immediately gritted his teeth. Damn, system, is this perfect solution you mentioned? Yes. As soon as Zhang Miao's voice fell, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Because the Byakugan and the Sharingan are two different kinds of dojutsu, they can't be combined with each other, so I can only open another eye. The center of the host's forehead is the closest place to the brain, and also the position of the eye heart. It is very suitable to open a new eye. Damn, what you said does make sense. I am speechless. What the hell, did I agree to do this? Just as Zhang Miao thought of this, the system's voice rang out again. The system has already asked for the host's consent. At that time, the host's original words were, nonsense. Why would I choose it if I didn't open it? Hurry up and open it. Just like that. Zhang Miao. Damn, this system also has a recording function. The system was reasonable, and this time, Zhang Miao did not complain either. He could only blame himself for being too greedy, or else he would not have ended up like this. Sigh, as expected, the mouth of a snake is not enough to swallow an elephant. I did this to myself. System, can I move it somewhere else? This looks really strange. Yes. The moment Zhang Miao asked this question, the system immediately answered him. But this eye is closely connected to the host's visual nerves. If it is removed, it will cause the host to be completely blind. Moreover, the wound will turn into pus due to the breeding of bacteria. Also. Stop, stop, stop. Before the system could finish speaking, Zhang Miao immediately raised his hands. I understand. I will take good care of it just like I took great care of my PP. It's good that you know, but please remember that it is more fragile than your PP, so please don't lick it. Zhang Miao. Damn, how long does my tongue have to be to lick it? Most importantly, I don't have the habit of licking my penis, and even if I want to lick it, I can't. No, I don't want to lick it at all. I'm not a fucking dog. System, are you trying to scold me? After reacting, the corner of Zhang Miao's mouth could not help but twitch a few times. Damn, this system's IQ seems to be getting higher and higher, but I can't do anything to it. Sigh, forget it, what did that sentence say? C'est la vie. If you can't resist, then enjoy it. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao picked up the mirror that he had just thrown away and then carefully looked at the vertical eye on his forehead. At first, Zhang Miao still felt a little uncomfortable. After looking at it a few times, he felt that it was quite cool. The key depends on whose forehead it grows. If it grows on other people's foreheads, it will definitely be ugly, but I am different. At first glance, I can tell that it is very powerful and domineering. It's kinda cool too. Now I look like the great Erlang Shen. Haha. Soon, Zhang Miao became familiar with this eye, which could be opened or closed according to his own will. Or like this. Byakugan. With this thought in mind, Zhang Miao immediately concentrated the chakra in his eyes, and the veins on both sides of his forehead suddenly burst out. I can see it. At this time, everything within a kilometer appeared in Zhang Miao's field of vision. Although it was in monochrome, he could see it clearly. At this time, Zhang Miao suddenly thought of the subjugation ability of the Byakugan, and his mind immediately moved. Subjugation. As soon as this thought appeared in Zhang Miao's mind, a huge amount of chakra power was suddenly released from the Byakugan on his forehead. Rumble. With a loud noise, Zhang Miao's wooden house collapsed in an instant. Seeing this scene, Fukaku and the others standing outside the door exclaimed. The house collapsed. Boss. The boss is still inside. Quickly save the boss. Following the Hyaga's vision, everyone quickly pulled Zhang Miao and the others out of the ruins of the collapsed wooden house. Looking at Zhang Miao who was covered in dirt, Hishu immediately scolded his son. Yuji, what are you doing? Why didn't you use the revolving heaven to protect the boss? Hearing his father's words, Yuji immediately lowered his head in shame. I'm sorry, father. Just now, there was a powerful force that suppressed me. Before I could use the ability to reverse the situation, the house collapsed. You. Hishu was about to say something, but Zhang Miao waved his hand at him. Hey, it's all right. This is actually the result of me not controlling my strength properly. It has nothing to do with Yuji and the others. You don't have to blame him anymore. Go clean up the ruins and see if there is anything that can still be used. Yes, boss. Since Zhang Miao had said so, Hishu stopped. He nodded and went to clean up the ruins of the wooden house. Seeing his movements, Fukaku and the others also followed. After everyone left, Zhang Miao suddenly shrugged his shoulders. I didn't expect this ability to be so fierce. It can collapse a wooden house with just 10% of its power. If it is 100%, it will be awesome. I have to strengthen it. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately took out Hayashi's fragments and used a kunao to pierce his finger before starting to form a seal. Summoning Jutsu. When Zhang Miao's summoning jutsu finished, a burst of white smoke exploded on the ground. When the white smoke dissipated, Hayashi, who was dressed in a grey robe, appeared on the spot. At the same time, the system notification rang in Zhang Miao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting a 6-star elite jonin, Haiga Hayashi, and obtaining his chakra reserves. According to the host's choice from the previous recruitments, the system will not grant the host any specialties, but instead will upgrade the host's bloodline limit ability and eye power, and also upgrade the subjugation ability into subjugation, 30%. Hearing the notification from the system, Zhang Miao was stunned at first, but he immediately reacted. Judging from the difference in the day before yesterday and the specialties of the Haiga pair, the Haigas only had 3 specialties, namely the Byakugan, Haiga Bloodline, and Gentle Fist. Zhang Miao had chosen the Bloodline before, and after the system gave him the Byakugan for free, Zhang Miao still chose the Bloodline option and did not choose the Gentle Fist option. Therefore, the system automatically determined that Zhang Miao did not need the Gentle Fist, so it simply cancelled the specialties list this time. Looks like this system is really becoming more and more intelligent. Of course. As soon as this thought came to Zhang Miao's mind, the system's voice immediately rang out. Due to the fact that the host understands the greatness of the system will not bother about the host's previous insults. I hope that the host will remember the principle that the disease comes from the mouth. Zhang Miao. Fuck, how long has it been? Thinking of this, the corner of Zhang Miao's mouth twitched a few times, and then he turned his head to look at Hayashi expressionlessly. I know that you are answering my call, and I also know that you are very loyal and willing to sacrifice your life for me, so there is no need for you to say more. From today on, your name will be Haiga Kokushi. Now, Kokushi, go and clean up the ruins of the wooden house over there. Oh, right, remember to call me boss in the future. Chapter 158, On the Way Back. Looking at the collapsed house not far away, Zhang Miao suddenly thought of Yamato. If I can recruit that guy, I can just tell him to build another one. Is it possible for him to build a small villa in the blink of an eye? But there is no other way now. Fortunately, I have recruited these ninjas. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly clapped his hands. Well, I'd better go back to Konoha. After making up his mind, Zhang Miao waved at the people who were cleaning up the ruins. Hey! I'm leaving now. Take care. Everyone. Damn, this boss seemed to be quite unreliable. The corner of Fukaku's mouth twitched, and he quickly winked at Yoshi. Looking at his father's eyes, Yoshi quickly moved closer to Zhang Miao. Boss, do you have any arrangements? Arrangements? Hearing this question, Zhang Miao slapped the back of his head and smiled. Hee, sorry, I almost forgot. Everyone. As expected, he was unreliable. Zhang Miao did not pay attention to the speechless expressions of everyone. After thinking for a while, he spoke. After I go back, I will leave this place to Fukaku. Yes. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Fukaku immediately knelt down on one knee. I will never let the boss down. Looking at his happy face, Zhang Miao secretly sighed in his heart. Ah! This guy is still so keen on power, but this is also good. At least he will do his best, and there is no problem with his loyalty. That is enough. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao smiled and nodded. Well, I believe you, but if you encounter trouble, you should discuss it with the others. In addition, don't expose yourself. Our current strength is not enough to make enemies with other countries. Boss, don't worry. As soon as Zhang Miao finished, Fukaku shook his head. As long as the boss is willing, I can make myself the new leader of the Uchihas in Konoha. At that time, I will be able to control the entire Uchiha clan, as well as him. At this point, Fugaku immediately stretched out his finger and pointed at Kokushi. He is the head of the Hyuga clan, and he has the caged bird cursed seal in his hands. We only need to assassinate all of Konoha's Hyuga clansmen, and then let him replace them. The Hyuga clan will be in your hand. At that time, Konoha will be at our fingertips. Zhang Miao. This old guy is quite ruthless. Looking at Fugaku, Zhang Miao suddenly understood why Konoha's higher UPS chose to destroy the Uchiha. His thoughts were too dangerous. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao shook his head helplessly. I won't do anything to Konoha. It's my home, so don't say such things anymore. Also, I won't allow you to contact the Uchiha in private. And so do the others, understand? Yes. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, everyone immediately bowed their heads. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao nodded. I might need half a year to come back again. If Kazaka comes back halfway, you will listen to his arrangements. Alright, I won't say much about the rest. Yoshi, Yuji, let's go. After saying that, Zhang Miao turned around and left. Hearing his words, Yoshi and Yuji quickly followed him. Zhang Miao felt that there was no problem with bringing the two back to Konoha. After all, Niji was only 3 years old, and Itachi was just 8 years old. Therefore, even if Yoshi and Yuji appeared around the village, no one would associate them with the two children. As for their bloodline, Zhang Miao was even less worried. After all, the ninja world was a place where strength was the most important. Before knowing his trump card, whether it was the Uchiha or the Hyuga, they did not dare to act rashly. The most important thing was that Zhang Miao still had the identity of the son of Tsunade. As long as he did not harm Konoha, then Konoha would not harm him. This was something Zhang Miao was sure of. As for Denso, there was no need to worry about him. The old man still hoped that Zhang Miao would support him as the Hokage. At this time, Zhang Miao suddenly had an idea in his heart. That was after he gathered the ninja fragments, he would secretly imprison him and let the recruited Denso replace the real one in Konoha. Wouldn't this prevent a lot of tragedies? As soon as this idea came out, it suddenly occupied Zhang Miao's mind. It took him a lot of effort to suppress this idea. No, Denso can't move for the time being. After all, the Uchihas are not easy to deal with. Their thinking is too dangerous. If no one suppresses them, once they rebel, other countries will interfere. Maybe Konoha will really be destroyed. I can't take this risk. Zhang Miao had learned from the nature of the Uchiha. If he didn't know that Fugaku was absolutely loyal to him, Zhang Miao wouldn't dare to keep him. As for Konoha's Fugaku, thinking of this, Zhang Miao sighed. Sigh, I can only take it one step at a time. There will always be a way. Zhang Miao was thinking about things while hurrying on his way. Yuji and Yoshi were guarding him in front and behind. One was in charge of scouting with his keen eyes while the other was following behind him to protect him. The three of them moved very quickly. In less than half a day, they crossed the straits between the Land of Waves and the Land of Fire, passed through the grassy coast, and arrived at the periphery of Land of Fire's forest. Not long after entering the forest, Yuji suddenly spoke. Wait, boss. There is an ambush about a kilometer to the left. Judging from the attire and forward guard, it should be the Kumo ninjas. There are 12 ninjas, and 2 of them are jonins. Do you want to rush over directly? Hearing Yuji's words, Zhang Miao immediately frowned. Zhang Miao already had a certain level of perception. After recruiting Inoichi last time, his perception range had increased again, reaching around 2 kilometers. But now he did not detect it at all. It could be seen that the other party had taken measures to deal with sensor-type ninjas. Are these 12 guys lying in ambush? The moment this thought came out, it was denied by Zhang Miao. Impossible, I came out secretly. I don't even know the people of Konoha, let alone any Kumo ninjas. They should be lying in ambush. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao raised his hand. Seeing his action, Yuji and Yoshi hurriedly stopped. Zhang Miao also stopped and took a deep breath. Byakugan. With a low shout from Zhang Miao, the eyes on his forehead suddenly opened at this moment, and the veins on both sides of his forehead suddenly burst out. Found it. Relying on the X-ray vision of the white eyes, Zhang Miao quickly found the 12 Kumo ninjas that Yuji mentioned. At this time, they were respectively hiding on the branches and in the bushes. Not only did they hide their bodies tightly, but even the chakra flowing in their bodies was abnormally slow. Seeing this scene, the corner of Zhang Miao's mouth suddenly curved into a smile. No wonder I didn't sense that they were playing this trick. Then I will see what the hell these guys are doing. Chapter 159, The Power of Genjutsu. There was such a sentence in Zhuangzi's mountain tree, called the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind that could be understood as to pursue a narrow gain while neglecting a greater danger. In this case, the 12 Kumo ninjas that were lying in the ambush were the mantis. They did not realize that they had been targeted by someone and were even rubbing their hands together. Many of them even showed a face of excitement. After waiting for a while, one of the younger Kumo ninjas could not help but ask, "Captain, will Konoha's ninjas really pass through here?" Of course. The person he called the captain was a big man with a full beard. After hearing his subordinate's question, he immediately nodded. According to the information from the intelligence department, Konoha ordered a large number of ninjas from the Takumai village. In addition, we have had a lot of conflicts with the village recently, so they must not have enough ninja. That's why Raikage-sama sent us here to intercept them. At this point, he suddenly clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. This time, not only will I not let them get even a single shuriken from the Takumai craftsmen, I will also return the humiliation the others suffered in Konoha. Absolutely. As soon as his voice fell, the female Kumo ninja in the bush suddenly spoke. "Everyone, pay attention, someone is coming." Hearing her words, some of the Kumo ninjas immediately hid, then held their breath and focused their eyes on the front. Soon, 4 teenagers wearing green ninja vests and Konoha forehead guards appeared in their field of vision. Looking at the 4 teenagers in front of them, the leader took out his kunao, who was tied with an explosive tag, and then slowly raised his hand. A cruel smile appeared on his face. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being born in Konoha." Just as he was about to throw his kunao out of his hand, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. "Hey, is it appropriate for a big man like you to attack a group of children?" "Who?" When he heard this voice, he suddenly turned his head, but what he saw was a cold snake eye. This snake's pupil was very large, even larger than his head. When he followed the snake's eyes, there were densely packed black scales. These black scales extended all the way to the giant snake's snout. Before he could react, the giant snake suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed him in one go. He could only let out a short scream. Ah! In fact, it was not only him. The other 11 Kumo ninjas present all experienced the scene just now. In an instant, the 12 Kumo ninjas fell from the trees, or fell out of the bushes, and then fell to the ground motionless. Seeing this scene, the 4 young ninjas who had just arrived were stunned. What's going on? Of course, they could see that these 12 Kumo ninjas were originally waiting for an ambush, and they had not noticed anything. If the Kumo ninjas attacked, the success rate was very high. But now, these people suddenly fell to the ground. This made the 4 youngsters very puzzled. One of the teenagers opened his mouth. "I say, they won't use this method to lure us over, will they?" As soon as he finished speaking, the teenager standing next to him immediately rolled his eyes at him. "Genma, when have you seen the enemy lying on the ground to lure the enemy? This is obviously a genjutsu. Someone must be helping us around." That's right, it might be the seniors of the village." While the youths were discussing, Zhang Miao, who was a kilometer away, was closing his Sharingan and grinned. "They really can't withstand a single blow. Okay, Yuji. Let's go over." Yes. It turned out. It was none other than Zhang Miao who had just attacked these 12 Kumo ninjas with his newly obtained genjutsu. He first used his eyes to see through the Kumo ninja's chakra, and then used the mind transmission jutsu from the Yamanakas to directly transmit his voice to the other party's mind. Then, taking advantage of the moment when the other party lost his mind, he used his eternal Mangekyo's genjutsu on them. The demonic illusion, Yamada realm. This was a very powerful genjutsu. Zhang Miao now could use his Sharingan, hand gestures, and even voice to cast genjutsu. Of course, according to the different methods used, the power was naturally different. For example, those 12 Kumo ninjas. If they directly saw Zhang Miao's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, then they would not be so lucky now. In the demonic illusion, Yamada realm used by Zhang Miao's eternal Mangekyo, once they were swallowed by the big snake, they would die. But his voice commanded genjutsu was different. In addition, the distance between them was relatively far, so after about 2 minutes, the Jonin woke up. Am I, under a genjutsu? Speaking of this, he suddenly found that the 4 Konoha ninjas they were preparing to ambush were now standing in front of him. Seeing this scene, he immediately took out his explosive tag kunao and shouted. Go to hell, Konoha brats! After saying that, he was about to throw his kunao, but just as he raised his hand, the voice from before sounded in his mind again. Hey, don't be so rash! Hearing this familiar voice, the Jonin immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss! This is the same voice from 4 months ago. Before he could fully recall his scary memories, he suddenly felt a tearing pain in his anus. At the same time, that familiar voice rang in his ears again. Konoha secret art 1000 years of death. Ogh! At this moment, the Jonin really regretted it. He regretted why he woke up so early from the genjutsu. If he did not, he would not have to suffer such pain again. He knelt on the ground, his face full of pain and despair. He stretched out a trembling finger and pointed at Zhang Miao with difficulty. I know you are the backdoor reaper. Zhang Miao. What the hell is that nickname? Hearing this nickname, Zhang Miao's face immediately darkened. Hey, uncle! I think you are mistaking me for someone else. Don't just give people random nicknames like that. No, I am not mistaken. It is you. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the Kumo Jonin immediately shook his head, his face full of grief and indignation. Even if you were wearing a mask last time, even if you turned into ashes, I will remember you, you damn reaper. Fuck you. Being pointed at and scolded by someone, no matter how good Zhang Miao's temper was, he could not bear it anymore and immediately rushed up. Hey, that's not nice at all. It seems like I have to give you some lessons. 1000 years of death. Chapter 160, The Meaning of Life. After being stabbed by Zhang Miao's 1000 years of death, the Jonin immediately let out a tragic wail and fainted with empty eyes. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately snorted coldly. Humph, consider yourself lucky this time. Next time I meet you, I will show you real hell. Yuji, help me seal this fellow's chakra points. Yes, boss. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Yuji immediately went forward, tapped on the body of the Jonin who was knocked out by Zhang Miao a few times and then turned his head. Boss, I have sealed several important chakra points on his body. In a few days, he can't use chakra, and that woman. At this point, Yuji stretched out his finger to the female ninja next to him. From her chakra flow, she should have woken up, but she is still pretending to be unconscious. As soon as Yuji finished speaking, the woman he pointed at suddenly rolled over and stood up. Then she took out her kunao and looked at Zhang Miao with a face full of grief and indignation. Bullshit! Don't think about humiliating me again. Just kill me if you can. Hey! Hearing this woman's words, Zhang Miao was first stunned, then smiled at her. Haha, this big sis is joking. How can I kill a woman? You can go. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Zhang Miao finished, the female ninja suddenly laughed and shed tears as she laughed. Do you think you can lie to me again? Do you think you can humiliate me again? Let me tell you, it's impossible. With that, she directed her kunao towards her throat. She was going to commit suicide. It was too late, and just as she was about to stab her kunao into her throat, Zhang Miao moved. Konoha secret art 1000 years of death. Maybe because he was eager to save her, Zhang Miao used a little more strength and directly sent the female ninja flying for more than 3 meters. Then she fell to the ground with a thud, her kunao was thrown to the side. Looking at her ashamed and resentful appearance, Zhang Miao showed her a gratified look. Seeking death is not worth it. One must know that the most precious thing for a person is their life. Everyone only got one life, and it should be spent like this. At this point, Zhang Miao put his hands behind his back and then raised his head to look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. When they look back on the past, they will not regret their years of failure, nor will they be ashamed of their mediocrity. In this way, when they are dying, they can say, my entire life and all my energy are dedicated to the most magnificent career in the world to fight for peace and liberation for the world. There should be applause here. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Yuji and Yoshi immediately clapped their hands desperately. Seeing the movements of the two, the 4 young ninjas who were still in a daze also came back to their senses and quickly applauded. For a time, the applause was endless. Clap 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 clap. About 10 seconds later, Zhang Miao nodded with a satisfied smile, and at the same time, raised his hand and bowed a few times. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your encouragement and support. Big sis who is kneeling on the ground over there, why don't you applaud? You. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the female ninja immediately fainted, and this time, Yuji added another sentence in Zhang Miao's ear. Boss, she really fainted this time. Well, I got it. Zhang Miao still believed in Yuji's judgment, but looking at the Kumo ninjas who were lying on the ground, he couldn't help but sigh. Ah, it's a pity that we can't bring them back to Konoha. Otherwise, I will go to Grandpa Third and discuss my share. Maybe he can give me half of the ransom he got from the Land of Lightning. Yuji, you seal all their chakra points and seal a few more places, so that they won't come looking for trouble again when they wake up. Yes, boss. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Yuji began to hit the Kumo ninjas' chakra points one by one to seal off the chakra flow in their bodies, while Zhang Miao turned to look at the four youths standing at the side. You are. Before Zhang Miao could finish speaking, the four youths all bowed at him. Thank you, Ryunosuke-sama, for saving us. At the same time, Zhang Miao also received a notification from the system. Ding! Obtained 4-star Special Jonin, Shiranui Genma Ninja Fragment X5. Ding! Obtained 4-star Special Jonin, Namayashi Rated Ninja Fragment X5. Ding! Obtained 4-star Special Jonin, Yamashiro Aoba Ninja Fragment X5. Hearing this notification, Zhang Miao blinked his eyes. Zhang Miao knew all three of them. Although they were just small supporting characters, they had appeared during the Chuunin exam, so he had some impression of them. Now that he heard the three people's words of gratitude, he immediately nodded. Shiranui Genma. Namayashi Redu, A&D. Yamashiro Aoba. I know all of you. Who is next to you? What's your name? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the three people who were called immediately revealed expressions of joy, and the youth whose name was asked by Zhang Miao also quickly stepped forward. Lord Ryunosuke, my name is Shiranui Q. I know fire, earth, and lightning release. I also know summoning jutsu. Alright, I understand. Facing this young man who wanted to show off in front of him, Zhang Miao immediately waved at him in a pleasant manner, but I will see your summoning jutsu next time. Thank you, Ryunosuke-sama. Looking at his excited appearance, Zhang Miao nodded again and then looked at the three people in front of him. I came out this time to carry out a secret mission, so after you return to the village, you can't tell anyone that you have seen me here. Well, unless the Hokage personally asks. In fact, Zhang Miao originally wanted them to not say anything, but if even the Hokage could not do it, it would be too suspicious, so he could only change his words temporarily. However, the effect of the change seemed to be very good. As soon as he finished speaking, unknowingly, Q immediately nodded excitedly. Well, we understand. Lord Ryunosuke also followed the order of the Hokage? In fact, we are also. As soon as he said this, Aoba who was standing next to him immediately kicked him and bowed slightly to Zhang Miao. Ryunosuke-sama, we still have a mission of our own, so we won't say anything more. Thank you for saving us. See you next time. After saying that, he winked at the other three and then left together. Looking at their backs, a smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Miao's mouth. That kid has a good brain. At this point, Zhang Miao seemed to have thought of something. He quickly took out a mirror from his chest and looked at it carefully. What Zhang Miao was most worried about was that the vertical eye on his forehead was exposed, but after looking at the mirror, he found that he was worrying too much. From the mirror, he could see that there was no abnormality on his forehead. The only change was that the Byakugo seal became slightly bigger, just enough to cover the gap when Zhang Miao closed his eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Miao nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Let's go back to the village now. Yes. Chapter 161, Zhang Miao's Potential, Part 1. Because he was familiar with the village's defense and the fact that he had his special eyes, Zhang Miao and the others did not alert the guards along the way and entered the village smoothly. As soon as he entered the gate of Konoha, Zhang Miao immediately came into contact with the shadow clone he had left in the village. The moment he removed the shadow clone, everything that the shadow clone had experienced in the village this week appeared in Zhang Miao's mind. Zhang Miao closed his eyes and took about a few minutes to digest these memories. When he opened his eyes, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Dang, he got busted. When Zhang Miao left Konoha, he had already told the shadow clone to follow his habits and go to the Uchiha, Hyuga and the Inoshikacho's houses every day. As for the Hokage's office, he just needed to show himself. The shadow clone also did as Zhang Miao asked. It was fine a few days ago, but on the fourth day after Zhang Miao left, Hiruzen found out and said some words to his shadow clone. When your real body comes back, tell him to come to the Hokage's office. When Zhang Miao removed his shadow clone, this memory immediately appeared in his mind. It seems that I should not be carried away. Forget it. Anyway, I also plan to go to the Hokage's office. Let's go now. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly shrugged his shoulders and went to the Hokage's office with Yuji and Yoshi. On his way to the Hokage's office, many villagers saw him and greeted him. Ryunosuke-sama, your hairstyle is very good today. Ryunosuke-sama, keep up the good work. Big bro Ryunosuke, this is the kite I just made today. Look. Ryunosuke-sama. Every time someone greeted him, Zhang Miao would wave at them with a smile on his face. There was no trace of impatience on his face. Seeing this scene, Yuji immediately nodded in awe. Boss is not only so loved, but also very gentle. Yes. Hearing his words, Yoshi also nodded, because he is our boss. Zhang Miao walked in front, and when he heard the conversation between the two people behind him, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up. I won't tell them that I'm doing this for Ninja Fragments. Along the way, Zhang Miao greeted the villagers and soon arrived at the stairs of the Hokage's office. Then he raised his hand to the guard at the door. Yo! Seeing Zhang Miao, the two ninjas in charge of guarding quickly bowed their heads to him. Ryunosuke-sama, the Hokage has already ordered that if you come, you may go inside straight away. And the two gentlemen you brought with you shall follow too. Hearing the words of the guard, Zhang Miao was stunned at first, but then he remembered that Hiruzen had ninjutsu that allowed him to see the situation around Konoha with the crystal ball. It seemed that he had already known when he brought his people into the village. Thinking of this, he immediately smiled and nodded. Well, since it is the request of Grandpa Third, then Yuji, Yoshi, you two should follow me inside. Yes, boss. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Yuji and Yoshi immediately nodded and followed him into the Hokage's office. At this time, Hiruzen was observing Zhang Miao and others with the telescope jutsu. Seeing them enter the building, he closed the image in the crystal ball and returned to his seat. As soon as he sat down, there was a knock on his door. Knock knock. Come in. With Hiruzen's words, the door of the office was opened. However, he did not expect that it was not Zhang Miao who came in, but a large group of beautiful women who were naked. After these women entered the door, they immediately rushed toward him. Hokage-sama, I miss you so much. You jerk, it's been so long since you came to find me. Hokage-sama, look at me. Hokage-sama. Although Hiruzen knew that everything in front of him was definitely Zhang Miao's doing, looking at the bare thighs of the girls, he still could not help but feel his brain heat up, and then a spurt of blood came out of his nostrils. Spurt? The moment his nosebleed came out, Zhang Miao at the door also received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for letting Hiruzen experience the joy of nosebleeds. Obtain 7-star cage level, Sarutobi Hiruzen Ninja Fragment X10. After hearing this notification, Zhang Miao immediately removed the shadow clones that had turned into beauties in the room and walked in with a smile on his face. Wahaha, I haven't seen you for a few days. Grandpa, your chi and blood seems to have become much more vigorous. You actually managed to spray out half a meter more than last time. Truly admirable. Truly admirable. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Hiruzen, who was using a handkerchief to wipe his nosebleed, immediately blushed and glared at him. No matter how vigorous I am, I can't endure such torment. Next time, you are not allowed to use this kind of boring ninjutsu again. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Zhang Miao shrugged his shoulders and then turned to the two people behind him. You two, say hello to the old man. Yes, boss. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Yoshi and Yuji who were standing behind him immediately responded and bowed slightly to Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, my name is Uchiha Yoshi. Hokage-sama, I am Hyuga Yuji. Although he was mentally prepared, when he heard the two call Zhang Miao boss, Hiruzen could not help but raise his eyebrows. After hearing the names of the two people, he was even more surprised. It turns out Wui was right. There are many people like him around Ryunosuke, but I didn't expect that there are even Uchihas and Hyugas among them. Thinking of this, Hiruzen suddenly looked at the two people in front of him with a serious face. Let me ask you, are you from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans? Hearing Hiruzen's question, Yoshi and Yuji immediately looked at Zhang Miao. Seeing their actions, Hiruzen immediately understood and nodded. I understand. Alright, Ryunosuke, tell me. I want to hear the truth. Hehe, this is easy. As soon as Hiruzen finished speaking, Zhang Miao nodded with a smile and snapped his fingers. Yuji, remove the forehead guard on your head. Yes. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Yuji immediately removed the forehead guard on his head, revealing his smooth forehead. Seeing this scene, Hiruzen immediately widened his eyes. You are from the main family? No, Hayashi does not have a son at all. Who exactly are you? He is no one. Seeing Hiruzen's surprised look, Zhang Miao grinned again. He is one of my guards, and that's all. A guard. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Hiruzen suddenly fell silent. Chapter 162, Zhang Miao's Potential, Part 2. Hiruzen was silent for a long time before he slowly nodded. Just your guard. I understand now. It means that although his surname is Hyuga, he has nothing to do with the Hyuga clan, right? Almost. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Zhang Miao smacked his lips. If the Hyuga clan doesn't find trouble with me. Hiruzen clearly understood the meaning behind Zhang Miao's drawing. His brows moved again. You mean, if the Hyuga clan becomes your enemy, then... This time, before Hiruzen could finish speaking, Yuji immediately spoke. The boss enemies are also my enemies. Nothing matters. The boss orders are absolute. As soon as he finished speaking, Yoshi, who was standing next to him, nodded. The clan and the village are not important. We only need to listen to the boss's orders. Hearing the words of the two, Hiruzen was silent again. As a ninja professor who had dominated the ninja world for decades, although Hiruzen's strength had deteriorated as he grew older, his wisdom was even greater than before. At least, he felt that he could tell whether the other party was lying or not. After hearing what Yuji and Yoshi said, his instinct told him that what they said was the truth, but his reason told him that it was absurd. So he was silent again. Looking at Hiruzen, who was just smoking and not saying a word, Zhang Miao relaxed a bit and found a place to sit down. As soon as Zhang Miao sat down, Yuji and Yoshi followed behind him and sat down. Seeing the movements of the two, Hiruzen suddenly let out a long breath. It's really unbelievable. I really want to know why they obey you. Haha. Hearing Hiruzen's question, Zhang Miao laughed again. You shouldn't ask me this question. Yuji, you tell him, why do you obey me? In fact, Zhang Miao did not know why. He only knew that the recruited ninjas were absolutely loyal. As for what these ninjas were thinking, Zhang Miao really did not know, so he could only throw the pot out. Reality proved that his choice was right. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Yuji opened his mouth. Only by following the boss can you achieve all your wishes and stay away from all pain and misfortune. That's right. As soon as he finished speaking, Yoshi nodded. In this cursed world, following the boss is the only way out. The power the boss has is not something we can think of. Hiruzen. Damn, these two are some crazy cult members. Hiruzen found that the two people's argument was exactly the same as that of Wui, and it could even be said to be even worse. Thinking of this, Hiruzen immediately picked up his pipe and took a deep breath, then let out a long string of smoke. Ryunosuke, what do you think of Konoha? Tisk. What else can I see? Of course, I look at it with my eyes. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Zhang Miao could not help but roll his eyes at him. Grandpa, I know what you mean. Don't worry. Although I am not interested in becoming the Hokage, my stupid brother may be interested in the future. So for him, I will not let anyone destroy this place. At this point, Zhang Miao stood up and walked to the window, looking at the face of the fourth Hokage on the Hokage rock. Moreover, this is the place they are guarding with their lives, isn't it? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Hiruzen could not help but nod. Yes, this is the place they are guarding with their lives. If there comes a day, I will also not hesitate. According to the Naruto plot, when Orochimaru commenced his Konoha Crush plan, it was Hiruzen who saved the village with his life. So after hearing Hiruzen's words, Zhang Miao immediately turned around and looked at him with a serious face. I have no doubt about this. Looking at his serious appearance, Hiruzen couldn't help but laugh. It's rare for you to be so serious. Well, I won't ask about it again in the future. I will get their identities as soon as possible. By the way, is it really okay for the Hyugas and Uchihas? Zhang Miao knew what Hiruzen meant, so as soon as he finished his words, Zhang Miao smiled and nodded, don't worry, I can handle it. Looking at his confident look, Hiruzen could only nod, well, it's up to you. You can leave now. Yes. Zhang Miao agreed and left with Yuji and Yoshi. Looking at the three people who were gradually disappearing, Hiruzen, who was standing by the window, suddenly frowned and sighed. I always have a bad feeling. I hope he doesn't make any trouble. It seemed that Zhang Miao was responding to Hiruzen's idea. That night, something happened to the Uchiha district. Some people said that they saw a red giant sweep a large area of the Uchiha settlement with a wave of his hand. Some people said that the Uchihas were attacked, and the other party was very powerful. Even the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku, was not a match for the person who came, so it caused quite a bit of damage to the clan's settlement. For these two statements, everyone was more inclined to the second theory. After all, in the eyes of many people, the Uchiha clan had offended too many people, and it was normal for them to get revenge. According to the villagers' thoughts, the Uchiha clan would definitely vent their anger on others if they suffered a loss this time, so they were very careful the next day, trying not to provoke the Uchiha clan. However, what they did not expect was that the Uchiha clan did not seem to be looking for trouble at all, and they seemed to be very happy. From time to time, they would politely greet them, which made everyone confused. Did these Uchihas just lose their mind after losing their home? While the villagers were puzzled, Zhang Miao was sitting in front of Fugaku with a sly smile and a box in his hand. Hehe, Uncle Fugaku, do you want to know the truth? It's very simple. Come, draw the prize. Fugaku. Fugaku had already figured out Zhang Miao's trick, so he only snorted and reached his hand into the small wooden box. The result was obvious, but just as he was about bleat, Zhang Miao reached out to stop him. That. Uncle Fugaku, I think you have already bleated for a year. You must be tired of it. How about, you learn to bark like a donkey this time? Chapter 163, Zhang Miao's Potential, Part 3. The Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan were both ancient clans that created dojutsu, but there was a fundamental difference between the two. In order to ensure the purity of their bloodline, the Hyugas never married outsiders. Even if the family was separated, they would still accept marriage between them. As for those children from the Hyuga's branch family, they were given the caged bird cursed seal to prevent the enemies from obtaining their precious bloodline limit. However, the Uchiha clan was different. The Uchiha clan never restricted the marriage of their clansmen, and they would not curse their clansmen. Only when the children who inherited the Uchiha bloodline awakened their Sharingan would they take these children back to the Uchiha clan. But this was not to restrict them but to protect and take care of them. As the saying goes, a man is guilty of his crimes. The Sharingan was too powerful, and it attracted many people with ulterior motives to covet it. If these children were allowed to go outside, their ending would be very miserable. That was why the Uchiha clan took them back to their clan. For example, Izumi lost her father in the Kyubi incident and awakened the Sharingan under the stimulation of sadness. Then she followed her mother back to the Uchiha clan and changed her surname to Uchiha. If the existence of the Hyuga clan was controlled by the cursed seal, then the existence of the Uchiha clan was proven by condensing their clan with Sharingan users. Because of this, when Zhang Miao brought the origin of the Uchiha, Fugaku did not have much reaction. However, when Zhang Miao told him that the Uchiha had the Mangekyo Sharingan, Fugaku was stunned. It must be known that evolving the Sharingan was not so easy. Among 100 Uchiha clan members, not many would awaken their Sharingan. Even if an Uchiha was able to awaken their Sharingan, there was no guarantee that they would evolve their Sharingan into a 3-tomo, let alone the Mangekyo. If not for the coincidence of Fugaku opening the Mangekyo, he would have thought that the Mangekyo was just a legend. But now Zhang Miao told him that this unknown Uchiha in front of him had Mangekyo Sharingan. How could Fugaku believe it? Mangekyo Sharingan was not some simple stuff. Of course, Zhang Miao had considered Fugaku's reaction, so he directly let Yoshi show Fugaku the strongest power of Mangekyo, the Susanoo. The Itachi that Zhang Miao recruited was not the sickly one from the original work, but the Itachi in his prime. Therefore, when Yoji showcased his Susanoo, the giant swept away a large part of the Uchiha district. The facts were in front of him, and it was impossible for Fugaku to not believe them. The only thing that made him a little resentful was that there seemed to be a lot of houses that were destroyed by Yoshi. There were more than a dozen houses, and even half of his courtyard was destroyed, but Zhang Miao, the culprit, had no intention of compensating. Of course, if Yoshi could return to the Uchiha clan, Fugaku would not have any complaints about these losses. After all, the significance of having one more expert in the clan was not something that money could measure. Unfortunately, Yoshi claimed that he was Zhang Miao's guard and had nothing to do with the Uchiha clan, which made Fugaku very helpless, and at the same time reaffirm his original guess. There was indeed a powerful force behind Zhang Miao. In Fugaku's view, it might be a little difficult for the powerful Uchiha to establish a ninja village with Mangekyo Sharingan alone, but it was definitely more than enough to establish a clan. Such a powerful expert was now a guard of Zhang Miao, and even the cage of the 5 great ninja village would not be able to enjoy this kind of treatment, which showed how amazing the power behind him was. But even so, you can't ask me to bark like a donkey, can you? This is bullying. Thinking of this, Fugaku's face suddenly turned stiff. Humph, I would rather die than scream. Looking at his determined expression, Zhang Miao could only shake his head helplessly. Sigh, Uncle Fugaku, you are still so strict. All right. You do you. I won't force you. Fugaku. I don't want to do anything. Although Fugaku really wanted to say this, in order to build a good relationship with Zhang Miao, the future ally of the Uchiha, he could only wrong his self-esteem again and roar at the sky. Hee-ha! Perhaps for Fugaku, compared to other animals, it would be easier to accept a cow's moo, but this had nothing to do with Zhang Miao because he only cared about the system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making Fugaku feel ashamed. Obtain 7-star Elite Jonin, Uchiha Fugaku Ninja Fragment X10. Done. Since he had already obtained the fragment, Zhang Miao naturally had no intention of staying any longer. He greeted Fugaku and left the house with the small wooden box. When he came to the courtyard, he heard Itachi's voice. Yes, your Shurikenjutsu is really good. Please teach me. Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao turned around and saw Yoshi poking his 2 fingers at Itachi's forehead. Forgive me, Itachi. Next time. Seeing this scene, the corners of Zhang Miao's mouth twitched a few times. Damn, why do I feel strange? As if responding to Zhang Miao's thoughts, Mikato's voice suddenly rang in his ears. I don't know why, but you give me a very familiar feeling, just like Itachi. At this point, Mikato seemed to realize something and quickly covered his mouth. How can I say that? It's too rude. Little Ryuna shook, you must not tell Yoshi-kun what I just said. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Mikato's words, Zhang Miao burst into laughter. Don't worry, Auntie Mikato. I won't tell him. Then we'll be leaving first. Yes. Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Mikato smiled and nodded. Tomorrow I will prepare your favorite seafood. Remember to come over. When the time comes, bring Yoshi along too. Hee, okay. Zhang Miao agreed and shouted at Yoshi who was not far away, hey, let's go. Yes, boss. After saying goodbye to Mikato, Zhang Miao left with Yoshi. Looking at the backs of the 2 people, Itachi frowned with some doubts. Big bro Yoshi really gave a very familiar feeling. Hearing Itachi's words, Mikato also smiled and nodded. Well, in fact, Mom also thinks so. Chapter 164, The Tragic Life Experience. After coming out of the Uchiha district, Zhang Miao took Yoshi to the Hyuga settlement and went straight to Hayashi's house. As soon as he entered the yard of the Hyuga clan, Zhang Miao saw Hinata, who was wearing a floral yukata and playing with a ball. Looking at her clear big eyes and reddish little cheeks, Zhang Miao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he went up to hug her. Smooch smooch smooch. Zhang Miao kissed her a dozen times in a row, and the system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 6-star Elite Jonin, Hyuga Hinata X10. Hearing this notification, Zhang Miao was satisfied and released his hand. As soon as he let go, Hinata ran away like a frightened little rabbit, while Zhang Miao wiped his mouth with a smile. Thank you for your hospitality. Should I say you are welcome? Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, a familiar voice rang out from behind him. Hearing this, Zhang Miao immediately turned around in surprise, and then he saw the blue veins on Hayashi's forehead. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. Wow, Uncle Hayashi! When others open their Byakugan, the blue veins on the corners of their eyes bulge out. Now, even the veins on your forehead bulge out. It can be seen that your Byakugan's mastery is already very deep. Congratulations! Hayashi! Congratulations your head, I am angry at you. Looking at Zhang Miao's expression of admiration, the corner of his mouth twitched, and then he directly turned around. Let's enter the house. After saying that, he went straight into the house. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao shrugged his shoulders and followed him in. At this time, there were 3 other people in the house, namely the 2 elders of the Haiga and Yuji. As soon as Zhang Miao entered the door, Yuji immediately stood up and respectfully called out, "Boss, you're here." Haha. Yuji, you don't have to be so polite with me. Besides, I'm also a guest now. Sit down. Yes, boss. Although he agreed, Yuji did not do anything. Only when Zhang Miao sat down did he respectfully kneel down. Seeing this, the 2 elders of the Haiga clan immediately looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. However, they quickly reacted and smiled at Zhang Miao. Ryunashuk, what you said is not right. We, the Haiga, do not treat you as an outsider. Yes, yes, we have always regarded you as one of our own, just like our girl Hinata. Hearing the words of the 2, Zhang Miao was first stunned, then quickly nodded, yes, yes, yes. The 2 elders are right. I was wrong. Seeing how sensible Zhang Miao was, the 2 elders nodded with a satisfied smile. That's right, Ryunashuk. Which village did Yuji come from? Why haven't we heard of such a genius before? Genius. Hearing this elder's words, Zhang Miao immediately turned to look at Yuji in confusion. Seeing Zhang Miao's gaze, Yuji immediately lowered his head. Boss, before you came, I had already shown Hayashi-sama and the 2 elders my gentle fist, revolving heaven, and mountain crusher. Haha. Hearing Yuji's words, Zhang Miao immediately smiled and nodded. Well, you did a good job. You didn't embarrass me. Thank you, boss. Looking at the delighted Yuji, Zhang Miao nodded again and then looked at the 2 elders opposite him. At present, Yuji does not belong to any country, nor does he belong to any ninja village. He is my personal guard, so it is normal that the 2 elders have not heard of him. So that's the case. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the 2 elders nodded. One of them continued to ask, Tsunade-sama. No, Ryunashuk-sama, how many of your guards were geniuses like him, and how many of them have Byakugans? Tsunade-sama. Hearing the words that the elders inadvertently leaked, Zhang Miao thought of something and immediately understood. It turns out that they think Yuji was Tsunade's underling. Or they think that the power behind me is Tsunade, but this is normal. After all, in their eyes, I am the son of Tsunade. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly grinned. Haha, Yuji is an only child. How can there be more? Oh right. Speaking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly slapped his thigh and pointed to Hayashi. Speaking of which, Yuji's father is very similar to Uncle Hayashi. Yuji, don't you think so? Yuji. Nonsense, the 2 of them were originally twins. How could they not be alike? Although Yuji could not stand Zhang Miao's clumsy performance, when he heard his question, he could only cooperate and nod his head. That's right, my father is indeed very similar to Hayashi-sama. It can even be said they look exactly the same. Oh. Hearing their words, the elders looked at each other again. One of them asked Zhang Miao again, what's the name of Yuji's father? Haiga Hishu. Hearing this name, the elders looked at each other and then looked at Hayashi. Hayashi, have you heard of this name before? No. Hearing the 2 people's words, he immediately shook his head, I have never heard of this name. By the way, how old is your father, Yuji? 32 years old. As for his father's age when he died, he remembered it very clearly, so as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately answered. Upon hearing his answer, everyone present immediately widened their eyes, especially Hayashi. His eyes were full of disbelief. Yuji, you are 18 years old this year, right? Did your father get married when he was 14 years old? Because the age of the Niji and Hisashi Zhang Miao recruited were exactly the same as when they were alive, Yuji did not think too much about it. Now that he was asked by Hayashi, he was suddenly a little stunned. Just as he did not know what to say, Zhang Miao's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Don't worry, Yuji. The boss voice. Hearing this voice, Yuji immediately turned to look at Zhang Miao and found that the other party was winking at him. At the same time, Zhang Miao's voice rang in his mind again. This is the mind transmission jutsu. Don't make a fuss. Next, you will repeat my words. If I say one sentence, you will say one sentence. Now, you have to make a sad expression, just like when you lose your father. Now listen. Yuji. Do you really have to bring up my father's death? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the corner of Yuji's mouth twitched, but he still followed Zhang Miao's request and made a sad expression. Then he slowly opened his mouth. My father is a person with a tragic fate. Because of his handsome appearance, when he was 12 years old, he was caught by a group of strong martial arts shrews and then constantly ravaged. For a full 2 years? Then he had me. Chapter 165, Illegitimate Child. Perhaps it was because Zhang Miao had used the mind transmission jutsu to convey the message that the blue veins on Yuji's forehead kept jumping and his tone changed. Hearing his words, the two elders immediately revealed a puzzled expression. That? What are you talking about, Yuji-kun? Yes, and your expression doesn't seem to be right. Hearing the words of the two, Zhang Miao let out a long sigh without waiting for Yuji to speak. Sigh. As long as Yuji is agitated, his speech will become like this. Elders, I wish you would stop asking him such questions. It's not something to be proud of. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the two elders could not help but glance at Yuji. When they realized that the latter's forehead was full of veins, they hurriedly nodded. That is indeed the case. We were too presumptuous. Sigh. I didn't expect Yuji to have such a background. It's really a pity. What about his grandfather? Fuck, are they going to investigate more? Zhang Miao finally understood why people always said that a lie had to be covered with countless lies. Now he was in such a situation. No, I have to think of a closing lie. At this time, Zhang Miao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. A brilliant idea immediately appeared in his mind. Although he was already laughing loudly in his heart at this moment, his facial expression was full of sadness. Sigh. Actually, Yuji's grandfather also has some relationship with the Hyuga clan. I have been hiding this matter. Even the third does not know about it. I can only tell the two of you. Yuji, please leave for a bit. Yuji. Damn, this unreliable boss is definitely going to do something weird. Thinking of this, the veins on Yuji's forehead trembled a bit, but he still stood up according to Zhang Miao's instructions and left the house. Seeing that Yuji had stood up and left, the two elders immediately looked at each other. A thick expression of curiosity appeared on their faces. At this moment, a thought emerged in their hearts: there was a big secret. As they thought of this, the two of them looked at the kneeling Hayashi. Hayashi, you should leave too. That's right, we'll let you in later and you can come in again. Hayashi. Fuck, isn't this my house? Although he was very reluctant, the ones who made the decision were the two elders. Therefore, he still nodded and walked out of the house. After he left, the two elders finally looked at Zhang Miao. Seeing the two people's curious gazes, Zhang Miao laughed wildly in his heart again, but his face was serious. Actually, Yuji's father is the illegitimate son of the Hyuga clan. Hiss. When Zhang Miao said this, the two elders immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. When the two of them looked at each other, they saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. Seeing the two of them being shocked, Zhang Miao secretly smiled in his heart again and then continued to speak in a low voice. Hyuga's grandmother was a girl from an ordinary family. More than 30 years ago, when she was still a girl, she met an injured man when she went out to chop firewood. This man had a pair of very special eyes. Then, the beautiful woman saved the poor man, and then the two of them fell in love, but they separated because of their family background. After that, Zhang Miao slowly narrated the melodramatic story of the female lead's tragic death. Zhang Miao's story was a cliché, but in this world where wars were everywhere and people were short-lived, Zhang Miao's melodramatic story attracted the two elders' attention. When he finished the story, the two of them sighed. Sigh, Yuji's grandmother is also a person with a bitter life. It seems that Yuji's grandfather should be Hayashi's father. I remember that 1 year before Hayashi was born, he indeed disappeared for a period of time on the battlefield. Now that you mention it, I also remember. There is indeed such a thing. No wonder I always feel that he is somewhat cold to Hayashi's mother. It turns out that he has another love. Zhang Miao. These two old men's imagination was not bad. Looking at the two of them, Zhang Miao almost couldn't help but laugh, but his face was still full of emotion. Yes, and the saddest thing is that Yuji's father has been abused by ferocious women in his childhood and has lost the function of a man. Yuji has also been seriously injured and lost the ability to reproduce. Their lives are really too bitter. Zhang Miao was obviously talking nonsense, but one thing was true. Both Hishu and Yuji did not have the ability to reproduce. Not only them, but all the ninjas recruited by Zhang Miao would not have any children. According to the system's explanation, all the recruited ninjas would always maintain their peak state, and those like Niji who died before reaching their peak state would maintain their strongest state before they died. Because these ninjas were recruited by Zhang Miao with his own blood and ninja fragments, only when Zhang Miao, the person who recruited them, died would these recruited people disappear. Therefore, although they had feelings and even ate and slept like ordinary people, they could not have children. The system's restriction was beneficial to Zhang Miao, but for the two Haiga elders, it was shocking news. Originally, they thought their bloodline would be stained by some outsiders, but now that they heard Zhang Miao's explanation, they were relieved. One of the elders even stood up excitedly, "Gu." Before he could say the word good, the other elder pulled him. He reacted and quickly changed his words. I mean it's too miserable. I don't know when he will come to Konoha. We, the Haigas, will definitely make it up to him. That's right. We can give him the status he deserves. And we will also treat him as a child of the main family. Looking at the two elders' sincere expressions, Zhang Miao suddenly sneered in his heart. Tisk, knowing that he can't have children, he wants to trick people into the clan and really deceive me like a child. Although Zhang Miao was insulting them in his heart, he still showed a happy smile on his face. That's great. The next time I see him, I will pass on the words of the two elders to him. I think he will also be very happy. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the two of them glanced at each other again and then nodded at Zhang Miao. Then I will leave this matter to you, Ryuna Shuk-kun. Yes, and the matter of a Haiga having an illegitimate child, you must keep it a secret. You must not tell anyone else. Hearing the two people's words, Zhang Miao naturally agreed. Seeing that he answered so happily, the two of them got up and left in satisfaction. This time, Hayashi was talking to Yuji in the courtyard. When he saw the two elders coming out, he hurriedly went up to greet them. Dear elders, is Yuji's grandfather really from our Haiga clan? Is he from the main or branch family? Hearing Hayashi's words, the two elders looked at each other again and then sighed together. Sigh. Hayashi, you don't have to ask about this. It's all our fault. Yes, you will slowly understand in the future. I didn't expect that your father, Sigh, Yuji's grandmother is really a pitiful woman. After saying that, the two shook their heads and sighed as they left, leaving behind the puzzled Hayashi. Didn't my father die in the Third War? And what happened to Yuji's grandmother? Chapter 166, Seeing Denzo, Part 1. Zhang Miao spent so much effort making up such a melodramatic story. Of course, it was not because he was bored, but because of something he wanted, ninja fragments. Not long ago, Zhang Miao discovered a rule, which was that as long as the recruited ninja got along well with him, he could obtain their ninja fragments. For example, after the two of them got together, even if Zhang Miao did not go to see Guy, he could get a full amount of Guy ninja fragments every day. At first, Zhang Miao did not care, only thinking that the brain circuits of Guy, this blue beast, were different from ordinary people, so the way to obtain his ninja fragment was different. But ever since Wui went on a mission, Zhang Miao had not collected any more of Guy's ninja fragments. At this time, Zhang Miao realized that this might have something to do with him. After that, Zhang Miao asked about the system, and the system's explanation also confirmed Zhang Miao's hypothesis. The recruited ninja that was recruited using the ninja fragments and the blood of the host becomes a bridge between the two. For example, the person who produced the ninja fragments is the father, and the ninja fragments are his seeds of life. The host is the mother, and the recruited ninja is the crystallization of your love. Zhang Miao. Geez, what a nasty way to put it. The system really needs to be taught a lesson. After listening to the system's explanation, Zhang Miao almost went berserk. Damn it, to think that I was so happy when I recruited ninjas. It turns out that I am only a breeding machine for the system. This is too much. Although the system's analogy was very disgusting, the ninja fragments still had to be collected because Zhang Miao was very clear that the recruitment system was his foundation in this world. Sigh, the progenitor is still the progenitor. It's just a form of address. It's not like you really want me to give birth to a child. Such is life. Since I can't endure it, I should enjoy it. With this thought in mind, Zhang Miao decided to bring back all the recruited ninjas that could be brought back to Konoha. First, he wanted them to help him collect the ninja fragments. Second, he would wait for them to root their roots in Konoha, and then he would order more people. However, ninjas like Kazaki, Fukaku, and the Inoshikacho trio, these people would definitely not be brought back, because even Zhang Miao did not know how to explain their origins. They could not all be illegitimate children, right? Now, the explanation that Wui was Guy's uncle had been accepted by many villagers. There were even rumors that Guy was his illegitimate child. Although this rumor had caused a lot of damage to Guy, it also weakened his origin to a certain extent. It could be said that Wui had already rooted himself in Konoha. Because of this, Zhang Miao planned to bring Hisha back. After all, the Hyagas knew how to keep secrets, so they would definitely not leak the news that Hisha was an illegitimate child of the clan. This way, bringing both Yuji and Hisha to the village should cause no problem. As for the Uchihas, it was even less of a problem. The clan itself had always been hated by the villagers. In the eyes of the villagers, the Uchiha clan was a nest of poisonous snakes that would bite them at any time. And his Uchiha ninjas were just one of them. Everyone would only be on guard. Who would care which hole this poisonous snake came from? However, although the villagers would not care, there was one person who would not sit idly, and that was Danzo. As soon as Zhang Miao came out of the Hyaga settlement, two enbu wearing animal masks appeared in front of him. Ryuna Shuk-sama, Danzo-sama wants to see you. Zhang Miao had already expected this situation, so he immediately nodded, got it, Yuji, Yoshi, let's go. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them instantly disappeared from where they were, apparently using the body flicker jutsu. Seeing this scene, the two enbu immediately looked at each other in shock. Do you feel that Ryuna Shuk-sama's body flicker is much faster? And the feeling he gives me is like Danzo-sama's. It seems so, and he is even more powerful than Danzo-sama. Alright, stop talking and keep up. The two tried their best to barely keep up with Zhang Miao and the other two, and then they entered the underground base of Root. Danzo-sama, Ryuna Shuk-sama is here. At this time, Danzo was standing in place with his eyes closed. After hearing the report from his subordinates, he immediately nodded. Okay, got it. You can leave now. Yes. After the footsteps of the two Root members disappeared, Danzo slowly opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Miao and the other two who had just walked in. Ryuna Shuk, I remember telling you that you can't bring outsiders here. Have you forgotten? Hehe. As soon as Danzo finished speaking, Zhang Miao grinned. I haven't forgotten, but these two are not outsiders. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Danzo immediately frowned and looked at Yoshi. For you, is the village more important, or is the Uchiha clan more important? At this point, Danzo suddenly raised his voice by a few degrees, answer me. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be scared of him, but how could Yoshi, who had personally exterminated the Uchiha clan, be scared by Danzo? Facing Danzo's questioning, his facial expression did not change at all. I only listen to the boss's orders. Whether it is the village or the family, they are all boring things that can be abandoned at any time. Saying this, he took off the Konoha forehead guard on his head and threw it to the side. Clang! When the forehead guard fell on the wooden floor, it made a dull sound. Seeing this scene, Danzo suddenly narrowed his eyes, thinking about something. At this time, Yuji also made the same move as Yoshi. He took off the forehead guard on his head and snorted. Humph, the clan is just a cage used to restrain fate. They are forcing their own people to accept their sad fate. What's the use of this thing? After saying that, he also threw away his forehead guard, which was even farther than Yoshi's. Seeing this scene, Danzo couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha, you dare to say this in front of me. Do you want to betray Konoha? Betrayed Konoha? Hearing Danzo's words, an expression of disdain appeared on Yoshi's face. We have never belonged to Konoha, so how could we betray it? Moreover, you're not really someone who could say that. At this point, Yoshi's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and his black pupils instantly turned into 3 rotating tomos. Sharingan. 1-on-1. No escape. Danzo had always been terrified by the Uchihas, so when he saw the Sharingan, he couldn't help but take a step back. Just as he was about to make his next move, Zhang Miao's voice rang out. Yoshi, go outside and wait for me. As Zhang Miao's voice rang out, Yoshi's eyes immediately turned back to normal. He quickly lowered his head. Yes, boss. Sorry for the impoliteness. After saying that, Yoshi turned around and walked out. After he left, Zhang Miao smiled at Danzo. Hehe, master, this guy has a bad temper. Don't take it to heart. Master, are you planning to escape? Chapter 167, Seeing Danzo, Part 2. Just now, Danzo really wanted to run, because his intuition told him that this person called Uchiha Yoshi really wanted to kill him, and he might really have the ability to do so. At this time, Danzo was not as strong as he was in the latter part of the story. He had not obtained the Sharingans and the ability to use the Izanagi. Therefore, when he had no trump cards, his only thought was to escape when he sensed Yoshi's killing intent. However, before he could put his thoughts into action, Zhang Miao opened his mouth to stop Yoshi. When the latter retreated, Danzo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Danzo felt like he was just escaping a terrible death, making him break out in cold sweat. What a dangerous person! This was Danzo's evaluation of Yoshi. However, Danzo could also see that this guy named Yoshi was completely obedient to his apprentice. As a person who had led Root for decades, Danzo believed that he would never be wrong. Not only Yoshi but also this guy called Hyuga Yuji in front of him is also a loyal vassal of his apprentice. It seems that the power behind my little disciple is not simple. But it doesn't matter. As long as I give him a little guidance, that power will definitely be of use to me. Thinking of this, a smile suddenly appeared on Danzo's lips, and then he opened his mouth to Zhang Miao with a kind face. Ryunashuk, I have been busy with official business all this time, so I think I have neglected my teaching. Tell me, what have you learned recently? I have learned a lot, and 10 of you are not enough to defeat me. Zhang Miao only thought about this in his heart, but his face was full of a pure and genuine smile. Hehe, master, I recently learned how to use genjutsu. Oh. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Danzo's face suddenly showed a trace of surprise. At your age, learning genjutsu is not an easy thing. What did you learn? Is it the hell viewing jutsu? Yes. As soon as Danzo finished speaking, Zhang Miao immediately nodded. In addition to that, I also learned how to use it in the opposite way. The opposite way. Upon hearing this, Danzo became even more curious. I know what the hell viewing jutsu is capable of, but what do you mean by using it the opposite way? Hehe. Looking at Danzo's surprised face, Zhang Miao smiled even more happily. Master, I simply can make my enemies see the scene that they wanted to see the most instead of making them see the scene that they are most afraid of. Making them see the scene that they wanted to see the most. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Danzo was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Ryunashuk, no matter if it's ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu, the main purpose is to heavily injure the enemy. What's the use of letting the enemy see their favorite scene? It's useful. As soon as Danzo finished speaking, Zhang Miao immediately nodded. My genjutsu is very powerful. It can make the enemy addicted and unable to extricate themselves. Looking at Zhang Miao's determined look, Danzo could only sigh helplessly. Sigh. It seems that you won't understand if you don't try it. Come on, use that on me. I'll break it for you. He finally took the bait. Hearing Danzo's words, Zhang Miao's eyes suddenly lit up. He was secretly happy, but his face was the opposite. Master, I don't really want to attack you. If I hurt you, I will feel very guilty. Danzo. Damn, last time you used the 1,000 years of death to stab me in the ass. Why don't you feel guilty? Thinking of this, the corner of Danzo's mouth twitched twice, and then he waved to Zhang Miao with a heroic face. Don't worry, you can't hurt me. If you can really hurt me, then it means you have grown so much. I will only be happy and won't blame you. Come. Hearing Danzo says so, Zhang Miao immediately smiled and nodded. Okay, then here I go. At this point, Zhang Miao immediately snapped his fingers at Danzo and silently chanted. Genjutsu construction. When he saw Zhang Miao snap his fingers, Danzo found that the scenery around him had completely changed. The place he was in was no longer the underground base of the route, but a dense forest. Has the illusion begun? Okay, then I will undo it now. As he spoke, Danzo made a hand seal and closed his eyes. Release. However, what Danzo did not expect was that when he opened his eyes, he found that he was still in the forest. He immediately frowned. It hasn't been broken? Then I will try again. Just as Danzo was about to try again, he suddenly heard a familiar yet strange voice. Danzo, the Kumo ninjas have caught up. Let's go. Hearing this voice, Danzo couldn't help but look back. When he saw the face of the other person, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Kagami. It turned out that the person who called him was none other than his former teammate, Uchiha Kagami. Seeing this person, Danzo was shocked. Isn't Kagami dead? And he looks so young. Just as Danzo was shocked, two other voices reached his ears. Danzo, why are you still in a daze? Let's go. If we don't leave now, the Kumo ninjas will catch up. Quick. Hearing these two voices, Danzo looked back again. When he saw the other person, his eyes suddenly widened. Homura? Koharu. In the distance, the person who called him at this time was none other than Homura and Koharu. Moreover, they were just like Kagami, both of them were young. Seeing this scene, Danzo seemed to think of something and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Is this the second war? Looking at Danzo's surprised face, Koharu frowned. Danzo, what's wrong with you? Let's go, Sensei wants us to gather in front. Sensei. Upon hearing this name, Danzo seemed to have thought of something, and he quickly nodded, okay, let's go. After saying that, he took the lead and ran towards the place in his memory. Soon, Danzo and the others arrived at the appointed place, and then saw the person who had the deepest influence on him in his memory. Senju Tobirama. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, the Senju Hashirama was the most worthy of respect. Whether it was his unparalleled would release Bloodline Limit or his great achievements in calming the world, they were all worthy of praise. But for Danzo, compared to Senju Hashirama, the genius who was covered by his brother's light was the greatest contributor to Konoha, the most worthy of respect. Therefore, the moment he saw the Tobirama, his heart which had been silent for more than 10 years once again jumped violently, and his eyes slowly became wet. He could not help but shout in excitement. Sensei. Chapter 168, Seeing Danzo, Part 3. Danzo knew very clearly that he was now inside Zhang Miao's genjutsu, but this did not affect his excitement because he saw his teacher Tobirama. I finally see you again, Sensei. Looking at the excited Danzo, Tobirama smiled and nodded at him. Then he glanced at everyone and his expression suddenly became serious. Everyone, listen up. Now we are facing Kumigakure's elite team led by Ginkaku and Kinkaku. They have surrounded us. The situation is quite dire. What should we do? As soon as Tobirama finished speaking, Koharu turned around and immediately spoke. In this situation, we can only let one person be the bait to stall the enemy. The others can take the opportunity to escape. Although Koharu did not say it explicitly, everyone knew that in this dire situation, the one got chosen to stall the Kumo ninjas would end up as a sacrifice for the safety of the team. This was a chance to die honorably. Hearing Koharu's words, Danzo's heart trembled. It was not because he was afraid, but because he was too familiar with this scene. I have personally experienced this scene before. Danzo remembered that it was Koharu who had suggested this, and then asked who was willing to be the bait. It had to be known that this was a suicide mission, so Danzo hesitated for a moment. When he finally made a decision, Hiruzen beat him. Danzo had no idea whether Hiruzen really wanted to be the bait, but in the end, Hiruzen didn't get to be the bait since this was actually a test from Tobirama to choose the next Hokage. After knowing all this, there was no need to mention the regret in Danzo's heart. How many times he dreamed back at night, he thought that if he had been more decisive at that time, perhaps the current situation would have been completely different. Now, the opportunity had come. Although this is just a genjutsu, I can finally escape from his regret. After I answer Sensei's question, I will break this genjutsu. Thinking of this, Danzo took a deep breath and looked at Tobirama. Sensei, you should save that question for later. Just as Danzo had expected, after hearing Kohara's suggestion, Tobirama immediately looked at his disciples. I think Kohara's suggestion is correct. Which one of you is willing to be the bait? Hearing this, everyone became silent. Even Hiruzen did not say anything. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Looking at everyone's hesitation, Danzo secretly smiled in his heart and then stood up. Teacher, let me go. Sacrificing my life for Konoha is the thing I want in my life. After saying this, Danzo suddenly felt enlightened, as if he had put down a heavy burden. When he turned around, he found that Kagami, Koharu, Homura and Hiruzen were all looking at him in shock. In addition to surprise, there was only awe in their eyes. Seeing this scene, Danzo only had one feeling: pleasure. It was too fucking awesome. Now he finally understood why Zhang Miao said that this ninjutsu could make people addicted. At this moment, he felt that he was already addicted. Okay, after sensei announces the results, I will remove the genjutsu. Thinking of this, Danzo looked at the Tobirama. Teacher, please go. I will stop the Kumo ninjas. At this time, Danzo did not have any other thoughts, because he understood that this was a genjutsu. Even if Tobirama asked him to delay the Kumo ninjas, when he met them, he could remove the genjutsu and there would be no danger at all. When a man knew that he was dreaming, would he still be afraid of death? Thus, at this moment, Danzo was full of vigor. After hearing his words, Tobirama immediately laughed. Haha, Danzo, you really are my disciple. But of course, I will be the bait. Sensei. Everyone seemed to be about to say something, but Tobirama raised his hand to stop them, and then gently put his hand on Danzo's shoulder. You have to protect those who admire the village and trust you, and then cultivate the successor for the next era. From tomorrow on, you will be the Hokage. Danzo, Konoha will be in your hands. After saying that, Thousand Hands directly used Flying Thunder God and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Danzo's heart suddenly fell into a struggle. At this time, there were two voices in his heart, one telling him, Danzo, this is a genjutsu, it's all fake. You have to snap back to reality, quickly remove it. But another voice was telling him, Danzo, you already know it's a genjutsu, and isn't it your dream to become the Hokage? Go further and inherit the position of the Hokage, and then remove the genjutsu. Danzo struggled for a while, but in the end, he waved his hand at everyone. Go, escape for your safety. Don't let sensei die for nothing. Obviously, he listened to the second voice. What happened next was very smooth. Danzo finally realized his long life dream. After returning to the village, he inherited the position of the third Hokage because he had chosen to win the trust of the people in the village. It was reasonable to say that he should choose to remove the genjutsu at this time, but two voices once again appeared in his heart, one telling him, Hey, Danzo, now that you are a Hokage, you should go back to reality. Quickly remove the genjutsu. Another voice was telling him, Don't you always think that you are stronger than Hiruzen? Now that you have become a Hokage, why don't you give it a try? It is a genjutsu, and you don't have to take responsibility. Come on, give it a try. Show your strength. Facing these two voices, Danzo chose the latter again and began to show his strength after he took office. Danzo understood very well how the next wars would develop, and he also knew very well about the other countries' military power, so when the following war was repeated, he managed to defeat the other four countries and unified the ninja world. As the second leader who was able to unify the world after the first Hokage, Danzo was naturally respected and loved by the villagers. No matter where he went, there would always be young girls and children cheering him, and countless people would call his name. Danzo-sama, you are too powerful. Danzo-sama, you are the greatest ninja and the greatest Hokage. Danzo-sama, I admire you so much. Not only that, but even the most beautiful girl in the village, Biwako, was also one of Danzo's supporters. Under her passionate pursuit, Danzo finally married her and had a lovely child, Shimura Asuma. While something seemed a little odd with the name, it didn't matter. There was no need to care about such a small thing. After having a son, Danzo became more conscientious every day. With his efforts, Konoha became more and more prosperous, and Danzo, who was successful in his career and love, felt that he was the most successful man in the world. The only regret was that his son, Asuma, did not look like himself at all, but somewhat resembled Hiruzen. And what made Danzo even more puzzled was that his wife, Biwako, seemed to be too close to Hiruzen, so he sent out his own Anbu directly to closely monitor Hiruzen. Finally, on a stormy night, he discovered the affair between his wife and Hiruzen. Looking at the two people who were naked on the bed, Danzo could not help but feel a surge of anger. You actually did this behind my back. In the face of the furious Danzo, his wife hugged Hiruzen and spoke with a determined face. Danzo, in fact, we really love each other. Furthermore, Asuma is not your son. His surname is not Shimura. His real name is Sarutobi Asuma. When he heard Biwako's words, Danzo could not help but feel shocked and spit out a mouthful of blood. Pfft! After he spat out this mouthful of blood, he immediately discovered that everything in front of him had changed. The bed, Biwako, and Hiruzen had all disappeared, leaving behind only the dim light of the underground base, as well as the anxious cries of his disciple. Master, Master, why did you vomit blood? Master, are you all right? Master. At this time, Danzo suddenly remembered. Oh, I was hit by a genjutsu just now. Everything seemed too real, what a powerful genjutsu. Thinking of this, he instantly lost consciousness and fainted. Of course, Danzo did not know that this genjutsu was specially crafted by Zhang Miao for him, and it was only effective for him alone. When he fainted, Zhang Miao also received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Danzo and inflicting the deep trauma of being a beta provider. In the future, whenever the host mentioned the name Sarutobi Asuma, the host will obtain Danzo's Ninja Fragment X10. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Miao immediately grinned. Hehe, this time I can save myself a lot of trouble. With that, Zhang Miao didn't need to defeat Danzo or prove anything to him to obtain his ninja fragments. As long as he mentioned Asuma, he could get Danzo's fragments. How good was that? Thus, Zhang Miao happily sent Danzo to Konoha's hospital, and then ran to his ward at the next morning. At this time, Danzo had already woken up and was sitting by the bed drinking water. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately grinned. Haha, Master, I came to see you. By the way, I also met Asuma on the way. He said he wanted to visit you. Wah! As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Danzo spat out a mouthful of saliva, and the cup in his hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The system notification rang out in Zhang Miao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the trauma in Danzo's heart. Obtain 6-star Elite Jonin, Shimura Danzo Ninja Fragments X10. Hearing the system notification, Zhang Miao's lips curled up. Done. Chapter 169, Danzo's Helplessness. Zhang Miao's genjutsu world was very realistic. It was so real that even the old fox like Danzo could not help but indulge in it. In the end, even he forgot that the world he was in was fake. From this, it could be seen the power of this genjutsu. It could be said that as long as someone had an obsession in his heart and Zhang Miao knew his obsession, then he would definitely be affected, and there was a great possibility that it would leave a psychological trauma. This was Danzo's current situation. Although he already knew that everything just now was an illusion, when Zhang Miao mentioned Asuma's name just now, he could not help but feel a sense of anger deep in his heart. It was a feeling of betrayal. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, he stood up abruptly and walked to the window, just in time to see Asuma walking towards the hospital with a fruit basket not far away. Hiss! It really is him. Seeing this scene, the corner of Danzo's mouth twitched violently and he snorted coldly. Humph, go tell him that I don't want to see him. Also, ask him to take all the things back. Roger. Hearing Danzo's words, Zhang Miao immediately agreed and then turned to go downstairs. Danzo stood by the window and watched. He saw Zhang Miao walk out of the door of the hospital and say something to Asuma. The latter nodded and left with the fruit basket. Seeing this scene, Danzo felt a little better. When Zhang Miao returned to his ward, he nodded with a look of gratification. Ryunashuk, you did well. Looking at Danzo's smile, Zhang Miao was also laughing wildly in his heart. Ha 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 ha, if Danzo knew that the Asuma just now was my shadow clone, would he vomit blood? Of course, Zhang Miao would never say such a thing. At this moment, he deliberately pretended to be puzzled. Master, I think you don't seem to like Asuma. I think he is a good person, and he is the son of the Hokage. Do you have any problems with him? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Danzo's face suddenly twitched. You think too much. I don't dislike him. I just feel uncomfortable and want to be quiet. Seeing that Danzo was still stubborn, the corners of Zhang Miao's mouth curled up again. I was waiting for you to say this. If Danzo clearly said that he did not like Asuma and told Zhang Miao not to mention this name in front of him in the future, then Zhang Miao would probably feel a bit disappointed. But now that he wanted to be stubborn, it was exactly what Zhang Miao wanted. Therefore, in the next few days, when Zhang Miao came to the hospital to see him, he would always inadvertently mention Asuma's name, which made Danzo want to vomit blood every time. With no other choice, he could only leave the hospital in advance and go home to recuperate, but what he did not expect was that Zhang Miao, who usually did not come for half a month, was now visiting so diligently. He sent fruits, eggs, and every day. Danzo was deeply moved, constantly sighing in his heart that this disciple had not been accepted for nothing. The only drawback was that every time he visited, Zhang Miao always inadvertently slipped Asuma's name out of his mouth, making the old ninja very helpless. When did you have such a good relationship with Asuma? Why do you always mention his name? Of course, this sentence was not easy for Danzo to say, so he could only bear it. But after a month, he could not bear it anymore. He simply did not stay in his own home and went to other places to live. Danzo was a senior advisor of Konoha for more than 10 years, and he was the leader of Root, so he was not short of money, so he had several safe houses around the village. Initially, he thought that Zhang Miao would not be able to find him if he moved out. However, he soon realized that he was wrong. He had only moved out for less than a day when Zhang Miao came looking for him with fruits. Oh, master, your injuries haven't healed yet. How can you move around? Fortunately, Yuji's eyes are very keen. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to find you in a short period of time. Come, these are the fruits I just bought. It's even better than the one bought by Asuma last time. Danzo. Fuck, why the Byakugan is so helpful here. Also, can you not mention that name in front of me? If you keep mentioning that name, my injuries won't heal fast enough. Although his heart was very bitter, facing such a good disciple who cared about him so much, Danzo could only squeeze out a smile. Thank you. I'm just looking for a change of pace, so my injuries can heal faster. Oh, I understand. As soon as Danzo finished speaking, Zhang Miao immediately nodded. This is quite similar to the saying a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. I heard that people who are afraid of death are all like this. Master, are you really afraid of death? Danzo. Is it embarrassing for me to be afraid of death? Damned child, your words are so evil. Are you trying to anger me to death so that you can inherit my root? Danzo felt that this disciple was good at everything, except that his mouth was particularly poisonous. Every time he wanted to vomit blood, he had a serious look on his face, which made him unable to get angry. No, if this goes on, I'm afraid I will be angered to death by this kid before I become a Hokage. I have to find a way to divert his attention so that he won't anger me all day. Thinking of this, Danzo suddenly raised his eyebrows and then smiled at Zhang Miao. Haha, that. Ryunashuk, I remember S4 telling me that you are very interested in wood release, right? Yes. As soon as Danzo finished speaking, Zhang Miao immediately nodded. That is the first Hokage's technique. My favorite jutsu is the deep forest emergence. Master, do you know how to use it? Danzo. If I knew it, I would have been a Hokage a long time ago. Thinking of this, the corner of Danzo's mouth twitched twice again, and then he tried to squeeze out a smile at Zhang Miao. Hat. Hehe, the deep forest emergence is a relatively high-level technique, and you are not suitable to learn it right now. How about this, I will find someone to teach you some basic wood release jutsus. When you are able to learn them, I will teach you how to use the deep forest emergence. How about that? Hearing Danzo says this, Zhang Miao immediately sneered in his heart. Humph, you're lying to a child. Do you think I don't know that wood release is a bloodline limit? If I don't have it, I wouldn't be able to learn it for the rest of my life, right? What wishful thinking! Thinking of this, Zhang Miao was ready to refuse, but just as the words were about to come out of his mouth, he suddenly remembered something. I remember that in the whole Konoha, only Yamato knows wood release. If Danzo wants someone to teach me ordinary wood release, he must be referring to him. Then, can I collect his ninja fragments? After realizing this, Zhang Miao immediately smiled at Danzo. Hehe, master is still good as ever. I will definitely learn wood release jutsus. After I learn it, I will show it to you. This was what Danzo had been waiting for, so as soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, he could not help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Good, as expected of my disciple. I will be waiting for your good news. If you can't learn it, you can't come to see me. No problem, hehe. The master and disciple looked at each other and saw deep joy in each other's eyes, as well as smugness from the successful scheme. Chapter 170, Yamato is coming. For Zhang Miao, his goal was to collect Yamato's fragments, and for Danzo, his goal was to stop Zhang Miao from inciting his trauma. So the two got what they wanted. After reaching a consensus, Zhang Miao went back, and Danzo immediately asked his underlings to call Yamato and then told him earnestly. Tenzo, from today on, you will follow Ryunosuke and be responsible for teaching him wood release. But he definitely can't learn it, but you can't let him know this. Most importantly, without my consent, you can't let him come to me. Hearing Danzo's words, Yamato was puzzled, but... Danzo-sama, what's the point of doing this? Of course it has meaning. Facing Yamato's doubts, Danzo gave him a meaningful smile. All of this is for the future of Konoha. In the future, you have to treat him like I did. Go. Although Yamato still had many doubts in his heart, he still nodded after hearing Danzo's words. I understand. I will look for Ryunosuke-sama immediately. After saying that, Yamato's figure disappeared. Looking at his disappearing figure, Danzo revealed a relaxed smile. This little bastard should not come for the time being. Otherwise, if this goes on, I will be angered to death by him. If I die, will Konoha have a future? Cough, cough, cough. Yamato naturally did not know what Danzo was thinking. At this moment, he only knew that his mission was important for Konoha's future. The young ninja rushed towards Zhang Miao's residence. Yamato also had a deep impression of Zhang Miao, not only because of their previous encounter but also because Zhang Miao was too famous. Each time the name Ryunosuke was mentioned, the N-bus of the route would think of the captured Kumo ninjas. And the way they lay on the hospital bed and wailed, the N-bus who knew about the situation would feel their anus twitch. What kind of cruel move was that? Now, the Kumigakure had started to develop new ninja equipment to overcome Zhang Miao's anus-destroying technique. They were trying to reinforce their ninja's anus to withstand the 1,000 years of death. Moreover, it was said that the 4th Raikage had issued a special order. If a female ninja encountered the backdoor reaper Zhang Miao on the battlefield, they could retreat without failing the mission. From this point of view, Zhang Miao could also be considered a formidable figure. Because of all these reasons, when Yamato saw Zhang Miao, he immediately knelt down on one knee. Ryunosuke-sama, I am Tenzo. Under the orders of Lord Danzo, I am here to teach you wood release ninjutsu. As soon as Yamato finished speaking, Zhang Miao immediately received the system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Yamato's recognition and obtaining 6-star Elite Jonin, Yamato Ninja Fragment X5. Zhang Miao liked this kind of good youth who immediately gifted him their ninja fragment just after they met, so he immediately responded with a smile. Tenzo, I like you very much. From today on, you will follow me. Speaking of which, your name is too casual. How about this, I will give you a name. From today on, you will be called Yamato. Yamato. Hearing Zhang Miao give himself a new name, Yamato was stunned at first, but when he thought of what Danzo had said to him before he came, he nodded again. Okay, from today on I am Yamato. As soon as Yamato finished speaking, the system notification sounded in Zhang Miao's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 6-star Elite Jonin, Yamato Ninja Fragment X5. Because the host gave Yamato a new name and gained his recognition, the host will get extra 5 fragments next time. His efforts back then were not in vain. Hearing the system notification, the smile on Zhang Miao's face immediately became even brighter. As he smiled, he patted Yamato on the shoulder. Since there's nothing much to do today, let's go somewhere now. I just happened to ask Kakashi and the others to go fishing together. You should go too. Kakashi. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Yamato immediately blinked his big black eyes. Does Ryunosuke-sama know Kakashi? Of course, let's go. With that said, Zhang Miao directly walked out. Seeing this scene, Yamato blinked again and hurriedly followed. Because he was fishing with his friends, Zhang Miao did not let Yoshi and Yuji follow him but told them to stay at home, while he went out with Yamato. When the two arrived at the river, Kakashi was already started fishing, and Guy was also there. At this time, he was also fishing, but he was fishing upside down. Seeing Zhang Miao coming, he immediately gave a thumbs up and grinned. Ryunashuk, come with me for youthful training. At this point, his teeth flashed with white light, making the corner of Zhang Miao's eyes twitch several times. Damn it, the flashing effect of this guy's teeth is getting stronger and stronger. Zhang Miao knew that he could not pay attention to him at this time if he wanted to fish properly. So as soon as Guy finished speaking, he decisively raised his head to look at the sky. Oh, today's weather is really good. What do you think? Kakashi. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kakashi could not help but smile and immediately nodded. Yes, the weather's really good. It is very suitable for fishing. Let's catch some more. Okay. The two of them walked away as they spoke. Seeing this scene, Guy's smile froze and he quickly turned to look at Yamato who was still in place. Young man, do you want to spend your youth with me? That. Looking at his expectant gaze, as well as Zhang Miao and Kakashi who had already walked far away, Yamato hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Seeing this scene, Guy's smile immediately became incomparably brilliant. Alright, then let's go fishing and do 1000 push UPS. If we still haven't caught a fish after 1000 push UPS, or if we haven't done 1000 push UPS when we catch a fish, then we can do another 3000 squats. Haha, such is youth. Yamato. Fuck, is this person sick or something? Yamato finally understood why Zhang Miao and Kakashi chose to ignore this guy just now. This guy was hopeless. Looking at Guy who was already lying on the ground doing push UPS, Yamato's mouth twitched, and then he helplessly followed. When Guy saw Yamato lying down, he became even more excited. It's on. I won't lose against you. Wahaha. As he laughed, Guy began to do push UPS quickly. After he did dozens of push UPS, he found that Yamato was still lying on the ground with an awkward face. Seeing this, he immediately frowned. Youth cannot be neglected. Let's begin. As he spoke, Guy gently pushed Yamato, but what he did not expect was that with this push, Yamato fell to the ground with a poof sound and turned into a wooden man. A wood clone. Looking at the wood clone who fell to the ground, Guy suddenly felt as if he was struck by lightning. Chapter 171, Summoning Beasts, Part 1. Guy was actually a very good person. He was young and energetic, and his body was full of positive energy. The only extreme point was that he had too much energy. In the entire Konoha, there were very few people who could stand him, so when Zhang Miao saw Yamato emerge from the ground, he immediately grinned. I knew you would come. Hehe, come, let me introduce you again. At this point, Zhang Miao stood on tiptoe and hugged Kakashi's neck, then grinned. This is my good big brother, Kakashi. Kakashi, this is Yamato. Yamato. Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Kakashi blinked at Yamato curiously. Aren't you called Tenzo? Hearing Kakashi's words, Yamato immediately revealed a face of embarrassment. The name Tenzo was actually a name that he had obtained when he was assigned to assist Orochimaru's escape. There, he met Yukamai from the Iberi clan who mistook him for his brother Tenzo. Later, during his encounter with Kakashi, due to his determination to protect Yukamai, he told him that he was Tenzo. But now that he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He quickly lowered his head towards Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai, I am now called Yamato. Please do not call me Tenzo again. Please. Hearing his words, Kakashi immediately raised his eyebrows and nodded. Okay, but don't call me senpai. I don't belong there anymore. Just call me Kakashi. Okay. Seeing that he agreed, Kakashi raised his eyebrows again and turned to look at Zhang Miao, who was holding his neck. He is a member of Danzo's Anbu. Does it have anything to do with you? Hearing Kakashi's words, Zhang Miao immediately shrugged his shoulders. Grandpa Danzo asked him to teach me Wu release, so I agreed. When Zhang Miao said this, Kakashi was stunned at first, then nodded. Yes, wood release is very useful. Remember to tell me when you are able to learn it. No problem. Kakashi believed that Zhang Miao could learn the wood release because ever since he met Kazaki in the Wave Country, he had begun to believe that Zhang Miao was a god. Since he was a god, he was naturally omnipotent. Since he was omnipotent, he would have no problem learning the wood release. Naturally, Yamato did not know what Kakashi was thinking. When he heard the conversation between the two, he was stunned. Ryuna Shukesama does not know that wood release ninjutsu requires wood release's bloodline limit. This is very normal, but Kakashi should know, right? But why didn't he expose it? Could it be that Ryuna Shukesama actually has it? At this time, Yamato suddenly remembered the rumors circulating in the village a few months ago. He suddenly understood. Ryuna Shukesama is the son of Tsunade-sama, and Tsunade-sama is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. In other words, Ryuna Shukesama might have inherited the wood release's bloodline limit from the first Hokage. So that's how it is. No wonder Danzo-sama said emphasized that this mission is important to the village's future. I understand now. Thinking of this, Yamato immediately knelt down on one knee in front of Zhang Miao. Ryuna Shukesama, I will definitely teach you all the wood release ninjutsu I know. For the future of Konoha. Zhang Miao. What was going on with this guy? Did he got brainwashed hard by Danzo? Thinking of this, Zhang Miao sighed helplessly and waved at Yamato. Seeing Zhang Miao's action, Yamato quickly moved closer. However, just as he moved closer, Zhang Miao's two fingers poked his forehead. Sorry, Yamato, next time. Yamato. Why did it feel like he was coaxing a child? When Yamato came back to his senses, he realized that Zhang Miao and Kakashi had already run off to fish. He could only shake his head helplessly. It seems that Ryuna Shukesama has yet to realize the importance of this bloodline limit. I must slowly enlighten him. Thinking of this, Yamato walked over to Zhang Miao. At this time, Zhang Miao and Kakashi were chatting. When Yamato walked over, the two of them happened to talk about summoning beasts. When he heard this topic, he could not help but smile. Speaking of summoning beasts, Kakashi's is very powerful. It is very good in both combat and tracking. Hearing Yamato's words, Zhang Miao's eyes immediately lit up. In the past, when Zhang Miao watched the anime, he was already interested in Kakashi's ninja dogs, especially Pakun. Not only did he know how to complain like a human, but he also used the same shampoo as Sakura, which greatly shocked the girl. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao could not help but laugh. Haha, Kakashi, your ninja dogs are all famous dogs, and they can talk. Anyway, since they are not on duty, you should summon one of them. Let's call Pakun here. Hearing Zhang Miao accurately mention Pakun's name, Kakashi was stunned at first, then nodded. At the same time, he bit his finger and began to form seals. Summoning Jutsu. When Kakashi pressed his hand to the ground, a ball of white smoke suddenly exploded with a bang. When the white smoke dispersed, a dog appeared in the same place. It was the Pakun the ninja dog. After it appeared, it immediately looked up at Kakashi. Hey, Kakashi, what did you call me here for? A friend said that he wants to know you. It's him. Kakashi turned his head in Zhang Miao's direction. Hearing Kakashi's words, Pakun immediately turned to look at Zhang Miao and nodded. I know you. You are Konoha's #1 genius, Ryuna Shuk, right? If it is you, I can allow you to pinch my little palm. As he spoke, Pakun walked in front of Zhang Miao and extended his little paw. Come on, pinch it. It's soft. Zhang Miao? He really knew how to speak. Zhang Miao was originally a person who liked small animals. But because he was really poor in his previous life, he didn't have the opportunity to raise a dog. Now that he saw a little dog talking to him and even extending its little paws for him, Zhang Miao could no longer hold it in and hugged Pakun, then vigorously rubbed the dog's head. Wahaha, this is too interesting. There is actually a dog that can talk, ha 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 ha. After being fiercely rubbed by Zhang Miao, Pakun immediately looked at Kakashi with a smug face. Kakashi, look, actually, I am quite popular, am I not? Kakashi. No, this happens because you can talk. However, looking at Parker's joyful expression, Kakashi did not say anything. When Zhang Miao stopped, he raised his eyebrows at the latter. What kind of summoning beast are you planning to have in the future? Do you want a toad like the fourth? Chapter 172, Summoning Beasts, Part 2. In Kakashi's eyes, Zhang Miao, the son of Minato, would naturally choose one of the toads from Mount Myaboku, one of the 3 holy lands. But what he did not expect was that as soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Miao decisively shook his head. No, I don't like toads, especially the big-tempered ones. If I really want a summoning beast, I might as well choose a ninja dog like Pakun. At least he can be my companion when I'm bored. If it was someone else who said this, Kakashi would definitely scoff. One must know that a summoning beast was an important part of the ninja's strength. The legendary Sunin's fame had a lot to do with their respective summoning beast. A good summoning beast could not only greatly increase the strength of the ninja, but also greatly increase the survival ability of the ninja. It could be said to be extremely important. Although ninja dogs were also quite good, Kakashi felt that for Zhang Miao, it was best to make a contract with a toad from Mount Myaboku since his father also did the same before. It was like a person who could afford a Rolls-Royce but chose a Wuling instead. Which made people feel very strange. As for temper, which powerful summoning beast did not have a temper? Compared with their combat strength, enduring their antics was worth a while. Kakashi did not say this. If he said it, Zhang Miao would tell him with certainty. Indeed, he could not endure it. In fact, as early as when he was watching anime, Zhang Miao was already unhappy with the arrogant Mount Myaboku toads. Especially Gamabuntat, who always acted high and mighty like he was the boss. He had a terrible temper, but his combat strength was equally terrible. He was beaten half to death by pain with just one move. And most importantly, for Zhang Miao who had the recruitment system, the function of the summoning beast was really limited, especially after he had the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Zhang Miao did not care much about them. Kakashi was not good at persuading people, and thinking of Zhang Miao's mysterious ability, he finally nodded. Well, if it is you, you can definitely do it. But do you really intend to choose ninja dogs? Hearing Kakashi's words, before Zhang Miao could open his mouth, Pakun was unhappy. Hey, Kakashi, what's wrong with ninja dogs? We ninja dogs are not worse than those toads. At the very least, they don't have soft fleshy palms like mine. Look. They are so soft. Kakashi. Who cares about your palms? Looking at Kakashi's helpless expression, Zhang Miao could not help but burst out laughing. Haha, that's right. The toads do not have a soft fleshy palm like Pakun, and it also does not have a furry dog head like Pakun. Wahaha. Zhang Miao laughed as he rubbed Pakun's head. When Zhang Miao stopped, Pakun raised his head to look at him. Hey, Ryunashuk, if you really intend to make a contract with a ninja dog, I can introduce a distant cousin of mine to you. He is a genius among our clan and has a very noble bloodline. Hearing the dog praise another dog for its noble bloodline, Zhang Miao immediately felt strange, so he could not help but ask, what kind of bloodline is it? How is it noble? That, at this point, Pakun immediately looked left and right, and then waved his little paws at Zhang Miao. Lend me your ears. This is a secret. Looking at Pakun's strange behavior, Zhang Miao had to move his ear closer. Then he heard Pakun whisper in his ear, my distant cousin has the bloodline of an Uchiha. His existence is a miracle. Pfft! The heck? You must be exaggerating. Hearing Pakun's words, not only Zhang Miao but even Kakashi, who was at the side, could not help but roll his eyes. Ryunashuk, I advise you not to take that dog, otherwise you will regret it. It's fine. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Zhang Miao waved his hand at him. I just want to see what dog has the bloodline of an Uchiha. Pakun, go and call him over. Okay. Kakashi, you can summon me in 5 minutes. After that, Pakun immediately turned into white smoke and disappeared. After about 5 minutes, Kakashi used summoning jutsu again. Summoning jutsu. With a low shout from Kakashi, a burst of white smoke suddenly rose from the ground. When the white smoke dissipated, what came into Zhang Miao's eyes was a boss chair? Just as Zhang Miao was a little stunned, he saw the chair slowly turn around, revealing a fat, yellow and white dog. When Zhang Miao saw its first glance, he immediately recognized its identity, a corgi. At this time, this corgi had sunglasses on his face, a cigar in his mouth, and a thick gold chain around his neck. Most importantly, he was wearing a small vest with a red and white paper fan symbol on it. The symbol of Uchiha. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately covered his face. Damn, it is really a miracle that this guy can live to this day and not be killed by the Uchihas. Just as Zhang Miao was worrying about the future of this corgi, he saw it slowly open its mouth. Yesterday, when my three-headed hellhound went out to hunt, I heard a toad say that there was a genius called Ryunashuk in Konoha. I was shocked on the spot. Ha 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 ha. There is actually someone in this world who dares to call himself a genius? How dare him? Zhang Miao. Kakashi. Yamato. Fuck, is this dog sick or something? Although Zhang Miao and others were annoyed by its antics, this stupid dog obviously did not care and continued to speak. In fact, I am the real genius. When I open the Sharingan, a guy like you can only stand aside. But I can give you a chance to make a contract with me now. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. It's your loss anyway. Zhang Miao. Yes, this dog is indeed sick, and he is crazy. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately turned to look at Kakashi, remove the summoning jutsu and let this guy cool down. Roger. Kakashi agreed and prepared to remove his summoning jutsu, but before he could say anything, the corgi immediately raised his little paw. Wait, don't you want to know my name? I don't want to. At this point, Zhang Miao looked at Kakashi expressionlessly. Alright, you can remove your summoning jutsu now. Wait, even if you don't ask, I still have to say it. Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the corgi raised his little paw again. My full name is Uchiha Kaji Victor Nadano Divya Aronovsky. Because I like singing on the other side of the foggy river in the morning, I also have a poetic name, they called me the Higanbana. For the sake of this name, make a contract with me, Master. Chapter 173, Summoning Beasts, Part 3. The summoning beasts in this world were different from ordinary animals, especially the beasts that could talk. They were actually high-level intelligent beings. Other than their appearance, they were not much different from humans in other places, especially in terms of feelings and personality. It could be said that they were very similar to humans. Of course, not all of them. For example, the corgi in front of Zhang Miao. Upon hearing that Zhang Miao wanted Kakashi to undo the summoning, it immediately jumped down from the chair and ran over to hug Zhang Miao's left leg. It raised its head and looked at Zhang Miao with its watery eyes. Master, from the first time I saw you, I knew that I belonged to you, and you were the only one in my life. This is destiny. Do I have to give up on you like this? I don't want to. I don't want to. Zhang Miao. Damn, this dog must have read too many romance novels, right? Seeing that Zhang Miao did not respond for a long time, the corgi immediately gritted his teeth and took off the big gold chain around his neck, and handed it to Zhang Miao. Here, this is my precious gold chain from Sunagakur. It weighs around 400 grams. If you make a contract with me, this 224 million ryos worth of gold will be yours. Zhang Miao. Are you trying to bribe me? Looking at Kaji who was looking at him with expectant eyes, Zhang Miao sighed helplessly. Do you really want to make a contract with me that much? What exactly do you like about me? Can't I change it? No. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the corgi immediately shook his head. This is my precious opportunity to be yours. If you decide to form a contract with one of the toads from Mount Mayaboku, a useless dog like me wouldn't stand a chance. Zhang Miao. It seems that you also understand. Previously, Kaji had always been full of crap, but after finally telling the truth, Zhang Miao nodded. Well, you are right, but if you want to sign a contract with me, it depends on your performance. Tell me, what is your specialty? Kaji hesitated for a moment before turning his head to look at Zhang Miao. Roll. Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Kaji, who was in front of him, immediately rolled over and got up. Master, I'm done rolling. Can we sign a contract now? Master, you are too great. I love you. My heart already belongs to you. It will never change in this life. In my heart, there is no one who can replace you. And, Master, do you still want my gold chains? Zhang Miao. Fuck. Zhang Miao lost his temper when he met such a dog. He immediately waved at Kaji who was on the ground. Turn around first. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kaji was stunned at first, then nodded as if he suddenly realized something. Oh, I understand. Master wants to admire my beautiful buttocks, right? These beautiful buttocks are also famous in the spirit world. I usually don't let others see it, but Master, I can allow you to touch it. With that, Kaji turned around and winked at Zhang Miao. Come on, Master, but please be gentle. I'm afraid of pain. Zhang Miao. Afraid of your uncle. Looking at this dog's cheap face, Zhang Miao couldn't help but kick him. Go away. Ow. Zhang Miao's kick could be said to be very powerful, and his kick even caused the sound of air breaking. Kaji only had time to scream before he was kicked away. When Kakashi and Yamato raised their heads, they only saw a small black dot in the sky. After kicking this idiot Kaji away, Zhang Miao revealed a relaxed smile. We finally got rid of that dog. Let's continue fishing. After saying that, Zhang Miao picked up his fishing rod and sat down. However, just as he sat down, he felt a little weird on his legs, and something instantly appeared in his arms. He suddenly felt a familiar furry sensation. He immediately looked down and saw that Kaji, who had just been kicked away by him, was now lying in his arms with a satisfied face. His furry head was still rubbing against his chest. Beatings and scolding are forms of tough love. When you like it, use your foot to kick me. I didn't expect that my master would have such deep feelings for me so quickly. I am so happy. Zhang Miao. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Miao was immediately enraged. He grabbed Kaji by the neck and then threw him away again. Go away. Ow. Just like before, Kaji, who was kicked away by Zhang Miao, quickly turned into a small black dot in the air, but in less than 3 seconds, he appeared in Zhang Miao's arms again. I have a deep bond with Master. Master, I will not leave your side. Zhang Miao. Help. Just as Zhang Miao was about to go berserk, Kakashi exclaimed with his eyes wide open. Space-time ninjutsu. When Zhang Miao kicked Kaji away for the second time, Kakashi opened his Sharingan to see how this dog reappear. But the result was the same as before, Kaji appeared instantly in Zhang Miao's arms. Then there was only one possibility left: space-time ninjutsu. Only space-time ninjutsu would enable Kaji to reappear so quickly, and even the Sharingan couldn't see his movements clearly. Thinking of this, Kakashi immediately recognized that Kaji was the right choice for Zhang Miao. Ryunosuke, I suggest that you form a contract with that dog. It will help you. Hearing Kakashi's words, Zhang Miao nodded helplessly. Then let's form a contract. Now I finally understand why this guy can live to this day. Zhang Miao didn't use his full strength on the first kick, but he definitely exerted more strength on his second kick. It had to be known that the strength of Zhang Miao's kick was so great that even a tough ninja-like guy would vomit a little amount of blood after being kicked by him. But Kaji was completely fine, not even the hair on his body was messy. When Zhang Miao touched him, he snorted twice comfortably. With this kind of resistance, coupled with the space-time ninjutsu that he just showed, Zhang Miao felt that it was not easy for someone as strong as Madara to catch Kaji. If not for his weird character, it wouldn't be too difficult for Kaji to form a contract with someone else, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Miao shook his head again and then turned to look at Kakashi. Kakashi, what should I do to form a contract with a summoning beast? As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking before Kakashi could speak, Kaji, who was in his arms, immediately took out a scroll from his vest and handed it to Zhang Miao. Come on, master. Press your fingerprint on this scroll so you can become the first master of the great Uchiha Kaji, and you will also be able to summon the other members of the Higan family. The Higan family. Hearing this name, Zhang Miao blinked his eyes curiously. Then may I ask, who are the members of your Higan family? For the time being, I am the only one. As he said this, Kaji suddenly raised his head high. But I believe that after I awaken the Sharingan, our clan will definitely be at the same level as the 3 great holy lands. As for me, Uchiha Kaji Victor Nadano Divya Aronovsky, I will be a famous summoning beast that is admired by lots of ninjas. Ha ha ha. Zhang Miao. Are you really a descendant of the Uchiha? Looking at the laughing Kaji, Zhang Miao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then he opened the scroll given by him and pressed his handprint. As soon as Zhang Miao pressed his handprint, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting a wild summoning beast. The summoning beast system is now open. Chapter 174, The Cheap Dog. When the system prompted that the summoning beast system had been activated, Zhang Miao immediately blinked. System, are you planning to make me collect the fragments of the summoning beasts? I'm already busy enough. I really have no time to spare. Don't worry, host. The moment Zhang Miao finished speaking, the system's voice immediately rang out. The summoning beast system is a branch system of the ninja recruitment system. The purpose is to provide living space for the summoned beasts. Provide living space for the summoned beasts. Hearing the system, Zhang Miao seemed to have thought of something and his eyes widened. A system, do you mean a parallel world exists here? Of course. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the system immediately gave him an explanation. If it does not exist, once the beasts are recruited to become enemies with the ninjas from this world, who will they listen to? Zhang Miao. What the system said made sense. Zhang Miao was speechless. At this time, Zhang Miao suddenly thought of a problem. His eyes suddenly lit up. System, since the recruited ninjas are completely loyal to me, then are their summons also loyal to me? In that case, can I summon all the beasts contracted by the recruited ninjas? At this point, Zhang Miao suddenly became excited. Unfortunately, before he could laugh, the system immediately poured a bucket of cold water on him. The host is expecting too much. It is true that the recruited ninjas are loyal to the host, but their beasts have nothing to do with the host. All summoning beasts must be bound by a contract before they can be summoned. The host currently only has one stupid dog. Zhang Miao. Damn, that makes sense, especially the last sentence. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately looked down at Kaji in his arms and found that he was using his furry head to rub his chest. His dog face was full of enjoyment. Happiness. Zhang Miao. As expected of a stupid dog. Thinking of this, the corners of Zhang Miao's mouth twitched. System, is there another stupid dog like this in the parallel world? No. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the system immediately answered him, in that world, this stupid dog had not even awakened his space-time ninjutsu talent before he was beaten to death by the Uchihas. Zhang Miao. Well done. Looking at Kaji who was still rubbing in his arms, the corner of Zhang Miao's mouth twitched twice again. Stupid dog, I have already signed a contract with you. If I need you, I will call you. Now you can go. Master is annoying. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Kaji shook his head with an unhappy face. I am not some stupid dog. I am Uchiha Kaji Victor Nadano Divya Aronovsky. You can also call me Higanbana, or call me cutie little doggy. Suddenly, Kaji began to hum. Oh, my little cutie. Oh, the crown is for you. Oh, do you want to take it? Oh, there seems to be someone here, this little flower is for you. Come into my arms, I'll cook you some food. You need to eat and grow. Oh my! Zhang Miao. Kakashi. Yamato. Looking at the arrogant Kaji and the stunned crowd, Zhang Miao was no longer interested in fishing. He directly threw the poor dog in his arms to the ground and then turned to leave. Kaji, who was thrown to the ground, let out a cry. Seeing Zhang Miao leave, he quickly rolled over and got up. Then, he stood on his four legs and chased after him. Master, wait for me. Howl. The man and his dog soon walked far away. Seeing this scene, Kakashi immediately shrugged his shoulders at Yamato. Let's go back too. Yes. After the two of them packed up their fishing gear, they returned to the village together. At this time, Guy still worked hard to do push UPS by the river. I have to finish 3000 push UPS before they come back. If I can't finish them, I will do another 5000 squats. Only by putting in effort and sweat can I be proud of my youth. Ha 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 ha. Guy did not realize that he had been forgotten. When he was sweating, Zhang Miao had already returned to Konoha with the dog. Just as Zhang Miao entered the gate of the village, he was stopped by a person. Kid, I heard that you are Tsunade's son. Hey! Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao turned around and saw a middle-aged man. He was wearing wooden clogs and wore a forehead with the character oil written on it. His white hair hung straight down his waist, and there were 2 lines of red paint under his eyes. Seeing this person's attire and face, Zhang Miao immediately recognized his identity: Jiraiya. The apprentice of the 3rd Hokage, one of the legendary Sunin, nicknamed Toad Sage. The apprentice he taught was the 4th Hokage, Minato, the leaders of Akatsuki, Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, and the 7th Hokage, Naruto. Although Jiraiya had never been a Hokage, his achievements were not inferior to any other Hokage. And objectively speaking, just by teaching Naruto as his disciple, it was enough for him to be recorded in history books all over the world. The only regret was that he was dead, and he was killed by his own disciple. His death was tragic, which moved the hearts of countless Naruto fans. Zhang Miao was also one of them, so at this time, his eyes were full of admiration, sympathy, and regret. Looking at Zhang Miao's expression, his eyes widened. What is that look in your eyes? Are you pitying me? Of course, I am pitying you. You are so ugly. If I don't pity you, who should I pity? Hearing this, Jiraiya felt an arrow pierce through his heart. Little brat, you. Jiraiya was about to get angry at Zhang Miao, but he suddenly noticed that Zhang Miao's mouth didn't move at all, and the sound also came from the wrong direction. So he looked down and immediately found a dog with sunglasses on his face, a cigar in his mouth, and a gold necklace on his neck. When Jiraiya looked at the dog, it was also looking up at him. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you. You look like the toads from Mount Myaboku. No wonder Princess Tsunade didn't want you. You have no hope in this life. Wait for your next life. Jiraiya. Fuck, whose dog was this? As soon as Jiraiya thought of this, Zhang Miao slapped the dog on the head and shouted, You stupid dog, don't you know how to speak? When did Princess Tsunade promise to marry him in her next life? As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for cooperating with his summoning beast. The host just gave Jiraiya a huge blow. Obtain 7-star cage level, Jiraiya Ninja Fragment X10. Chapter 175, Jiraiya's Shock, Part 1. Recently, Jiraiya had been busy investigating the whereabouts of Orochimaru after his defection, and he had just returned to the village. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he returned to the village, he heard that Tsunade had a son, and after hearing this news, he felt like he was struck by lightning. How was this possible? Tsunade's lover had long gone, and this was something that Jiraiya knew, but he had died many years ago. Where did Tsunade get a son? Although Jiraiya felt that it was impossible for Tsunade to suddenly have a son, the villagers said so, which made him more suspicious. Did she get into a relationship with someone else again? Thinking of this, Jiraiya decided to ask Zhang Miao, the culprit, to see if he could figure out the truth. But what he didn't expect was that just as he opened his mouth and didn't ask anything, he was scolded by someone else's dog, and it even hurt him. Did I offend you because I'm ugly? And no matter how ugly I am, I'm still better than the toads of Mount Myaboku, right? Fuck, how could there be such an annoying dog? And his master was also outrageous, his words were too infuriating. Although Jiraiya wanted to fly into a rage, his target was a 5 or 6-year-old child. He couldn't vent his anger. Moreover, the matter was not clear yet, so he couldn't get angry. Thinking of this, the corners of Jiraiya's mouth twitched a few times, and he finally managed to hold back with a smile. Hee, kid, do you know who I am? Hearing Jiraiya's words, Zhang Miao knew that he was going to reveal his name, but Zhang Miao didn't give him the chance. I don't want to. I have no interest in ugly people. Jiraiya. Who's ugly? I'm very handsome, okay. Looking at Zhang Miao's expressionless face, Jiraiya decided not to keep him in suspense anymore. Instead, he put on a posture that he thought was the coolest. I am the legendary toad sage from Mount Myaboku, the great Jiraiya. Pleased to meet you. Originally, Jiraiya thought that after he revealed his name, he would immediately receive a look of awe from Zhang Miao, but the result disappointed him. He saw that Zhang Miao was still expressionless. After his voice disappeared, he gently raised his drooping eyelids, revealing a pair of dead fish eyes. Oh, Uncle Toad. Jiraiya. Toad. Uncle Toad? It's Toad Sage. Jiraiya really wanted to correct Zhang Miao's mistake, but in comparison, he felt that Tsunade was more important. So he could only give Zhang Miao a smile that he thought was kind. Hey, kid, are you really Tsunade's son? Why are you asking this? Hearing Jiraiya's words, Zhang Miao tilted his head and continued to look at him expressionlessly. Looking at Zhang Miao's numb expression, the corners of Jiraiya's mouth twitched again. Then he said, So what? Am I not worthy of her? No, you are. As soon as Jiraiya finished speaking, Zhang Miao immediately nodded. You. Originally, because Zhang Miao would say that he was not worthy, he instinctively wanted to refute him. When the words reached his mouth, he reacted and immediately widened his eyes. What did you say? You said that I am worthy of her. Yet. Seeing Jiraiya's surprised look, Zhang Miao immediately nodded his head, I think you are worthy of her. Hearing Zhang Miao say this again, Jiraiya suddenly felt like he was about to fly. Just as he was about to praise Zhang Miao's next words hit him at the bottom of the valley. Although you are worthy of her. But it's useless because she won't even look at you. As soon as Zhang Miao said this, Jiraiya opened his eyes wide. Why? Because you are ugly, and you are not just ugly, but really ugly. Do you think that Princess Tsunade will like an ugly man? Jiraiya. That makes sense. I am speechless. What the hell? Although I admit that I am a little perverted, how am I ugly? This was the only thing he couldn't back down. Just as Jiraiya was about to correct Zhang Miao's opinion, he found that there was no one in front of him. He turned around and found that Zhang Miao had already left with the dog. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya quickly shouted. Wait for me. With that, he strode forward with his foot in wooden clogs and chased after Zhang Miao. Although Jiraiya kept on beating around the bush along the way, Zhang Miao was like a reef on the beach. No matter how persistent Jiraiya was, he still stood firm, making him unable to withdraw. When the two walked to the door of the yakiniku, Jiraiya suddenly had an idea and smiled at Zhang Miao. Haha, little brat, do you want to eat barbecue? As long as you tell me who your father is, I will treat you to a barbecue. How about it? Hearing Jiraiya's words, Zhang Miao couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. No need, I'll treat you. I'm a regular here. After saying that, Zhang Miao directly walked in. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya was a bit stunned. In Jiraiya's impression, yakiniku was a high-class establishment in Konoha. Generally, a genin couldn't come here a few times a month. Even a jonin had to be careful. After all, high-reward tasks were not always available. Is this kid very rich? Or the place had lowered its prices? No, I have to go in and take a look. Thinking of this, Jiraiya quickly followed in. As soon as he entered, he saw the diners inside greeting Zhang Miao. Look, Ryunashuk is here. Little Ryunashuk, how many dishes are you going to eat today? Haha, I'm sure Ryunashuk-sama will eat more than yesterday. Ryunashuk-sama? Hearing everyone's words, Jiraiya was stunned. It wasn't until Zhang Miao asked the lady boss to serve the barbecue that he reacted. Is this kid not lying? Does he really come here every day? As soon as Jiraiya thought of this, he heard Zhang Miao's voice coming from the front. Hey, Uncle Toad, come, sit here. Jiraiya. It's not Uncle Toad, I'm the Toad Sage. However, with the delicious food in front of him, he felt that he should eat his fill first. After all, he hadn't had a proper meal in a long time. Thinking of this, Jiraiya walked over to Zhang Miao and sat down. Looking at the table full of meats, he nodded with satisfaction. Well, although this kid has a bad mouth, he has a good heart. He must be worried that I didn't eat enough and ordered so much food. Later, after asking about Tsunade, I can teach him some of my moves. Jiraiya's idea was good, but soon he knew that he was wrong. When he saw Zhang Miao's appetite, he was dumbfounded. The chopsticks in his hand fell to the ground. Is this kid's esophagus connected to the intestines of the big toad? Chapter 176, Jiraiya's Shock, Part 2. Zhang Miao's appetite really shocked Jiraiya. If not for because he already knew that the other party belonged to the Uzumaki clan, he would have even suspected that Zhang Miao was from the Akimichi clan. Of course, this was not important now. When he saw the barbecue plate on the table decrease at high speed, he knew that if he didn't make a move, he would probably have to lick the plate later. Thinking of this, he quickly picked up the chopsticks that fell to the ground and joined the feast. Half an hour later, Zhang Miao sent the last piece of barbecue into his mouth and then raised his chin at Jiraiya. Let's go. After saying that, Zhang Miao stood up and wiped his mouth. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya suddenly opened his eyes wide and cursed in his heart. Damn, this kid definitely doesn't have money. Looks like I have to pay for this meal. Thinking of this, Jiraiya looked at the mountain of empty plates on the table and touched his withered purse. A bitter smile appeared on his face. 20,000 is definitely not enough to pay for this meal. This is going to be troublesome. Jiraiya also had a bad habit. He had spent all his money on women, so his purse had always been empty. Do I really have to eat without paying? If the third finds out, I will be in big trouble. Sigh. Just as Jiraiya didn't know what to do, the voices of Zhang Miao and the lady boss reached his ears. Lady boss, the money for this meal will be deducted from my account. Okay, Ryan shook, you still have 1,870,000 ryos left. Thank you for your patronage. Hearing the words of the two, Jiraiya opened his eyes wide again, another 1,870,000? This kid is so rich. Is he really Tsunade's son? In Jiraiya's impression, as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Tsunade was always been rich. Although she would lose every time she gamble, she could always bring out a steady flow of money. On the other hand, Zhang Miao directly gave the lady boss a deposit of more than 1 million. The bill would be deducted from his deposit every time he ate at the restaurant. This kind of squandering behavior was exactly the same as Tsunade. No, I must find out the background of this kid. Thinking of this, Jiraiya immediately stood up and followed him out. After coming out of the Yakiniku-kyu, Zhang Miao went to the bathhouse in Konoha. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile. He came to soak in the hot spring after eating. This kid really knows how to enjoy himself. However, what Jiraiya didn't expect was that after Zhang Miao entered the bathroom, he didn't go to the male bath on the left. Instead, he went directly to the female bath. While walking, he waved to Jiraiya. Seeing Zhang Miao's action, Jiraiya's eyes lit up. Hey, this kid really suits my taste. Thinking of this, Jiraiya immediately followed him with a sly smile. Soon, the two of them squatted at the window of the girl's bath and looked inside with a sly smile. Hehe, it's really good. Yes, it's really good. Just as they were happily watching, a woman's scream suddenly sounded from the bathroom, apparently discovering them. Shit! When this scream rang out, Jiraiya was shocked, and Zhang Miao reacted faster than him. With a bang, he turned into a hunched old lady, holding a wooden basin and a wooden stick. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya was shocked. What are you going to do with that wooden? Ouch! Before he finished talking, Zhang Miao, who had turned into an old lady, swung the wooden stick to his head, then shouted at him. There's a pervert! Quickly catch him! As Zhang Miao shouted, he waved the wooden stick in his hand towards Jiraiya, making him unable to flee. Hey, what are you doing? Ouch, are you serious? Ouch! Saying that, Jiraiya found an opportunity to push Zhang Miao, and Zhang Miao fell down, shouting. Kya! This pervert is going to make his way on me. Jiraiya! Fuck, if I am a pervert, what are you? At this time, many women who were dressed also came out. Seeing this scene, they immediately rushed over to protect Zhang Miao and then shouted at Jiraiya. There is a pervert, Granny Chizuru, let us help you. Granny, be careful of that pervert. Pervert, if you dare to touch Granny Chizuru, we will beat you to death. Granny Chizuru? Looking at Zhang Miao, who was being protected by the girls, the corners of Jiraiya's mouth twitched, and his face was full of shock. Damn it, now that is the highest level of peeping. Although he was very shocked, hearing the noise around him, he immediately understood that if he did not run, he would be recognized by others. So he immediately jumped up to the top of the room and disappeared from everyone's sight in a few leaps. Seeing the culprit run away, the girls comforted Zhang Miao and even prepared to send Zhang Miao to Konoha's hospital, but they were all rejected by Zhang Miao. After everyone left, Zhang Miao found a place to remove the transformation jutsu and returned to his residence. As soon as he arrived at the door, Jiraiya's voice sounded in his ear. Hehe, kid, you're pretty good. I think highly of you. If you tell me who your father is, I can teach you very powerful ninjutsu. Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao turned around and saw Jiraiya coming out from behind the big tree in the yard. Seeing this, Zhang Miao raised his eyebrows. I've been learning wood release ninjutsu recently. Do you know how to use them? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Jiraiya was dumbfounded. Wood release? Do you mean the first Hokage's wood release? It must be known that the wood release was not ordinary ninjutsu. It needed the appropriate bloodline limit. Now that Zhang Miao said he was learning it, Jiraiya was stunned. You said you are learning wood release? Then let me see you use them. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Zhang Miao immediately rolled his eyes at him. Wood release is so difficult, it can't be learned all at once. It will take at least 3 months. Zhang Miao calculated that Yamato was an elite jonin. To recruit him, he needed 800 ninja fragments. At this rate, it would take 3 months to collect all of them, so Zhang Miao improvised. Of course, Jiraiya didn't know what Zhang Miao was thinking. He only thought that Zhang Miao was whimsical, so he shrugged his shoulders. Well, what else do you want to learn other than wood release? Well, hearing this question, Zhang Miao tilted his head and thought for a while, then looked up at Jiraiya. Actually, I'm very strong. I think I don't have to learn any other ninjutsu except the wood release. Jiraiya. Damn, where did this child's confidence come from? No, I have to let him understand that there is always someone better than him. Thinking of this, Jiraiya smiled at Zhang Miao and patted his chest. Since you said that you are very strong, then how about this? Come here and punch me. Hit me hard. Chapter 177, Jiraiya's Shock, Part 3. Whether it was before or after the transmigration, this was the first time Zhang Miao heard someone asking him to hit them, so when he heard Jiraiya's words, he blinked his eyes. Uncle Toad, are you sure you want me to punch you? Hearing the name Uncle Toad, the corners of Jiraiya's mouth twitched again, but he still nodded firmly. Yes. If you can knock me down or injure me, then I will admit that you don't need to learn other ninjutsu. If you can't, you have to tell me who your father is and where Tsunade is now. Zhang Miao. Fuck, this guy is really persistent. Looking at Jiraiya's determined look, two options suddenly appeared in Zhang Miao's mind. First, he showed mercy, but the result was that for a long time in the future, he would be consistently pestered by Jiraiya. Once the old ninja found out that he was not Tsunade's son, the news would spread throughout the village very soon. At that time, he would have no chance to get more than 1,000 ordinary ninja fragments every day. Second, give him a punch and send him to Konoha's hospital. With Jiraiya's fighting ability, he would be fine after staying in the hospital for at most 10 days or half a month. Moreover, he could visit him every day to collect his ninja fragments. After weighing the pros and cons of the two choices, Zhang Miao immediately had a plan in his heart. He immediately raised his eyebrows at Jiraiya, then so be it. I will show you my strength. Come at me. You sure? Seeing that Zhang Miao did not make a move, a trace of impatience flashed across Jiraiya's face. Cut the crap. I told you to hit me. Why aren't you? Ugh. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Miao's fist hit his chest. The powerful force instantly pushed him back, and a cracking sound came from his chest. At the same time, the huge force from Zhang Miao's fist made him temporarily break away from gravity. Like a cannonball that was shot out of the barrel, he instantly flew out and crashed into the wall more than 20 meters away. Crash! When Jiraiya's body hit the wall instantly collapsed. When the wall collapsed, a thick cloud of smoke began to appear. But when the smoke and dust dispersed, Zhang Miao didn't see Jiraiya's body, not even a scream. This time, Zhang Miao was a little anxious. He quickly ran over and saw Jiraiya lying on the ground, half of his body buried by the bricks and tiles. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and quickly shouted at Jiraiya. Hey, Uncle Toad, are you dead? At this time, of course, Jiraiya was not dead, but he soon would be. At this moment, his sternum had been completely broken by Zhang Miao, and some of the bones had pierced his lungs. Besides the lungs, his other organs were also greatly injured. When Zhang Miao's voice sounded in his ear, he began to feel difficult to breathe. Although he still had some consciousness, he could not speak. He could not even open his eyes. Am I going to die? At this moment, Jiraiya suddenly felt very sad. After all, he had even survived the Third War and obtained the title of Legendary Sunin. But now, he was killed by a 5 or 6-year-old child. This death was too tragic. And the most important thing was he did it to himself. This made Jiraiya feel very wrong. This should be what people often say about seeking death, right? In the future, when everyone talks about me, they will remember me as an idiot, right? Thinking of this, Jiraiya felt despair. Unfortunately, I haven't figured out whether that guy is Tsunade's son, but the strength of this fist is very similar to Tsunade's. Just as Jiraiya thought of this, Zhang Miao's voice with a hint of doubt rang in his ears again. Damn it, I remember that this guy should be very resistant to beating. He was fine even after Tsunade beat him for peeking at her in the bath. He wouldn't die by just one punch, right? Jiraiya. He even knew that? Was he really Tsunade's son? At this moment, Jiraiya instantly imagined the scene when Tsunade taught Zhang Miao. Son, you have to be careful of a person called Jiraiya. He once had 4 ribs broken because he peeked at me bathing. Thinking of this, Jiraiya suddenly understood. It seems that this child should be Tsunade's son. Knowing this, I have no regrets, probably. When Jiraiya's consciousness gradually blurred, Zhang Miao also realized what he had neglected. That was the strength of his fist, and Tsunade was completely different. Although both punches were enhanced with monstrous strength, Tsunade's was just a simple punch. Although the powerful force would cause some internal injuries to the enemy, it would mainly cause external injuries. But Zhang Miao's punch was completely different. Ever since he recruited the Hyugas, Zhang Miao had obtained the specialty of shock strike. When his fist hit the enemy, not only would it cause serious injuries to the enemy, but it would also cause fatal damage to the enemy's internal organs. In other words, Jiraiya could survive after being hit by Tsunade's punch, but if he was hit by Zhang Miao's punch, was unknown if he could survive. After realizing this, Zhang Miao immediately became anxious. This is bad, this is bad. This is bad. If Jiraiya dies in my hands, the plot will be completely rewritten. Zhang Miao was very clear that Jiraiya was an important figure in the Naruto world, and he was also one of the people who had the deepest influence on Naruto. Without his guidance and influence, it would be unknown whether Naruto could reach the same height in the future. Just based on this point, Zhang Miao could not let him die in his own hands. No, with his current situation, he must be treated immediately, otherwise, it will be dangerous, but I can't move him casually, otherwise, he will die before we get to the hospital. It seems that I can only call a medical ninja, but what if he can't wait? At this time, Zhang Miao was so anxious that he was like an ant on a hot pot, not knowing what to do. Cold sweat instantly dripped down his forehead. Damn, I don't know any medical ninjutsu either. If I had known earlier, I would have recruited a medical ninja. Recruiting a medical ninja. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly thought of something. He immediately took out a large pile of ninja fragments from the system space and spread them on the ground. Then he took out his kunao to slit his fingers and began to quickly form seals. Summoning Jutsu. Chapter 178, Recruiting no Hara Rin. It was not the first time Zhang Miao used summoning jutsu, so he was naturally very skilled. When he pressed his hand to the ground, black runes instantly appeared on his palm and spread out in a radial shape. When these black runes covered all the ninja fragments, there was a bang sound and a burst of white smoke rose from the spot. After the white smoke dissipated, a girl about 13 years old appeared in front of Zhang Miao. This young girl had grayish-brown hair and a pair of bright big eyes. There were 2 slanted purple stripes on the sides of her face. After seeing Zhang Miao, she immediately knelt down on one knee. Responded to the master's call. Thank you for giving me a chance to regain my life. At this point, she immediately raised her head and revealed a sweet smile to Zhang Miao. Master, please take care of me in the future. As soon as she finished speaking, the system notification rang out in Zhang Miao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting the special version of the 3-star Chunin, no Hara Rin, and obtaining her chakra reserve. Because Rin is a medical ninja, the host has gained a specialty medical expertise. When the host uses medical ninjutsu, the effect will be doubled. She came at the right time. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Miao was immediately refreshed. I'm really lucky. There should be no problem this time. System, quickly help me open Rin's list of specialties. Yes, opening the list for the host. Following the system notification, a list of Rin's specialties appeared in front of Zhang Miao. Option 1. Medical ninjutsu, a type of ninjutsu that can save the dead and heal the wounded, including healing, blood stopping, mystical palm, and cellular extraction jutsu. Note: healing, concentrate the chakra in the palm to treat the wounded. Slow and average healing effect. Blood stopping, for emergency situations such as severe blood loss. The healing effect is average, but the process is faster. Mystical palm, the advancement of healing technique, fast and excellent healing effect. Cellular extraction jutsu, requires delicate skills. Option 2. Sharingan transplantation specialist, when performing the transplantation surgery, the success rate will be raised by 100%. Moreover, the transplanted Sharingan can be completely compatible with the user. Note: we are professional surgeons. Option: Pet Smiley, pure smile, giving you the purest and most genuine smile. Note: strongly recommended for the host to choose. Zhang Miao. Fuck, my smile is already very pure, okay. After seeing the third option, Zhang Miao couldn't help but roll his eyes, and then directly tapped his hand on the first option. The moment his finger touched it, the system's prompt immediately echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning healing, blood stopping, mystical palm, and cellular extraction jutsu. When the system's notification sounded out, a lot of medical knowledge appeared in Zhang Miao's mind. Feeling that something had appeared in his brain, Zhang Miao grinned and nodded to Rin in front of him. Rin, come and help me. Yes. After learning medical ninjutsu, Zhang Miao and Rin immediately devoted themselves to treating Jiraiya. Jiraiya was also injured by Zhang Miao's monstrous strength fist. Not only were his bones broken, but his internal organs were also bleeding. In order to confirm his situation, Zhang Miao immediately concentrated his chakra on his forehead. Byakugan. As Zhang Miao shouted, the veins around his forehead suddenly bulged, and the Byakugan in the middle of his forehead suddenly opened. Thanks to the Byakugan's ability, he could see Jiraiya's chakra circulation clearly, and after Zhang Miao glanced at it, he used his palm to heal Jiraiya while speaking to Rin. Rin, his liver and spleen are bleeding, stop the bleeding immediately. Yes. The two worked together, and with timely treatment, they finally controlled Jiraiya's injury. After confirming that Jiraiya was temporarily out of danger, Zhang Miao closed the Byakugan on his forehead and wiped the sweat off. Fortunately, I acted in time and saved his life. Otherwise, it would be big trouble. At this point, Zhang Miao immediately turned to look at Rin beside him. Then he frowned and thought to himself, I recruited her just in case. But it would be troublesome if she was seen. It was currently the 58th year of Konoha, around 3 years after the time of Rin's death. There were probably still many people in the village who remembered her. If she was recognized, Zhang Miao felt that there would be a big mess. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao took out his Anbu mask from the system space and handed it to Rin. Put this on. Yes, master. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Rin immediately took the Anbu mask and put it on her face with a smile. Hehe, I didn't expect that I would be able to wear the mask of the Anbu one day. As she spoke, she turned around in a circle and moved closer to Zhang Miao. Master, does it look good on me? Zhang Miao. What's so good about a weird animal mask? Although Zhang Miao really wanted to say this, he could only nod when he saw Rin's happy expression. Yes, you look good, but you shouldn't call me master in the future. Just call me boss. As for your name, forget it, I'll just call you Rin. You're the only one anyway. Hehe, yes, boss. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Rin smiled even more brightly. Seeing her smile like a flower, Zhang Miao couldn't help but reveal a smile. In fact, in the beginning, Zhang Miao planned to recruit Rin to take revenge on Obito. He even thought of ordering her to kill Obito. But after he recruited her just now, he changed her mind. It wasn't because he didn't hate Obito anymore, but after seeing his genuine smile, he couldn't burden his heart more. Rin's smile really has an inspiring power. If she was alive, Obito wouldn't have fallen into darkness. Forget it, there are many ways to take revenge on Obito. Why should I depend on a little girl? Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly felt a lot more relaxed, and then nodded to Rin again. Rin, come with me. Yes, boss. After Zhang Miao took Rin back to his house, he handed her to Yoji and asked him to take her to the land of waves. Naturally, Yoji would comply perfectly, so as soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, he immediately took Rin to the land of waves. After Yoji left, Zhang Miao turned his head to Yuji. Let's go, help me send a seriously injured person to Konoha's hospital. Yes, boss. Chapter 179, Recruiting Yamato. By the time Jiraiya woke up, it was already the evening of the next day. He had just opened his eyes when he heard a surprised voice, Great! Jiraiya-san is awake. Quickly go and report to the Hokage. Yes, I'll go now. Then, there was the sound of rushing. Hearing this sound, Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, then blinked. I'm not dead yet. Yes. As soon as Jiraiya finished speaking, the medical ninja beside him nodded. Jiraiya-san was injured by a meteorite and sent to Konoha's hospital. It's fine now. Injured by a meteorite? Hearing this, Jiraiya was stunned. Who told you that I was injured by a meteorite? It's Ryunosuke. Jiraiya. Fuck, how he could think of such an excuse. However, compared to saying that he was beaten half to death by a child, being injured by a meteorite was much more respectable, so he could only nod and sigh. Ah, yes, that was a really powerful meteorite. As soon as Jiraiya finished speaking, a familiar voice came from outside the door, Uncle Toad, I'm here to see you. Hearing this voice, Jiraiya looked out the door and saw Zhang Miao walking in with a bouquet of flowers in his left hand and a fruit basket in his right hand. After entering, Zhang Miao put the bouquet and fruit basket on the table next to the bed and then raised his chin at Jiraiya. Uncle Toad, how does it feel to be alive? Jiraiya. Damn, are you here to comfort me or to anger me? Thinking of this, Jiraiya couldn't help but twitch his mouth twice, then waved his hand at the medical ninja. Seeing his action, the medical ninja immediately nodded, then turned and left. After leaving, he closed the door. At this time, Jiraiya looked at Zhang Miao again with a complicated look in his eyes. Is your mother okay? Hearing Jiraiya's words, Zhang Miao knew what he was thinking, so he shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't know what you are talking about. Zhang Miao had always adopted an indifferent attitude. This time, it was the same. After hearing his words, Jiraiya nodded with a complicated look on his face. All right, I understand. I won't ask this question anymore. After all, I don't have any right to ask such a question, hehe. Although Jiraiya looked like he was laughing, the bitterness in his laughter made Zhang Miao frown. After hesitating for a moment, he opened his mouth again. Tsunade is still the same, often gambling money and losing them. People give her the nickname Legendary Sucker. If you go to her now, she would use you to repay the debt. Legendary Sucker? Ha 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 ha, ugh. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Jiraiya laughed out loud, accidentally hurting his wound and grimacing in pain, but from the expression on his face, it could be seen that he was really happy. It was unknown whether he was laughing because of Tsunade's weird nickname, or because he knew that Tsunade was doing well, or both. Looking at his happy appearance, Zhang Miao also revealed a smile. Take a good rest. I'll come to see you tomorrow. All right, I'm leaving. After saying that, Zhang Miao waved at Jiraiya and left his ward. The moment Zhang Miao walked out of the ward, the system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining Jiraiya's favor. Obtain 7-star cage level, Jiraiya Ninja Fragment X10. Hearing this notification, Zhang Miao's mouth suddenly revealed a smile. He really is a good person. Zhang Miao felt that if there was a chance in the future, he might be able to match Tsunade and Jiraiya, but that was a matter for another day. It was more important to collect the ninja fragments now. After coming out of Konoha's hospital, Zhang Miao immediately went to Root's underground base and began to learn wood-release ninjutsu from Yamato. Of course, although it was called learning, in fact, Yamato was desperately demonstrating wood-release ninjutsu, while Zhang Miao was holding his hands and enjoying it. When Yamato began to pant, the system's notification rang in Zhang Miao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 6-star Elite Jonin, Yamato Ninja Fragments X10. When this notification rang out, Zhang Miao waved his hand at Yamato. Alright, that's all for today. I'm going back. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Yamato immediately blinked his eyes. About that. Ryuna Shuk-sama, don't you want to give it a try? No need. As soon as Yamato finished speaking, Zhang Miao immediately shook his head. I will naturally learn it when I need to learn it. Alright, you should go back and eat too. After saying that, Zhang Miao turned around and left, leaving Yamato standing in the same place in a daze. You will naturally learn it when you need to learn it. Is that even possible? If it was an ordinary teacher, then in a few days, this teacher would definitely lose his motivation, but Yamato was different. Although he could not understand what Zhang Miao was doing, the years he spent as a member of the Root made him determined to complete every task that Danzo had given him. As long as Zhang Miao came, he would seriously release every wood-release ninjutsu. Only when Zhang Miao said to stop would he choose to stop. Day after day, month after month. Yamato recognized his true attitude, which also made the process of collecting the ninja fragments very smooth. Originally, it would take at least 3 months to gather enough fragments, but it only took 80 days. On the night after collecting enough of Yamato's fragments, Zhang Miao could not wait to start recruiting in his room. Summoning Jutsu. When Zhang Miao's summoning Jutsu finished, a burst of white smoke suddenly rose in the room. When the white smoke dissipated, the youthful Yamato appeared in front of Zhang Miao and knelt down on one knee. Master, the wood-release ninja Yamato answered your call and is willing to give up all his loyalty and life. Just as his voice fell, the system notification rang out in Zhang Miao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting a 6-star elite jonin, Yamato, and obtaining his chakra reserve. Because Yamato belongs to the construction specialized ninja, the host has gained a specialty building knowledge. When this notification rang out, Zhang Miao's brain suddenly had a lot more knowledge of building houses, making him somewhat at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Damn it, it seems that Yamato is indeed an expert in building houses. Recruiting him is the right choice. System, help me open up his specialties. Yes, the system will now open the specialty list of Yamato for the host. Following the system notification sound, Yamato's specialty list immediately appeared in front of Zhang Miao. Option 1. Bloodline Limit would release, a special nature transformation that combines water and earth chakra nature transformation. Has the power to tear the earth. Note, it comes from Hashirama's cells, but because it lacks the genes and blood of the Senju clan, its power is only 20% of Hashirama's true power. Option 2. Tenacious Life Force, the rate of surviving Hashirama's cell transplantation surgery is greatly increased. Note, I was born for the wood release. Option, Pet Smiley, Dead Stare, gaze at others with your dead eyes. Note, stare. After reading these 3 options, Zhang Miao couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The first Hokage's bloodline limit is really amazing. With only 20% of its true power, it is able to elevate Yamato to the 6-star elite jonin level. What else is there to talk about? This is the one I choose. Chapter 180, Severe Warning. When Zhang Miao chose the wood release specialty, more knowledge about wood release ninjutsus appeared in his mind. When he felt the extra things appearing in his brain, the corners of Zhang Miao's mouth immediately curled up slightly. Although the power is a bit lacking, it is better than nothing. Not bad. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Yamato who was kneeling on one knee on the ground and then nodded. Starting from today, your name will be Deki, in the future, call me boss. Thank you for your name, boss. I will go through flames and see for you. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Yamato, who had been given a new name, nodded vigorously. Ha 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 ha. Hearing his words, Zhang Miao immediately laughed happily. There's no need to go through flames and see. I'm in need of a house. Hurry up and go to the land of waves. Someone will teach you how to do it when the time comes. Work hard. Deki. Damn it, are you trying to make me into a construction worker because of my wood release? Although he felt that he had been used, since Zhang Miao had said so, Deki could only nod. Understood. I will go to the land of waves now. After saying that, Deki took advantage of the night to set off. Deki knew the way to enter and exit Konoha's barrier, and he was a stealth-type ninja himself, so Zhang Miao was not worried that he would be caught halfway. Standing at the door and watching Deki disappear into the distance, Zhang Miao suddenly smacked his lips, tisk tisk. It's really convenient to recruit ninjas from Konoha's Anbu. Well, I'd better sleep. With that, Zhang Miao yawned and went back to sleep. The next morning, when Zhang Miao woke up and opened the door, he saw Yamato waiting at the door. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately smiled. Yo, Yamato, morning. Over the past 2 months, Yamato would come every morning to pick up Zhang Miao for wood release lessons. This time, it was the same. Seeing Zhang Miao come out, he immediately lowered his head. Good morning, Ryuna Shuk-sama. I'm here to pick you up. Haha. Just as Yamato finished speaking, Zhang Miao immediately shook his head with a smile. I won't go today. Now that Zhang Miao has already recruited Deki and learned the art of wood release, he naturally does not need to go to the underground base anymore. However, Yamato does not know this. After hearing Zhang Miao's words, he immediately widened his eyes. Not going anymore? Could it be that Ryuna Shuk-sama has already given up learning the art of wood release? Looking at his surprised and disappointed expression, Zhang Miao immediately shook his head with a smile. It is not giving up, but there is no need. Watch carefully. At this point, Zhang Miao suddenly clasped his hands together and shouted loudly. Ha! With a loud shout, the ground suddenly trembled. When Yamato lowered his head, he saw that many cracks had already appeared on the ground. This is... Before Yamato could come back to his senses, he saw a huge wooden stake under Zhang Miao's feet suddenly appear and then continue to rise up, quickly exceeding the height of the house. Seeing this scene, Yamato immediately widened his eyes and opened his mouth wide. This is a wood-release ninjutsu. At this time, Zhang Miao also stopped. He stood on the wooden stake and looked down at the shocked Yamato below. Then he grinned. How is it? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Yamato finally reacted and then nodded with sincerity. I spent nearly 5 years reaching this level. I didn't expect that you only need less than 3 months to proficiently use wood release. Truly worthy of being a genius who inherited the first Hokage's bloodline. Inheriting the first Hokage's bloodline? Hearing Yamato's words, a strange look flashed across Zhang Miao's face, but then he grinned again. Hehe, let's not talk about the rest. It's time to show the results of my studies to the master. Let's go. With that, Zhang Miao disappeared from the wooden stake with a flash. Seeing this scene, Yamato widened his eyes again. Danzo-sama said that without his permission, we can't let Ryuna Shuk-sama to find him. Damn it. Thinking of this, Yamato hurriedly shouted in the direction where Zhang Miao had left. Ryuna Shuk-sama, please wait a moment. Of course, Zhang Miao could not wait. Not only did he not wait, he even increased his speed a lot and arrived at Danzo's residence in no time. Looking at the house that was close to him, Zhang Miao did not lower his speed. Instead, he rushed straight over and kicked the door of Danzo's house. Master, your little fairy is here. Puff, cough, 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 cough. Fuck, what kind of little fairy would kick the door to enter the room? This is clearly a little devil. Looking at the door that was kicked open, the corners of Danzo's mouth and eyes suddenly twitched violently. Didn't you go with Tenzo to learn wood release? How did you learn it? As soon as Danzo finished speaking, Zhang Miao immediately nodded. Yes, I have learned it. Since you haven't learned it. According to Danzo's idea, as long as Zhang Miao answered that he hadn't learned it, he could take the opportunity to send Zhang Miao away, but when he was halfway through his words, he realized that Zhang Miao had learned how to use the wood release. That was a wood release ninjutsu, how could he have learned it? Thus, when he heard Zhang Miao's words, his eyes widened in disbelief. Did you learn it? You said you have learned the wood release. Yes. Looking at Danzo's shocked expression, Zhang Miao immediately nodded and then extended a hand toward Danzo. Master, stretch your head over and look at my hand. I will demonstrate my wood release for you. Although he didn't know why Zhang Miao wanted him to extend his head, in order to confirm whether he really knew how to use wood release, Danzo still extended his head and carefully looked at his palm. Seeing Danzo lowering his head, Zhang Miao immediately concentrated wood release chakra in his palm. Soon, a grey wooden stick grew out of his palm. Seeing this scene, Danzo couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Hiss! This is the wood release. Before he could finish speaking, he heard Zhang Miao shout, "Watch out!" Hearing this shout, Danzo was stunned, but before he could react, he felt a big stick just hit his head, making him see stars. Feeling the pain coming from his head, Danzo couldn't help but shout at Zhang Miao, "What are you doing?" Looking at the angry Danzo, Zhang Miao, who was holding a wooden stick in his hand, revealed an innocent expression. Master, I am demonstrating my wood release to you. This move of mine is called wood release severe warning. How is it? Is it powerful? Chapter 181, Looks like a fairy. Although he was hit in the head, Danzo did not scold Zhang because of this. On the contrary, he looked pleased. As Konoha's senior advisor, Danzo knew very well that Zhang was the son of the fourth Hokage, not the son of Tsunade as the rumors said. And even if he was Tsunade's son, would he be able to use the wood release? That might not be the case. When Konoha was first established, the Senju clan was famous for its strong vitality and huge chakra reserve. They were known as the clan with 1,000 skills, and were also among the top clans of Konoha. However, only the first Hokage Senju Hashirama had the wood release. After his death, let alone having the wood release, the other Senju clansmen didn't even have the same amount of chakra or vitality as Hashirama. After the second Hokage Senju Tobirama died, the Senju clan that did not produce any outstanding talents gradually declined. At this time, everyone understood that Senju Hashirama was able to use the wood release not because he was born in the Senju clan, but because he was Senju Hashirama. He was the god of shinobi with the body of an immortal. Just like that, the tale about Hashirama and his wood release was passed down through generations like a myth. This situation continued until Orochimaru appeared. In the Third War, Orochimaru, who had witnessed too many deaths, had the idea of eternal life, so he turned his attention to the god of shinobi himself. Danzo was also a person who coveted Senju Hashirama's power, so the two of them clicked together and began to study and experiment on Hashirama's corpse. However, after some research, they regretfully discovered that the Hashirama's cells were very overbearing. Once transplanted, they would have a very serious rejection reaction to the experimental subject, causing the death of the subject. After failing too many times, the two could only choose a relatively safe method, which was to dilute the cells into the solution and conduct a fusion experiment on the children who were in their rapid growth period. Orochimaru found a total of 60 children and had them ingest the cell-containing solution. He planned to use this method to make them inherit Hashirama's bloodline limit, but the result was very unsatisfactory. Among the 60 children, 59 of them died one after another. Although the remaining ones survived and inherited Hashirama's cells and abilities, whether it was chakra or self-healing ability, they were far inferior to Hashirama. What Orochimaru wanted was a body that could live forever. Such an experiment was of course a failure, so he abandoned this failed product without any reluctance, and then looked for another way for eternal life. And this failed product was Yamato. Unlike Orochimaru, Danzo's goal was not eternal life, but to become a great ninja that surpassed the previous Hokages, so he brought Yamato back from Orochimaru's abandoned laboratory and carefully taught him many wood-release ninjutsu left by the first Hokage. Danzo believed that when he became Hokage in the future, Yamato, this child who knew how to use wood release, would definitely be of great use. The only regret was that Yamato's wood release was too weak, and his chakra was also very limited. He became immediately exhausted after using a few wood release ninjutsu due to the lack of chakra. His chakra reserve were completely incomparable to Hashirama, whose chakra reserve was comparable to a tailed beast. If the first Hokage was a towering tree, then Yamato could only be regarded as a little sapling with a bad development. At this time, a special child appeared in Danzo's sight. This child was Zhang Miao. Danzo had always been interested in Zhang Miao, who was carefully protected by Hiruzen, but unfortunately, he had never found a chance to make a move. As his understanding of Zhang Miao deepened, Danzo became more and more certain that Zhang Miao was a rare talent. That was why he was willing to give up his power as a senior advisor and pull Zhang Miao to his side to nurture him. The goal was to make Zhang Miao his trump card. Zhang Miao did not disappoint him. Danzo was really satisfied by his learning ability and his talent in ninjutsu. Now that Zhang Miao had used a wood-release ninjutsu in front of him, Danzo suddenly thought of a possibility: the body of an immortal. It must be known that Zhang Miao was born in the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumakis are Senju's distant relatives, and they were also famous for their powerful vitality and huge chakra reserve. In theory, since the Senju clan could give birth to Hashirama, then the Uzumaki clan could naturally produce another ninja with the body of an immortal. Zhang Miao had a huge amount of chakra at a young age, and his growth was far faster than ordinary children, especially his IQ, which was difficult for many adults to compare with. Now he even learned the wood release, and all of this showed that Zhang Miao was the second person to have the body of an immortal. In Danzo's view, although Zhang Miao is now a small tree, in time, he will definitely grow into a towering tree like the first Hokage. I can use his power to climb to the top of Konoha. At that time, who can stop me from becoming the Hokage? Thinking of this, Danzo pleasingly looked at Zhang Miao. Even the place where Zhang Miao hit on his head became numb as if there were a few little insects crawling on it. Zhang Miao didn't know what Danzo was thinking. After seeing him get hit by his stick, he suddenly frowned with a look of enjoyment. Has Danzo been beaten silly by me? This is a rare opportunity. Why don't I give him another one? Thinking of this, Zhang Miao shook the wooden stick in his hand and waved it to Danzo. Master, lower your head. I have something good for you to see. Danzo. Fuck, do you think I am stupid? Looking at Zhang Miao's eager expression, Danzo suddenly realized that his disciple was not only a genius but also a little devil. If he was not careful, he would be at a disadvantage. And after such a long time of interaction, Danzo already understood that Zhang Miao was different from the children he had brought to the route before. It was impossible to win his favor just by praising him. He had to rely on practical benefits. Thinking of this, the corner of Danzo's mouth twitched twice, and then he showed a forced smile to Zhang Miao. Ryuna shook, Master is very satisfied with the results of your cultivation. Tell me what reward you want, and I will definitely satisfy you. Really? As soon as Danzo finished speaking, Zhang Miao's eyes lit up. Anything. Looking at Zhang Miao's excited appearance, a smile immediately appeared on Danzou's face. At the same time, he thought to himself, just a little benefit is enough. As expected, you are just a child. Thinking of this, Danzou immediately nodded with a kind face. Yes, as long as you like it, I can find it for you. Tell me, what do you want? Tisk. Actually, I don't have many requests. Hearing Danzou's words, Zhang Miao smacked his lips and then touched his chin. I like money and pretty girls the most. As for money, just give me a few million silver bills as pocket money. If it's not enough, I'll ask for more. As for pretty girls. Not too old, but not too young. Maybe around 17 or 18 years old. I don't mind if they are some ordinary villagers, you can give me. Hey, master, don't leave just yet. Are you going to give me the money or the girls first? Hey! Master, please say something. Chapter 182, Big Bonsai. After hearing Zhang Miao's request, Danzou suddenly had a feeling of wanting to die. Although he already knew that Zhang Miao was not the kind of child that could be dealt with just a simple gift, he never thought that Zhang Miao's request would be so high. Millions of silver notes? I have saved up so much for most of my life, what would I eat if I gave it to you? And about those pretty girls, you haven't even grown hair and yet you are already thinking of pretty girls? Besides, I am not a human trafficker, where can I find so many girls for you? In the face of Zhang Miao's unreasonable request, Danzou went straight out without thinking. He planned to see nothing and not be bothered, but as soon as he walked out of the door, Zhang Miao's voice came from behind him. Although Master does not keep his word, as a disciple, I still decided to give Master a big bonsai tree to express my feelings. Big bonsai tree. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Danzou was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted and turned back to shout, Brat, give me a. Before he could shout out the word hand, Zhang Miao's tender voice rang out. Wood release, rise of great bonsai. This jutsu was Zhang Miao's self-created move. He used wood release chakra to create a big tree that stretched out its branches in all directions. This big tree did not have any offensive power. Its only use was to blow up Danzou's house. Under the effect of Zhang Miao's wood release chakra, a huge tree root as thick as a bucket suddenly rose from the ground, followed by a second and third root. After more than a dozen roots appeared, a tree grew in the middle. When this tree first appeared, it was only as thick as a bucket, but under the support of Zhang Miao's huge amount of chakra, it only took a few seconds for it to grow to the thickness of 3 adults hugging together. At the same time, the dozen or so branches it stretched out also pierced through the room. Seeing this scene, the corner of Danzou's mouth suddenly twitched violently, and Zhang Miao also received the notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for letting Danzou experience the humiliation of being dominated by the big bonsai. Obtain 6-star Elite Jonin, Shimura Danzou Ninja Fragments X10. In the future, every time the host mentions big bonsai, the host will be able to secure 10 of Danzou's fragments. Hearing the system's notification, Zhang Miao, who was standing on the top of the tree, suddenly grinned and then cupped his hands towards the stunned Danzou below. Hehe, the big bonsai has been delivered. Please accept it, master. Stinking brat, you. Just as Danzou was about to say something, he found that Zhang Miao had disappeared from the top of the tree, leaving behind his house that was riddled with holes. There was also a big tree that had broken his roof and was full of leaves. Seeing this scene, Danzou opened his mouth but did not say anything. After being tormented by Zhang Miao, the house was now completely destroyed. What made Danzou most helpless was that the big tree Zhang Miao gave to him was not made with wood release ninjutsu, but made using wood release chakra that stimulated the growth of its roots from underground. If it was a big tree made with wood release ninjutsu, as long as the chakra was removed, the big tree would disappear, but a tree made using wood release chakra's stimulation would remain, just like a normal tree. In other words, unless Danzou decided to remove this big bonsai, his house could not even be repaired, so he had to tear it all down and then remove the big tree in the middle of the house, and then fill up the ground so that the house could be rebuilt. The price for this was also much more than buying a new house. It could be said that Zhang Miao's bonsai made Danzou's wealth shrink by a tenth, which made his heart tremble. In the future, I absolutely cannot let this stinking brat get close to my house. Absolutely. Although Danzou had made up his mind. But there was always a gap between ideals and reality. The next morning, Zhang Miao arrived at his new house and kicked his door open. Master, your fairy is here. Do you still need a big bonsai? Denzo. Big bonsai your sister, don't even think about touching my house again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for letting Denzo experience the humiliation of being dominated by the big bonsai again. Obtain 6-star Elite Jonin, Shimura Denzo Ninja Fragment X10. Hearing the system's prompt, and seeing Denzo's face as if he was facing a great enemy, Zhang Miao immediately covered his mouth and laughed. Oh ho ho! Master, I feel that today is not a good day. It is not suitable for the bonsai. I will send the big bonsai tomorrow. I will leave now. Please continue to look forward to it, smooch. Denzo. Looking forward to your sister. Smooch your sister. Looking at Zhang Miao who had disappeared with the body flicker, Denzo's mouth twitched twice again. He thought for a long time and finally made a difficult decision to move again. There were several of his safe houses in Konoha, and only 2 were known by Zhang Miao. There were 3 more places that Zhang Miao did not know, so he decided to move there. Zhang Miao had Yuji who can use the Byakugan. This was also known by Denzo, so when he arrived at his new residence, he specially disguised his chakra to prevent Zhang Miao from finding his house again. However, what Denzo did not expect was that the next morning, Zhang Miao still found his house accurately, and then kicked open his door with a laugh. Wahaha! Master, is this your house too? Great, the decorations are very good, only missing a big bonsai. Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations to host for letting Denzo experience the humiliation of being dominated by the big bonsai again. Obtain 6-star Elite Jonin, Shimura Denzo Ninja Fragment X10. After hearing this notification, Zhang Miao grinned again and stuck out his tongue at the stunned Denzo. I was just teasing you. Denzo. Teasing your sister. If not because he placed too much hope on Zhang Miao, Denzo really wanted to kick him out of the door. After taking a few deep breaths, Denzo finally calmed down and forced a smile at Zhang Miao. Hehe, Ryunashuk, can you tell me how you found this place? This is very simple. As soon as Denzo finished speaking, Zhang Miao rubbed his fingers at him. The information fee is 100,000 silvers. Denzo. Fuck, now what? Looking at Zhang Miao's expression, Denzo's mouth twitched twice, and then he took out 100,000 worth of silver notes and put them in his hand. Now can you tell me how you found this place? Hehe, no problem. Zhang Miao put the money into his pocket and smiled at Denzo. I went to find Grandpa Third and gave him 10,000 for the fee. I asked him to use the crystal ball to help me find you. He agreed very readily and promised to give me a 20% discount next time. Chapter 183, Granny Chizuru and Granny Miyagi. Hiruzen had the telescope jutsu, so as long as he knew the target's chakra, he could see the target's situation and position. Denzo knew this, but he did not expect that Zhang Miao would ask Hiruzen to help him find him, and the price was only 10,000 silvers. Damn it, Hiruzen, you are a Hokage, after all, how could you be bribed with 10,000 silvers? Or is it not for the money, but to see me embarrass myself? Thinking of this, Denzo could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, and just as Zhang Miao left, he went to the Hokage's office. When he arrived, he did not knock on the door. Instead, he directly pushed the door open and walked in. Then, he saw Hiruzen wiping his nosebleed. Hiruzen, are you injured? Cough, 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 cough. Hearing Denzo's words, Hiruzen could not help but cough twice. Then, he waved at him. I'm fine. Denzo, you were the one who wanted Ryunashuk to be your disciple. Did you really teach him diligently? Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Denzo immediately frowned. What do you mean? Looking at Denzo's unhappy face, Hiruzen did not directly answer him. Instead, he walked to the crystal ball and fiddled with it a few times before turning to look at Denzo. Take a look yourself. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Denzo frowned again and walked over, looking at the crystal ball on the table. The crystal ball showed the scene of a bathhouse. The bathhouse was shrouded in mist, and many women were bathing inside. Everything they saw was white skin. Seeing this scene, Denzo's face turned red. Hiruzen. I didn't expect you to do such a thing. It's too outrageous. Cough cough, hearing Denzo's words, Hiruzen couldn't help but blush. He coughed twice again and then pointed to the edge of the hot spring pool. I'm not asking you to look at the woman inside. I'm asking you to look here. Do you see? Hey! Danzo followed Hiruzen's finger and found two heads sticking out of the window. Seeing the faces of these two people, Danzo couldn't help but widen his eyes. Jiraiya and Ryuna shook. It turned out that the two people who were peeking outside the window of the bath were Jiraiya and Zhang Miao. At this moment, they were staring with their eyes wide open, looking like they were going to die. Seeing this scene, Danzo immediately turned to glare at Hiruzen. Hiruzen, Ryuna Shuk's talent is not something you can imagine. His future is to become someone like the first Hokage. I will never allow him to become someone like Jiraiya. I will stop them now. After saying that, Danzo no longer paid attention to Hiruzen and directly turned to leave. Seeing him leave in a rage, Hiruzen spat out a long string of smoke with a pipe in his mouth, and then gently pulled his Hokage's hat. Well, Danzo is definitely going to suffer, let's forget about him. Speaking of this, Hiruzen continued to look at the crystal ball on the table, and then his eyes widened. This is not bad, hee. Danzo had just walked out of the office when he heard Hiruzen's indecent laughter. He couldn't help but snort. Humph! What kind of teacher taught such a disciple? Speaking of this, he suddenly realized that his disciple was also quite bad, so his face changed, and he quickly quickened his pace toward the public bathhouse in the center of Konoha. According to what he saw from Hiruzen's crystal ball, Zhang Miao and Jiraiya were peeking through the back window of the female bath, so Danzo did not go in through the main door. Instead, he directly climbed over the wall and entered. As soon as he climbed over the wall, he saw Jiraiya and Zhang Miao. At this time, the two of them were looking at him attentively. Seeing this scene, Danzo's mouth suddenly twitched violently and then he shouted. What are you two doing? With Danzo's loud shout, there was a burst of screams in the bathroom. Obviously, the girls were alarmed. Originally, Danzo thought that Jiraiya and Zhang Miao would run away at this time, but what he didn't expect was that after the screams in the bathroom rang out, the two of them made a hand seal, and then with two poof sounds, they became two old women with wooden basins in one hand and wooden sticks in the other. Seeing this scene, Danzo was a little stunned. Transformation jutsu. And what made Danzo even more confused was that when Jiraiya and Zhang Miao became old women, they rushed toward him with wooden sticks and shouted in a hoarse voice. There's a pervert. A pervert. Danzo. Fuck, who is a pervert? At this time, many girls who had dressed came out with sticks, brooms and other things in their hands, and they even shouted at him. Catch him, the one with a white cloth wrapped around his eyes is a pervert. Granny Chizuru, Granny Miyagi, we are here to help you. Don't let that pervert escape, quickly catch him. Danzo. Fuck, I didn't do anything, how did I become a pervert? And what happened to Granny Chizuru and Miyagi? Although Danzo had a belly full of doubts, he quickly explained when he saw the angry girls rushing toward him. I am not a pervert, these two are, they are ninjas who used the transformation jutsu. Nonsense. Before Danzo could finish, a girl wearing a cherry blossom-colored bathrobe interrupted him angrily. Granny Chizuru came to this bathhouse to help last year. Although Granny Miyagi just came last month, she is a relative of Granny Chizuru. How can she be a ninja? Danzo. Fuck, you've been here for a year. Hearing this girl's words, Danzo was at loss. Helplessly, he could only reach out to grab Zhang Miao, intending to disrupt his chakra to reveal his true form. But just as his hand reached over, before it could touch Zhang Miao's clothes, Zhang Miao let out a hoarse scream. Kya! This pervert touched my chest. I've been pure for 80 years, now you just defiled me. I will beat you to death. As he said that, Zhang Miao waved the wooden stick in his hand toward Danzo. Seeing this scene, the surrounding girls also rushed forward, and used anything in their hands to beat Danzo. They shouted as they fought. Sisters, catch this pervert. Protect the grannies. Don't let this pervert hurt them. The police force is already here. Sisters, put in more effort. Don't let this pervert escape. Danzo. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Chapter 184, Danzo in Distress. Danzo was taken away by the police force again, which was different from the previous occasion when the rumor about his assassination attempt on the Hokage spread through the village. This time, he was accused of being a peeping Tom and a molester. And what made Danzo most angry was that the members of the forces were all from the Uchiha, and all of them had Sharingan, but when they didn't see through Jiraiya and Zhang Miao's transformation jutsu. Damn, are your Sharingan blind? Can't even see the transformation jutsu. Of course, the Uchihas were not blind. To be precise, it was because they were not blind that they chose to ignore Zhang Miao and Jiraiya. On the way to the police HQ, Danzo endured the pointing of the villagers all the way, and his face turned green with anger. What a despicable move! Not only it is public revenge, but they also falsely accused me. The police force is too despicable. Danzo felt that he might have fallen this time. When he was the Hokage's senior advisor, Fugaku had dared to put him into detainment for 10 days. Now that he was a nobody, it was possible he would try to lock him up for a month. If he was really detained for a month because he was peeping at the women's bath and touching the old lady's chest, Danzo felt that his reputation would fall to the lowest point. Thinking of this, Danzo felt that the internal injuries he had suffered from Zhang Miao's genjutsu were showing signs of a relapse. It's all Ryunosuke's fault. If I knew the situation would be like this, I wouldn't have cared about him. Full of regret, Danzo was brought to the police HQ and met Hiruzen at the gate. Seeing this scene, Danzo couldn't help but snort. Humph, are you here to laugh at me? Hearing Danzo's words, Hiruzen was not in a hurry to speak. After a moment of silence, he looked up at Danzo. If you regret it, you can give up on Ryunosuke. No. Just as Hiruzen finished speaking, Danzo immediately rejected him. Ryunosuke is my disciple. No one can change this, not even you. Seeing Danzo's determined look, Hiruzen suddenly nodded with a strange look on his face. Well, I understand. Although I don't know what you want from that child, I must remind you that the child is not as simple as you think. Saying this, Hiruzen picked up his pipe and took a puff. Then he spat out a long stream of smoke. Since you are determined to be that child's teacher, don't run away from him and communicate more with him. I have already told Fugaku that he will release you immediately. After saying that, Hiruzen left with his hands behind his back, while the corner of Danzo's mouth twitched again. Damn, it's easy to say. If that little devil could communicate well, why would I need to hide from him? However, it was impossible to give up. Danzo even felt that this time, Hiruzen wanted him to give up because he knew that Zhang Miao would release. He wouldn't be so stupid. Ryunosuke will definitely change Konoha in the future, or even change the world. I can't give up like this. With this thought in mind, on the second day after he was released, Danzo took the initiative to come to Zhang Miao's residence, and then firmly expressed his determination. Ryunosuke, from today on, I want to live with you. I will teach you to be an outstanding ninja. Hearing Danzo's words, Zhang Miao immediately rolled his eyes at him. Master, you are being hasty again. When did I say that I wanted to be a ninja? My dream is to find 18 concubines, and then I can have 100 children and strive to revive the Uzumaki clan within 3 generations. Master, do you have a daughter or granddaughter? How old are you? Are you married? Do you need a big bonsai? Danzo. How could this be related to the big bonsai? Facing the unreliable Zhang Miao, Danzo was defeated once again, and Zhang Miao also received the notification from the system as he wished. Ding! Congratulations to the host for letting Danzo experience the humiliation of being dominated by the big bonsai again. Obtain 6-star Elite Jonin, Shimura Danzo Ninja Fragment X10. Now that Zhang Miao had collected a lot of Danzo's ninja fragments, he would naturally choose to strike while the iron was hot. And the result of doing so was that Danzo was starting to doubt life. Is it really not suitable for me to accept a disciple? At this time, Danzo was really conflicted. On one hand, he hoped to stay away from Zhang Miao, the disciple who made him mentally and physically exhausted. On the other hand, he was reluctant to give up such a powerful future pawn. Under such a mentality, Danzo could only endure and endure. Zhang Miao didn't know what kind of mental journey Danzo had gone through. To him, collecting ninja fragments was just a part of his plan. To put it bluntly, it was a matter of goals. More than a month later, Zhang Miao successfully collected enough ninja fragments. On the day he finished collecting, he left Konoha once again. Just like last time, Zhang Miao left a shadow clone in the village before leaving and then left for the Land of Waves under the cover of the night. Zhang Miao's was very fast. He left in the evening and arrived at the Land of Waves the next morning when it was just dawn. After arriving at his old base, Zhang Miao found that everything in front of him had changed. When he left this place more than 4 months ago, there were only the ruins of a wooden house where he had accidentally collapsed. But now, in front of him, there were more than a dozen beautiful wooden houses. And in the middle of these dozen wooden houses, there was a 3-story building. From the shape, it was somewhat similar to the Hokage building in Konoha. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately grinned. If I'm not wrong, these should be the work of Deki. It seems that sending him here was indeed the right decision. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, a person appeared in front of him. Then, he knelt down on one knee and shouted, "Boss!" Looking at the person in front of him, Zhang Miao immediately grinned. "Haha, so it's Kazaki. I happen to have something to ask you. It's inconvenient to talk here. Let's find a suitable place first." "Yes, boss, please come with me." Kazaki agreed and brought Zhang Miao into the building surrounded by more than a dozen wooden houses. After entering the building, Zhang Miao suddenly found that not only from the outside, but even the interior structure was very similar to the Hokage building of Konoha. The only difference was that the decoration in the office was not the same as when Hiruzen was in the office. On the contrary, it was similar to the decoration when Kakashi took over the post in the later stage of the story. After scanning the office, Zhang Miao pulled the chair over and sat down, then raised his chin to Kazaki. "I asked you to control Gato's shipping company. How is it going now?" As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Kazaki immediately nodded. "I did not fail my mission." Hearing his answer, Zhang Miao immediately grinned. Chapter 185, Recruiting Danzo. Anyone who had played RTS before knew that the 3 essential factors to restrict the development of a force were the population, resources, and technology. If one wanted to make a force stronger, one of these 3 essential factors could not be lacking. And this was also applicable in the ninja world. In the ninja world, ninjas were equivalent to the population in the game. Money was equivalent to the resources in the game. While tailed beasts, jinhurikis, and bloodline limits were equivalent to the technology in the game. If one wanted to live well in the ninja world, these 3 essential factors were also indispensable. In fact, the reason why Konoha could stand at the top of the 5 great ninja villages was that it was ahead in these 3 essential factors. The first was the ninja. The second Hokage founded the Ninja Academy in a short time, and the third brought this mechanism to greater heights so that Konoha could have a steady stream of ninjas. Then there was money. The Land of Fire was located in the middle of the 5 great countries, occupying the most fertile land. Trade traffics were everywhere, and the people lived a rich life. The wealth created by the laborers fed a large number of ninjas. Finally, there were tailed beasts, jinhurikis, and bloodline limits, which were even more important. The Kyubi was the strongest of all the tailed beasts, and the village was not lacking in the bloodline limit department. Therefore, Konoha was able to stand out in the 3 shinobi wars. For Zhang Miao, who had the ninja recruitment system, he was not in a hurry. He only needed to collect the ninja fragments for recruitment. Without tailed beasts and bloodline limit, he was not in a hurry. He only needed to recruit more of them. It could be said that Zhang Miao already had 2 of the 3 major elements of developing forces, and the only thing that restrained him was money. Although the recruited ninjas were completely loyal, they were also human, and they also needed to eat, drink, and sleep. This required money, and they also needed equipment to fight and survive. Carrying out missions also needed money. In short, money was essential, and Zhang Miao did not want the ninjas he recruited to starve in the future, or wear poor equipment when they were fighting, which was simply too shameful. It was for this reason that Zhang Miao asked Kazaki to control the shipping company. He simply needed it to earn enough money to develop his forces. Now hearing Kazaki say that he did not fail his mission, Zhang Miao immediately became happy. "Did you kill Gato? How is it? How much did you get in total?" Looking at Zhang Miao's excited look, Kazaki shook his head. "Boss, the shipping company is already in my hands, but I did not kill Gato." "Why?" Hearing Kazaki's words, Zhang Miao immediately nodded. "Since you already obtained the company, why are you still keeping Gato? Could it be that you can't bear to kill him?" "It's not like that." As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Kazaki shook his head. "Boss, on the surface, the company is a shipping company, but in fact, it is hiring wandering ninjas and warriors to smuggle all kinds of illegal goods or to invade other countries. If we kill him, we will only get a few benefits." "I see." Hearing Kazaki's words, Zhang Miao suddenly nodded as if he had a sudden realization. Indeed, although we can make money by relying on a few ships to transport goods, it is still not enough to become one of the top rich people in this world. As the saying goes, people without a windmill are not rich, and horses without night grass are not fat. It seems that Gato relied on these illegal means to make a fortune. At this point, Zhang Miao thought for a while and then looked at Kazaki. This Gato can't be killed yet, but we can't do the dirty work he does. Otherwise, our reputation will be ruined in the future. But, hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kazaki immediately frowned. If we don't do it, I'm afraid it's not easy to earn a huge sum of money in a short time. Don't worry boss, I won't let anyone find out. Ha 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 ha. Just as Kazaki finished speaking, Zhang Miao immediately laughed and waved at him while laughing. You are not afraid of being discovered, but I am afraid of dirtying your hands. Don't worry, I have a more suitable candidate. As he said this, Zhang Miao immediately took out Danzo's fragments and spread them on the ground, then he slit his fingers and quickly formed seals. Summoning Jutsu. With a low shout from Zhang Miao, a burst of white smoke rose from the ground. When the white smoke dissipated, Danzo, who was still holding his palm, appeared in front of Zhang Miao with his right eye and right hand wrapped in bandages. At this moment, the system's prompt also sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting 6-star elite Jonin, Shimura Danzo, and obtaining his chakra reserve. Because Danzo specializes in conspiracy, the host has gained a specialty framing. When the host cheats or did some dirty work, the success rate will be doubled. Hearing this system prompt, Zhang Miao could not help but twitch his mouth. Fuck, how can an upright person like me cheat people? It is indeed a useless specialty. System, you should quickly open the list of Danzo's specialties. Hehe, now the system will open up the list for the host. Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the system notification rang out in his mind once more. Zhang Miao. Just open it, why did you laugh at me? However, looking at the list in front of him, Zhang Miao did not have the mood to care about the system's laugh. Instead, he began to carefully examine Danzo's specialties. Option 1. Wind Release, the most offensive and lethal of the chakra nature transformations. The moves included, Wind Release Vacuum Wave, Wind Release Vacuum Serial Waves, Wind Release Vacuum Sphere, and Wind Escape Vacuum Great Sphere. Note: Wind Release Vacuum Wave, launching a wind blade from the mouth to attack the target. It has a strong cutting force. Wind Release Vacuum Serial Waves, continuously launched wind blades from the mouth to attack the target. Wind Release Vacuum Sphere, continuously launching air bullets from the mouth to attack the target. Wind Release Vacuum Great Sphere, the size of the air bullets launched are bigger than the normal vacuum sphere. Option 2. Cursed Seal, a curse seal used to bind other people. It has a mysterious power. The moves included, Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal and Self-Cursing Seal. Note: Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal, a special curse used by the roots Anbu. If someone gets this cursed seal engraved on their mouth, they will not reveal the important secrets about the caster. After the caster dies, the curse will disappear. Self-Cursing Seal, a curse seal that covers the entire body of the enemy. It can seal the movement of the enemy. Option: Pet Smiley, Sharingan, right from Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, can use the Jutsu Koda Amatsukami to make other people unconsciously become the puppet of the user. Note: the eyes of the host have evolved to the eternal Mangekyo. If the host chooses this item, the system will randomly gift it to other recruited ninjas. Chapter 186, Kazaki's Rank Up, Part 1. After looking at Danzo's specialties, Zhang Miao began to compare the pros and cons of the three options. The first choice was his Wind Release. Wind Release was the strongest among the 5 nature transformations. If it was at the beginning of his journey, Zhang Miao might have chosen it, but with his current strength, Wind Release was no longer of much help to him, so he could give up on this option. As for the second choice, the Cursed Seal, Zhang Miao did not consider it, because the ninjas he recruited were all his loyal followers, and there was no need for him to control them using the Cursed Seal, so he focused his attention on the third choice, the Koda Amatsukami Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan from Shisui's right had the move Koda Amatsukami, which could unwittingly alter the will of others, thus turning the other party into the user's puppet. In the original plot, the biggest reason why Danzo attacked Shisui was because of Shisui's eyes. Danzo's goal was to defeat the other 4 villages, lead Konoha to dominate the world, and become a person like the first Hokage, but his strength was much weaker than the first Hokage, so the Sharingan was particularly attractive to him. But Zhang Miao was different. He had never regarded the 5 Kages as his opponent. His goal had always been to defeat Uchiha Madara and Kaguya. No matter how strong his Sharingan was, could he control Madara who had the Rinnegan? Could he control Kaguya who was called the god of creation and chakra progenitor? Although no one had tried it in the original plot, Zhang Miao felt that the possibility of success was not very high. After all, the difference between the two eyes was too much, and it was no less than the difference between cheap iron and titanium. However, although Zhang Miao was not interested in other Sharingans, since it was better than the other two options, he would not waste it. Moreover, the note of this option explained that the system would randomly give the Sharingan to one of the recruited ninjas as long as he chose it. This could also be considered a secret gain. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao no longer hesitated. He immediately clicked on the last option. When his hand touched it, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! The host has chosen option 3, Sharingan, right. Detected that there is only one ninja that meets the requirements within a radius of 10 meters. Sending out the specialty. Please wait a moment. The specialty has been sent. Kazuki's star rating has risen, now he's a 6-star elite jonin. As soon as the system notification sounded out, Kazuki, who was standing in front of Zhang Miao, immediately knelt down on one knee in front of him. I humbly accept your gift. Hearing his words, Zhang Miao was stunned at first but soon came back to his senses. About that. Kazuki, raise your head and let me see your right eye. Yes, boss. Kazuki agreed and raised his head. A bright red Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotated in his right eye. It was the Kota Amatsukami Sharingan. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao suddenly widened his eyes in surprise, his eyes were full of joy. I didn't expect it to actually work. Kakashi, now you already have a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Can you use Susanoo? That, hearing Zhang Miao's question, Kazuki immediately nodded his head, I can use it, but it won't last too long. Kazuki's answer did not surprise Zhang Miao. He immediately laughed, haha, it's fine. This should be caused by the lack of the Uchiha bloodline. I will solve it for you later. Wait a moment. Yes. Kazuki agreed and retreated to the side. At this time, Zhang Miao looked at Danzo who was kneeling in front of him. Well, our force needs a lot of money, so I need you to control Gato and let him and his power become tools to make money for us. I don't care what methods you use, I only want the result. Also, don't let anyone know your relationship with me, understand? I understand, master. As soon as Zhang Miao finished his words, Danzo immediately nodded. Shimura Danzo has come under the master's call and is willing to give up all his loyalty and even his life for him. You are the light of Konoha, and I am the darkness of the root. Hearing this, Zhang Miao nodded with satisfaction, it's good that you understand. From today on, you have no name but only a code name. Your code name is Kuro. Go down. Yes, Kuro understands. After saying that, Danzo retreated. After he left, Zhang Miao took out a bunch of ninja fragments from the system space again and grinned at Kazuki. Next is to solve your bloodline problem. Zhang Miao said as he began to make hand seals. When he finished speaking, the hand seals were completed, so he immediately pressed down his palm vertically and shouted at the same time. Summoning Jutsu. As soon as Zhang Miao finished his words, a burst of white smoke rose from the room. When the white smoke dissipated, a man in a grey robe and a tiger-patterned mask appeared. After opening his eyes, he immediately knelt down on one knee toward Zhang Miao. Uchiha Obito is here to follow the master's call. He is willing to sacrifice his loyalty and life for the master, only to meet the most important person in life. Please show mercy. That's right, the ninja that Zhang Miao recruited was none other than Uchiha Obito. Zhang Miao had never come into contact with Uchiha Obito, and all of the fragments he obtained were obtained through the lottery. In fact, Zhang Miao had been rushing to collect the ninja fragments from Kakashi's father, Sakumo, and Obito's ninja fragments were only extras. However, he didn't expect that the drop rate of Obito's ninja fragments was too high. When Zhang Miao used Gai's ninja fragment, he would get 1/3 of Kakashi's ninja fragment. When using Kakashi's ninja fragment, he would get 1/3 of the Obito's ninja fragment, as well as 1/3 of the Rin's ninja fragment. When using Rin's ninja fragment, he would get 1/3 of Kakashi's fragments, and 1/3 of Obito's fragments. In this way, after a few rounds of lottery, he got around 6 of Obito's fragments per draw, so before Zhang Miao could collect enough Sakumo's ninja fragment, he already collected enough fragments for Obito. This was similar to the old saying reaping an unintentional harvest. Since he already got enough fragments for Obito anyway, there was no reason not to recruit him. Even a piece of toilet paper has its uses, let alone a 7-star cage level ninja. Why not just recruit him? With this thought in mind, Zhang Miao recruited Obito. The moment he succeeded in recruiting Obito, the system's notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting 7-star cage level Uchiha Obito and obtaining Obito's chakra reserve. Because Obito is a ninja specialized in genjutsu, and the host already has an elite level basic genjutsu, the system will then gift the host a ninja specialty. Chapter 187, Kazuki's Rank Up, Part 2. Previously, Zhang Miao had been looking forward to Obito's space-time ninjutsu. This way, he might be able to obtain an ability similar to Hiraishin no Jutsu. However, when the system notification rang out, he realized that he had been thinking too much. In fact, I should have thought of this long ago. After all, Obito is a person who can control the 4th Mizu Cage. His attainments in genjutsu are definitely not ordinary. However, Obito's specialty was also related to genjutsu. If Zhang Miao already had the same specialty, the system would give him another one. With Obito's identity as the mid-boss, his specialty was definitely not bad, and he would definitely give Zhang Miao an advantage if he had an extra choice. As if sensing Zhang Miao's thoughts, the system notification rang out again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Uchiha Obito's specialty Uchiha Bloodline. Since the host has already obtained this bloodline, the system will automatically transfer this bloodline to a recruited ninja. Please wait a moment. The bloodline has been sent out. Kazuki's star rank has increased. His current rank is 7-star cage level. Just as Zhang Miao had expected, after completing the Mangekyo Sharingan and obtaining the bloodline of Uchiha, the 5-star Kazuki easily obtained 2 more stars, reaching the rank of 7-star cage level. Of course, Kazuki also felt his own changes. The most obvious change was that he could now freely open and close his Sharingan. After closing his Mangekyo Sharingan, Kazuki once again knelt down in front of Zhang Miao. Boss, now I can freely control the power of my Sharingan. Haha. As soon as Kazuki finished speaking, Zhang Miao couldn't help but laugh. He smiled and nodded. Well, from today on, you are no longer a Hotaki. You have a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan and the Uchiha bloodline. There are definitely not many people in this world who can reach this level. I think you can change your name to Uchiha Kazuki. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kazuki's face immediately revealed a trace of embarrassment. Boss, my name doesn't matter. Let's just leave them be. Ha 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 ha. Seeing his embarrassed look, Zhang Miao immediately laughed even more happily. Alright, then your surname is still Hotaki. Alright, don't kneel anymore. Get up. Yes, boss. Kazuki agreed and stood up. After he stood up, Zhang Miao nodded. Well, this time you can become so strong because of Obito. Although I hate him very much, I also know that you have some debts to be settled. Go and call Rin over. Yes, boss. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kazuki immediately turned around and went out. Obito, who was kneeling at the side, was so excited that his body trembled slightly. Master, did you just say Rin? Is Rin also here? Although he had already tried to calm his voice, the hoarse voice with a hint of trembling revealed his mood at the moment vividly. From the light in his mask, Zhang Miao saw excitement, joy, uneasiness, and anticipation. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Zhang Miao would not even dare to think that a person's eyes would show so many emotions. This Obito is really hateful, sad, and pitiful at the same time. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao secretly sighed in his heart, and then shook his head gently. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. System, help me open up Obito's list of specialties. Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the system's notification rang in his mind again, opening the list for the host. Following the system notification, Obito's specialties appeared in front of Zhang Miao. He immediately checked it carefully. Option 1. Sharingan, right Mangekyo Sharingan on Obito's right eye. Possessing the Dojutsu Kamui. Its ability was to transfer objects from the real world to a separate dimension. Can be used for offense and defense. Note, yet another overpowered jutsu from the Uchiha. The host already has Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. After choosing this item, it will immediately gifted to a recruited ninja. Option 2. Uchiha Bloodline, giving the host the Uchiha DNA. By having this, the host can use the Sharingan freely. If the host has no Uchiha bloodline, the Sharingan's chakra consumption will be doubled. Note, this option has been given to Kazaki by the system, the host cannot choose it again. Option, Pet Smiley, Hashirama's cells, cells extracted from Hashirama's body. With these cells, not only does the user's self-healing ability and chakra greatly increase, but it also enables the user to use wood release. The moves included, would release Cutting Sprigs Jutsu and would release Great Spear Tree. Note: would release Cutting Sprigs Jutsu, as long as you touch or use wooden branch to stab the enemy's body, under the effect of wood release chakra, the body of the target will be penetrated by several sharp branches. Extremely cruel and bloody. Would release Great Spear Tree, using wood release chakra to create several big trees full of thorns. It can encircle an area around the target and kill them. After seeing Obito's list of specialties, Zhang Miao couldn't help but sigh. Damn, he's really worthy of being the mid-boss. Every specialty is useful, but unfortunately, I can't choose all of them. Forget it. 1,000 birds in the forest are inferior to a bird in hand. I'll choose this. As he said this, Zhang Miao pointed to the third option, and the system's notification rang at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the move, would release Cutting Sprigs Jutsu and would release Great Spear Tree. Detected that the host has already possessed would release's Bloodline Limit. After choosing this option, the host's would release's power now is 50% of Hashirama's true power. Hey! Hearing this notification, Zhang Miao's eyes lit up again. There's actually such an effect. Originally, after Zhang Miao recruited Yamato, he already obtained the would release's Bloodline Limit. However, its power was very small, only equivalent to 20% Hashirama's power. However, what Zhang Miao didn't expect was that after he chose Obito's third specialty, his would release power got upgraded. It seems that Madara is better at researching Hashirama's cells. As expected of him. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao looked at Obito with a much gentler gaze, and a smile appeared on his face. He smiled and nodded. Well, from today on, you will be my follower. Your hateful, sad, and pitiful fate is over. To put it bluntly, you are already a salted fish, so I decided to give you a very representative name. Uchiha Kyubi. Chapter 188, The Reunion. The recruited ninja could not resist Zhang Miao's will, because, for every recruit, Zhang Miao's every word was an imperial edict and must be completely obeyed. The same thing also applies to Obito. No. Gyabito. So after hearing Zhang Miao's words, he was first stunned, but then he lowered his head with a bitter smile. Uchiha Gyabito thanks Master for the name. He is willing to do anything to help Master sweep all obstacles. Well, okay. As soon as Gyabito finished his words, Zhang Miao nodded happily. Then your task is to contact the real Uchiha Obito and get his approval. Then wait for my next order. This operation code is called Operation Non-Stick Pan. Gyabito. What the hell is this? Just as Gyabito wanted to ask Zhang Miao to change his code name, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Boss, Kazaka said you called me. Hearing this voice, Gyabito suddenly turned his head. When he saw the familiar face of the other person, he could not help but shout. Rin. That's right, the person who came in at this time was none other than Rin. In fact, when she entered the door, she already saw Gyabito kneeling on one knee on the ground, but she did not expect that the other party would call out her name, so she was stunned for a moment. You are. Seeing that Rin did not recognize him, Gyabito quickly took off the single-hole tiger-striped mask on his face, revealing a half-smooth, half-wrinkled face, and a line of tears flowed down his cheeks. Rin, it's me, I'm Obito. Obito. Hearing his words, Rin suddenly widened her eyes. You are Obito? But haven't you already? Wait a minute. Without waiting for Rin to finish, Zhang Miao immediately raised his hand and interrupted them. Then he pointed at Gyabito and said, I want to make it especially clear that his name is Gyabito, Uchiha Gyabito. Gyabito. Looking at the stunned Gyabito, Rin immediately covered her mouth and laughed. Ha ha ha. Gyabito? That name is so funny, ha 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 ha. Rin laughed like a blooming flower, and her bell-like laughter echoed in the room. Hearing her laughter, the originally dull Gyabito scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and then smiled shyly. Hey, hey! Zhang Miao! Damn it, you didn't look happy when I first gave you this name. But look at you now. Grinning like an idiot. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao decided to give him some trouble. Cough cough. Gyabito. Before I recruited you, Rin had already married Kakashi. Since you couldn't drink on the wedding, here, I'll give you these wedding candies. Here, take them. With that, Zhang Miao took out 2 candies from his pocket and stuffed them into Gyabito's hands. Then he patted him on the shoulder. You should be very happy to see your good friend start a family, right? Come, smile. Degree. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Gyabito looked at the 2 candies in his hands. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. After a long time, he turned his head stiffly and looked at Rin with a bitter face. Rin, I. Although he really wanted to bless Rin's marriage, he couldn't say those words. Looking at his hesitant appearance, Rin couldn't help but laugh again. He. Idiot Gyabito, the boss lied to you. After coming to this world, I have never seen Kakashi at all. The only one I know is Kazaki, the handsome uncle just now, and now you have also become an uncle, he. Ah. Hearing Rin's words, Gyabito suddenly touched his face and showed a confused look, an uncle. That's right, you are an uncle. Looking at the stunned Gyabito, Zhang Miao did not hesitate to send a heart-piercing fist. Rin is only 13 years old. You should be around 30 now, right? Don't tell me you are a pedophile. Hey, Uncle Gyabito. Degree. Uncle Gyabito? Uncle Gyabito. Uncle Gyabito. Looking at Gyabito once again falling into a daze, Rin blushed and stomped her feet in embarrassment. A pedophile? Boss, you are too much. Obito, don't be like this. In my eyes, you are still the same Obito. Tell me what happened after that day? How did you survive? Hearing Rin's words, Gyabito came back to his senses and then nodded to Rin. Well, I will tell you now. After you left that day, Madara saved me. Gyabito told Rin the whole story. From the time when he was saved by Madara, when he witnessed Kakashi murdered Rin with his Chidori, and the depression he experienced that drove him into supporting Madara's Eye of the Moon plan. After listening to Gyabito's story, Rin suddenly showed a puzzled look. That. You said that I was killed by Kakashi? But why did Kakashi do that? That's because this is a conspiracy of Uchiha Madara. This time, without waiting for Gyabito to speak, Zhang Miao directly spoke. Because Madara needs someone to carry out his Eye of the Moon plan, and Obito is the best candidate because he only has you in his heart. As long as you die, this guy will be devoured by hatred and despair. Obito, hearing Zhang Miao's words, Rin suddenly looked at Gyabito with a complicated expression. In fact, you don't have to do this. I only hope that you can live well. No. Rin, I just want to be with you. If you are not here, I will create a world with you. Obito. Rin. Zhang Miao. Fuck, is this time to show off your affection? Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately raised his hand and roared. Stop. There is no time for you to flirt with each other now. Gyabito, I have already told you about your task. As long as you complete the task for me, then when you come back next time, a trip to the hot spring in Yugakure will be waiting for you. If you do not complete the task, hehe. Speaking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly sneered. Then it is still a trip to the hot spring in Yugakure, but it is Kakashi and Rin's, not yours. Hiss, hearing Zhang Miao's words, Gyabito suddenly gasped. Chapter 189, Fukaku's Request. Hearing Zhang Miao said that he wanted to let Rin and Kakashi go to Yugakure, and it was a 2-day 1-night hot spring trip, Gyabito immediately lost his calm. Master, I will definitely complete the task. As long as you need it, I can immediately go and kill those 2 people, destroy the Rinnegan, and stop their Eye of the Moon plan. Zhang Miao knew that the 2 people mentioned by Gyabito were Nagato and Obito. In theory, killing those 2 people and destroying the Rinnegan could indeed stop the Eye of the Moon plan, but Zhang Miao did not intend to do so. Because Zhang Miao was very clear that as a transmigrator, his greatest advantage was his knowledge of the plot of Naruto. Once Nagato and Uchiha Obito died, even he could not predict what would happen in the future. This kind of uncontrollable situation was not what Zhang Miao wanted. The most important thing was that whether it was Nagato, Obito, or even Uchiha Madara, they were all just some chess pieces used by others, and the real mastermind behind this was the will of Kaguya, Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu's goal was to revive Kaguya, and for this goal, he provoked the fight between the son of the Sage of Six Paths, Indra, and Asura. For this purpose, he modified the secret tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths, making Madara mistakenly think that the infinite Tsukuyomi was the way to save the Uchiha clan, and thus walking on the road of no return. For this purpose, he let Kabuto find Madara's real body, which led to the cooperation between Kabuto and Obito, which ended in Kaguya's resurrection. It was not an exaggeration to say that Black Zetsu, who had been hiding in the shadows, was the biggest schemer in the whole Naruto franchise. As the will of Kaguya, Black Zetsu could not give up resurrecting her. Even if Gyabito killed Nagato and Obito, and destroyed the Rinnegan, Black Zetsu would not give up and would choose a new target. And his next target would naturally be the reincarnation of Indra and Asura, which was Naruto and Sasuke. Zhang Miao didn't want his brother to become Black Zetsu's target, so he immediately waved his hand after hearing Gyabito's proposal. Don't worry too much. You just need to follow Obito. You must gain his trust and recognition. You should be very good at this kind of thing. As for Zetsu, you have to make him believe that you are Kaguya's admirer. When the time is right, bring him to see me. Go. Yes, master. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Gyabito immediately nodded and turned to look at Rin. Rin, I'm going on a mission. When I come back, let's go to the hot springs together. Please wait for me. After saying that, without waiting for Rin to agree, Gyabito directly jumped out of the windowsill and disappeared quickly. Seeing this scene, Rin could not help blushing, and then pouted, who promised to go to the hot springs with you? Oh, you don't want to go? Hearing Rin's muttering, Zhang Miao immediately nodded in realization. I understand. Then when he comes back next time, I will let him go with Kazaki. You will stay here. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Rin was stunned for a moment. When he saw Zhang Miao laughing, she reacted and stamped his feet with embarrassment. Boss! Ha 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 ha! Seeing her embarrassed look, Zhang Miao immediately laughed even more happily. At this time, there was a sudden knock on the door. Knock knock! Hey! Hearing the knock on the door, Zhang Miao stopped smiling and said, Come in. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the door of the office opened, and Uchiha Fukaku, who was wearing a green ninja vest, came in with a stack of documents. Then he placed it on the desk in front of Zhang Miao. Boss, please check these documents. Zhang Miao. Documents? What the hell are these documents? Seemingly seeing the surprise on Zhang Miao's face, Fukaku spoke again. Boss, according to you, our organization is temporarily hidden, but since the organization has been established, many regulations are still needed. For example, what is the name of our organization, the style and color of the equipment, the symbol of forehead protector, and... Stop! Without waiting for Fukaku to finish his words, Zhang Miao immediately raised his hand and interrupted him, then raised his chin at him. Hey, Fukaku, you have to be clear. I am the boss of this organization. If I have to care about everything, what do I need you to do? You can settle this kind of small matter yourself. You don't have to ask me. Well, this is none of your business. Go out and play. Fukaku. What do you mean by going out to play? Am I a brat? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the corners of Fukaku's mouth twitched twice, and then he nodded. I understand, but boss, I have one more thing. At this point, Fukaku raised his head and looked at Zhang Miao with a serious face. I hope to transplant my Mangekyo Sharingan to Yoshi. As a recruited ninja, everything he had belonged to Zhang Miao, so even if he wanted to transplant his eyes, he had to get Zhang Miao's consent. After hearing his words, Zhang Miao couldn't help but gasp, his eyes full of disbelief. Hiss! Fukaku, do you know what you are talking about? Let me tell you, the Sharingan without its eye power is useless. Don't think that the change is reversible. I know. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fukaku nodded his head. For me, there is no difference whether I have Mangekyo Sharingan or not, but if I can evolve it into an eternal Mangekyo, it will definitely help the boss. Zhang Miao. Damn, that makes sense. I am actually speechless. In fact, for Zhang Miao, who had the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he could only be regarded as a stronger helper, and was still a distance away from being his right-hand man. Fukaku also understood this point, especially when he found out that Zhang Miao had relied a lot on Kazaki. He understood that if he wanted to gain more power in the future, he had to show more value, and the only value he could offer now was his eyes. He wanted to transplant his eyes to his son Yoshi and let his eyes evolve into eternal Mangekyo. This way, he could become Zhang Miao's right-hand man. Also, he could gain more trust from Zhang Miao. This was what Fukaku thought. Seeing that Zhang Miao did not speak for a long time, he suddenly fell to his knees with a thump and then put himself in Dogza position. "Boss, I have already thought it through. Please accept my proposal, I beg you." Looking at this scene, Zhang Miao took a deep breath and nodded, "I have seen your determination. I promise you, get up." "Thank you, boss." Hearing Zhang Miao's approval, Fugaku stood up with a happy face. After he got up, Zhang Miao nodded to Rin. "Rin, I'll leave the rest to you." "Yes, boss." Chapter 190, Transplanting Sharingan, Part 1. There was a technique among the medical ninjutsu called cellular extraction jutsu. By using this technique, a medical ninja could extract poisons from the patient's body, and at the same time, it could also be used for transplanting organs. However, the skill requirements were relatively high. And Rin happened to be a user of this technique. When he was on the mission at the Konoha Bridge, after Obito was hit by a boulder, he felt that he was going to die, so he decided to give his Sharingan to Kakashi as a gift for his promotion to the rank of Jonin. At that time, the transplantation surgery was done by Rin. When transplanted, Obito's Sharingan was still a two-tomo, and in the end, it was evolved by Kakashi into a Mangekyo. Beside the fact that Kakashi was really talented, it also proved that Rin's transplantation surgery was excellent. The most important thing was that when Zhang Miao recruited Rin, he found that Rin had a peculiar skill, the Sharingan transplantation specialty. With this specialty, the success rate of the surgery would be increased to 100%, and the Sharingan transplanted could be completely compatible with the user. It was because Rin had this special talent that Zhang Miao decided to leave the transplantation surgery to her. After hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fukaku also bowed slightly to Rin. "Please." In Rin's eyes, Fukaku was the head of one of Konoha's elite clan. Seeing him bow to her, she quickly took 2 steps back and waved her hand. "This is the boss order. Fukaku-sama, you don't have to be so polite," and she bit her lips and then bowed 90 degrees to him. "Fukaku-sama, please forgive Obito." "No, it's Gyabito, please." Previously, Gyabito did not hide anything from Rin at all. He told her everything that should not be said, including the fact that he joined hands with Itachi to destroy the Uchiha clan. That was why Rin knew about this. However, Fukaku did not know about it at all, so when he heard Rin's words, he was first stunned and then turned to look at Zhang Miao. "Boss, what's going on with Obito and Gyabito?" "Haha." Seeing the puzzled look on Fukaku's face, Zhang Miao suddenly laughed and waved his hand while laughing. "It's just a small matter. Don't mind it too much. Go back and prepare yourself. Later, Rin will go to your house for the surgery. Don't worry, I won't forget your achievements." This was what Fukaku was waiting for, so as soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, he immediately nodded hard. "Boss, you are too kind. It is my pleasure to be able to share your worries. Then I will leave first." After saying that, Fukaku left. After he left, Zhang Miao grinned at Rin. "Rin, don't worry about Gyabito. I have my ways. Alright, let's go too." "Yes, boss." Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Rin immediately agreed and left the office with him, walking toward the place where Fukaku lived. When the two arrived at the Fukaku's house, he was waiting at the door. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao smiled. "Haha, Fukaku, you don't have to make it so grand. Just be casual. Have you prepared everything?" "Everything is ready. We can start at any time." Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fukaku respectfully said. "Well, that's good." Zhang Miao nodded and then turned to look at Rin. "Let's go." "Yes." Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Rin agreed and followed him into the house, and then began the surgery. This transplantation surgery was completely led by Rin, and Zhang Miao was responsible for helping from the side. The two cooperated very well. Very smoothly, she transplanted Fukaku's Mangekyo Sharingan to Yoshi. When the transplantation surgery was completed, the system notification rang out in Zhang Miao's mind. Ding! Fukaku has lost his Mangekyo, and his star rating has dropped. He is now a 3-star Chunin. Ding! Yoshi has obtained a new Mangekyo, and it is detected that the Sharingan belongs to his blood relatives. The Sharingan is completely compatible with him, and he will obtain the eternal Mangekyo. Ding! Yoshi's star rating has risen from 7-star to 8-star Super Cage level, and has obtained a new move, Demonic Illusion, Yamada Realm, and Susanoo, complete. Hearing the 3 notifications from the system, the corners of Zhang Miao's mouth suddenly curled up. Sure enough, his star rating has increased, just as I thought. Before, after Kazaki obtained his second Sharingan, he had risen from 5-star Jonin to 6-star Elite Jonin. After obtaining the bloodline of the Uchiha, his star rating had risen to 7-star Cage level. Kazaki's case made Zhang Miao understand that the star rating of the recruit was not permanent, as it could rise. The system's evaluation standard was divided into 3 categories, namely chakra, jutsus, and bloodline limit. In other words, as long as he could upgrade these 3 items, he could increase the star rating of his ninjas. Now that Yoshi's eyes had evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, if his star rating did not rise, Zhang Miao would doubt whether the system had a problem. The only drawback was that the eternal Mangekyo had 1 less bonus jutsu than Zhang Miao. Zhang Miao's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was the combination of Fugaku and Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. He obtained 3 new jutsus, namely the Blaze Release Black Snake, Demonic Illusion, Yamada Realm and the complete Susanoo. As for Yoshi, he obtained Fukaku's eyes. His own eyes had turned blind after he drained its eyes' power, so he only had Demonic Illusion, Yamada Realm and the complete Susanoo. Of course, this was also in line with the evolution rules of the Sharingan. After all, a person like Zhang Miao who had the system was a singularity. Although Yoshi had 1 less move, Zhang Miao was already very satisfied. After all, Eternal Mangekyo's strongest ability was not the ninjutsu, but the Susanoo that was strong on offensive and defensive. As long as he activated Susanoo, any jutsu he used could reach the same level of power as a tailed beast ball, which could be called a strategic weapon. Now that Yoshi's eyes have evolved into Eternal Mangekyo, I no longer need to hide. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately spoke to Yoshi. From today on, you will be responsible for the Land of Waves defense. If anyone wants to harm our organization, you can use Susanoo to kill them. Yes, boss. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Yoshi immediately lowered his head. I will not let you down, boss. Chapter 191, Transplanting Sharingan, Part 2. In fact, with Zhang Miao's current strength, although he did not dare to say that he could beat the 5 cages like Madara, it was basically not a problem for him to fight them one-on-one. If Danzo had Zhang Miao's strength, he would have been impatient to start the ninja world domination journey, but Zhang Miao was not Danzo. His eyes had always been on Kaguya. In order not to be hung on the divine tree by Kaguya, Zhang Miao was desperately accumulating strength, recruiting ninjas, constantly increasing his trump cards. Developing his force was just a matter of convenience. In other words, before Zhang Miao had the power to fight against Kaguya, he could not put too much effort into other aspects, including his organization that had just been established in the Land of Waves. Therefore, he needed someone who could replace him as a protector. Now that this person had appeared, it was Yoshi who possessed the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The Susanoo used by the Eternal Mangekyo possessed the strength comparable to that of a tailed beast. In the Fourth War, Madara relied on this power to contend against the 80,000 ninjas of the Shinobi Alliance. He was so awesome that it could be seen how powerful he was. Although Yoshi could not compare to Madara, Zhang Miao did not need him to go to war with the 5 great countries. Yoshi's strength was more than enough to protect the Land of Waves. Even killing chickens with a machete was not excessive. However, what Zhang Miao liked the most was stability, which was his style of doing things. After assigning the task to Yoshi, Zhang Miao looked at Fugaku on the other side and said to him, Fugaku, your ability is top-notch. I am going to ask you to help Kazaki manage the organization for me. Would you accept? If it was in the past, hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fugaku would have been busy expressing his loyalty, but at this time, there was a bitter smile on his face. I'm grateful for the boss's attention, but now I have no eyes. I am afraid it is difficult for me to do such an important task. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Fugaku finished his words, Zhang Miao laughed and shook his head. Fugaku, do you think I gave up on you just because you lost your eyes? You underestimate me too much. I have already prepared another eyes for you. After saying this, Zhang Miao shouted toward the door. Kuro, come in. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Danzo, who had been waiting outside the door, immediately came in and bowed to Zhang Miao. Yes, boss. Hearing this voice, Fugaku frowned. This voice, is it Danzo? Don't worry about that. Zhang Miao replied to Fugaku and then nodded at Danzo. I want a pair of eyes. Yes, master. Danzo agreed and untied the bandage on his right hand, revealing a pale arm with 10 Sharingans. Danzo was really afraid of death, so after the extermination of the Uchiha clan, he transplanted 10 Sharingans in his right hand to facilitate the use of the forbidden technique of the Sharingan, the Izanagi. However, using these Sharingans required a huge amount of chakra. In order to supply enough chakra for these Sharingans, Danzo could only convert his entire right hand into an arm made of Hashirama's cells. Seeing this pale arm full of Sharingan, even though Zhang Miao was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Hiss, damn, seeing these eyes, my phobia is about to kick in. Even Zhang Miao was like this, let alone Rin. After seeing Kuro's hand, she immediately covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes full of horror. Obviously, she could not imagine how such an arm was made. Looking at her frightened face, Zhang Miao, who had just come back to her senses, sighed helplessly and patted her shoulder gently. Rin, there are some things that you don't know. Alright, take off a pair of eyes from the upper side and transplant them to Fukaku. Yes, boss. Although at this time Rin was still a little afraid, after hearing Zhang Miao's order, she bit her lips and nodded. Then she slowly came to Kuro, took a pair of eyes from the back of his hand, and transplanted them to Fukaku. When the transplantation surgery was completed, the system prompt immediately rang in Zhang Miao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to Fukaku for obtaining a new 3-Tomo Sharingan. Star rating has risen. His current star rating is 6-star Elite Jonin. Previously, after Fukaku lost his Mangekyo Sharingan, he fell from 7-star to 3-star Chunin. Now that he had a new Sharingan, he had risen to 6-star again. It could be said that his power had greatly increased. So after hearing the system prompt, Zhang Miao could not help but sigh in his heart. It seems that the strength of the Uchiha clan is really closely related to their eyes. Thinking of this, he patted Fukaku on the shoulder. Fukaku, the eyes I transplanted to you this time are the 3-Tomo Sharingans. Although it can't compare to your Mangekyo Sharingan, it should be enough to protect yourself. When your eyes recover, you can help me manage the organization with Kazaki. Yes, boss, I will definitely not fail his mission. As he spoke, Fukaku was excited to kneel down, but he was pulled back by Zhang Miao. You don't have to mind these formalities. Well, you and Yoshi can rest well. Rin, you stay and take care of them. Yes. Hearing Rin's answer, Zhang Miao nodded, then got up and walked out, and Kuro followed him out. After leaving the house, Zhang Miao stopped and turned to look at Kuro. Kuro, go find Kazaki and ask him to take you to see Gato. You can handle the rest. I only have one request, and that is to get the money as soon as possible. Go. Yes, master. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kuro immediately nodded and then turned to leave. After he left, Zhang Miao stretched and then let out a long breath. Phew. It's not easy to run an organization. Everything is difficult at the beginning. After everything is sorted out in the future, I can finally relax. At this point, Zhang Miao glanced at the sun that had already started to turn to the west and smacked his lips. Tisk. It's time for me to return to the village. By the way, I have to bring Hisashi back. The Hisashi Zhang Miao mentioned was the Hisashi that he had recruited. This time, Zhang Miao came to the Land of Waves in order to bring him back to Konoha, apart from recruiting Danzo. According to Zhang Miao's idea, there were 3 benefits to bringing Hisashi back. 1. He could help him collect more ninja fragments. 2nd, he could observe the movements of the Hyuga clan at any time. 3rd, he could also make it convenient for Yuji to see his family. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao could not help but laugh. It really is 3 birds with 1 stone. Speaking of which, I seem to miss my stupid brother a little. Perhaps this is the bond between brothers. When I go back, I will definitely give him the usual, it's decided. Chapter 192, Backdoor Reapers Would Release, Part 1. Zhang Miao didn't have any special feelings toward Naruto, his younger brother. But now that he suddenly didn't see him for a while, he felt very unaccustomed. So after he found Hishu, he didn't continue to stay in the land of waves. Instead, he directly brought him back to Konoha. In this period of time, the land of lightning hadn't attacked Konoha as frequently as before. Zhang Miao guessed that they might have felt that they couldn't take advantage of this opportunity, so they stopped coming, but the village still needed to be on guard. So on the way back, Hishu took the initiative to take on the scouting responsibility. He opened his Byakugan and scouted ahead, while Zhang Miao followed closely behind him. The two of them moved very fast. Before it was dark, they crossed the channel and the coast between the land of waves and the land of fire, and arrived at the land of fire's forest. Just as they were halfway through their journey and were about to reach Konoha's forest, Hishu suddenly opened his mouth. "Boss, there are 6 Kumo ninjas a kilometer to the right. Judging from their chakra, there should only be 1 Chunin, and the rest are genins. Should we get rid of them?" Humph. After hearing Hishu's words, Zhang Miao immediately snorted, "They are just small fries. Don't worry about them, we will follow our own route." Yes. Now that Zhang Miao's strength had reached 8-star, Jonins were no longer his enemy, let alone some Chuyunins. And the same applies for Hishu, because he had the Byakugan and Gentle Fist, ordinary Jonins were no match for him, let alone some Chuyunins. The two of them did not put this group of Kumigakure ninjas in their eyes, but the other party obviously did not think so. After a while, Hishu turned to Zhang Miao again. "Boss, they have caught up. It seems that they have taken us as their target." Hearing Hishu's words, Zhang Miao immediately frowned, "It seems that they are treating us as some weaklings. Then we will deal with them before leaving." At this point, Zhang Miao stopped. Seeing that he had stopped, Hishu also stopped, and then he stared at the Kumigakure ninjas who had caught up with him with his eyes. Zhang Miao did not think of killing anyone. It was not because he could not do anything. It was just that he felt that it was unnecessary. Those ninjas were just some insects to him. If he crushed them to death, his hands would be dirty. This time, Zhang Miao's plan was also the same. He decided to break a few trees with his monstrous strength after those ninjas caught up. Then he would use the heavenly foot of pain to crack a few cracks on the ground. This should scare them away. However, what Zhang Miao did not expect was that when this group of Kumigakure ninjas caught up, before he could do anything, the other side shouted one after another. "Everyone, be careful! It's the backdoor reaper! It's the backdoor reaper! That person is the real deal! Everyone, hurry up and put on the protective gear! Quick! I have already put on the protective gear, Reaper! Come and stab me! I'm not afraid of you!" As he spoke, a few Kumigakure ninjas even raised their buttocks toward Zhang Miao, revealing a dark and shiny iron plate. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately laughed in anger. "Fuck, you dare to jump in front of me just by relying on some puny iron plates? Who gave you the guts?" At this point, Zhang Miao suddenly clasped his fingers together and shouted. "Wood release, Great Forest Jutsu!" Following Zhang Miao's roar, several wooden stakes instantly grew out behind him. After these wooden stakes appeared, they closed in on the 6 Kumigakure ninjas with lightning speed and firmly wrapped around them. After being bound, a few Kumigakure ninjas immediately cried out in shock. This is the wood release. That's right, it's a wood release jutsu. I never thought that the Reaper would actually know the long-lost wood release ninjutsu. Damned Reaper, we underestimated you this time. Kill us if you have the guts." In the face of this predicament, the few Kumigakure ninjas appeared to be rather unyielding, looking as if they were unafraid of death. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately smiled and nodded. Very good. I like your guts very much, so I will let you go, but I also have to let you know the consequences of having a foul mouth. Hishu, go seal their chakra points and let them lie on the ground." "Yes, boss." After hearing Zhang Miao's instructions, Hishu immediately went forward and sealed a few of the Kumigakure ninjas' chakra points. When Hishu had sealed all 6 of the Kumigakure ninjas' chakra points, Zhang Miao undid his wood release and walked over to the hostile ninjas. As he walked, he grinned. "Hehe, everyone has come from afar and even gave me such a nice name. If I don't return the favor, then it will be too rude. Come, I will show you something good." As he spoke Zhang Miao raised his palm towards the several Kumigakure ninjas, and then concentrated the wood-release chakra in his palm. Soon, a sharp wooden thorn emerged from his palm at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, the ninjas immediately gasped. Hiss! What do you want to do? Let me tell you, we won't say anything. That's right. If you have the guts, just kill us. Looking at the few Kumigakure ninjas who were still lying on the ground, Zhang Miao smiled and shook his head. I am the most trustworthy person. If I say I won't kill you, I won't kill you. But a small punishment is still needed. It might hurt a little. Bear with it. With that, Zhang Miao gently lifted the iron plate on one of the Kumigakure ninja's buttocks, and stabbed the wooden thorn into his anus. Wood release, backdoor crushing jutsu. Ack! What was the feeling of having one's anus pierced through by a sharp wooden thorn? At this time, the poor ninja who were lying on the ground screamed in pain. This scene showed the horror of Zhang Miao's newly developed jutsu to the other ninjas. Seeing the scene in front of them, the rest of the Kumigakure ninjas immediately felt their anus tighten, and then they looked at Zhang Miao who was holding a wooden thorn and approaching them with horror on their faces. What do you want? Don't. I won't give in. I'm not afraid of you. Kill me if you have the guts. All those who were stubborn were stabbed by Zhang Miao until blood flowed profusely from their lower back. Looking at the few living examples in front of him, the last Kumigakure ninja shouted cowardly. No. Please let me go. Hey! Hearing this, Zhang Miao immediately raised his eyebrows and sighed helplessly. Sigh, actually, I am very soft-hearted. Usually, I will let others go when I hear their plea for mercy, but you are wrong to call me the backdoor reaper. This is what I hate the most, so please accept the punishment would release, double backdoor crushing jutsu, hehe. After stabbing a few Kumigakure ninjas one by one, Zhang Miao nodded with satisfaction, and then grinned at the stunned Hishu. Ah, it feels so good. I haven't been so happy in a long time. Do you want to try? I'll make sure you feel good. This is a rare opportunity. You can't miss it. Chapter 193, Backdoor Reapers Would Release, Part 2. This time, Zhang Miao used the would release backdoor crushing jutsu to deal with Kumo ninjas. It was not like the previous 1,000 years of death that simply pierced through their anus. This time, it was a real wood release jutsu. And the original name of this wood release jutsu was called wood release cutting sprigs jutsu. The body of the person who was hit by this move would instantly be pierced through from inside by dozens of wooden thorns. In the original plot, Neji was hit by the wood release cutting sprigs jutsu of the Ten Tails in order to protect Naruto and Hinata. From this, it could be seen that this move was very powerful. Zhang Miao's current wood release power had already reached half of Hashirama's power. It was naturally easy for him to use a wood release jutsu like the cutting sprigs jutsu, but he thought that this move was too cruel, so he slightly reduced its power. Because he was not stabbing it into the enemy's body, but their anus. When the wooden thorn in Zhang Miao's hand stabbed into the anus of these Kumo ninjas, the top of the wooden thorn, as the main trunk, split into several small wooden thorns, stabbing deep into the other party's anus. When the main trunk was pulled out, the small wooden thorns at the top would fall off, and stuck at their anuses. If they didn't move, it would be painful. But if they move, it was even more painful. This jutsu was able to instantly crush the enemy's morale. They could only lie on the ground and cry. And this was the wood release backdoor crushing jutsu is all about. With this jutsu, Zhang Miao felt that he was completely qualified to be recorded in history books. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Sigh. Sometimes being too outstanding is also a kind of worry. Hey, Hishu, do you have a camera? Hey. Hearing Zhang Miao's question, Hishu was stunned at first, then immediately shook his head. I don't, but boss, what do you want the camera for? What else can I do? Of course, I want to take a picture. At this point, Zhang Miao immediately reached out and pointed at the 6 poor ninjas who were wailing on the ground. Look, I created such a powerful ninjutsu. Maybe I can be famous for thousands of years in the future, so I have to use the camera to record this great moment. This has a very important and profound historical significance. Hishu. The Kumo ninjas. As if the destruction of someone's anus should be recorded in history. Zhang Miao did not know what the others were thinking. Seeing that he could not find a camera, he could only shake his head helplessly. Sigh, it's fine if you don't have it. Unfortunately, this scene with a deep historical significance can't be preserved. I'll definitely buy a camera later. Now, let's go back. After saying that, Zhang Miao directly jumped onto the branch, and then with a kick of his legs, he jumped far away. Seeing this scene, Hishu looked at the helpless Kumo ninjas with some sympathy, and then quickly followed Zhang Miao's footsteps. After the two of them walked for about 10 minutes, the Chuyunin who was lying on the ground took out a signal bullet and shot it towards the sky. Bang! With a crisp sound, a cloud of green smoke suddenly exploded in the sky. Not long after the smoke exploded, a few ninjas from Kumigakura arrived and saw their comrades lying on the ground. Seeing the familiar scene in front of him, the ninjas who came to help immediately gasped. Hiss! Did you encounter the backdoor Reaper? But didn't you bring the protective gear? Could the Reaper's finger pierce through an iron plate? No. Hearing the other party's question, the leader of the group immediately shook his head with a painful expression. His fingers can't pierce an iron plate, but he knows wood release. Hiss! Wood release! Upon hearing this word, the few Kumo ninjas who came to rescue immediately gasped. Kono still has wood release ninjas. Yet, looking at his comrade's shocked appearance, the Kumo ninjas who was lying on the ground once again nodded with a bitter face. The Reaper first used wood release to trap us. Then asked the accompanying Hyuga seal our chakra points, and then he used his wood release to explode our anus. Wah-ah! The rescue ninja. Damn it, this Reaper is so cruel. Thinking of this, the Kumo ninja who came to help sighed helplessly. Alas, I didn't expect you to encounter the legendary wood release. Moreover, the user is the Reaper himself. Your luck is too bad. Alright, don't cry. I will help you up. As he spoke, he went to help his comrade who was crying on the ground. When he helped him up, he screamed again. Ah! Don't move me first. I still have wooden thorns in my anus. You have to help me pull out the wooden thorns in my insides first. Oh, I know. I will pull them out for you now. Oh no! Blood is spurting out. Ah! After this incident, the Cloud Ninjas once again increased their assessment of Zhang Miao's threat level, from A to S. For this reason, the 4th Rampage specially issued an order that when the number of people on their side was less than 20 and the number of Jonin was less than 5, they could directly retreat when facing Zhang Miao. However, Zhang Miao did not know all of this. After returning to the village, he went back to the usual busy days. In the morning, he would go to the Hyuga residence to play with Niji and Hinata. At noon, he would go to the Hokage's office to stimulate Hiruzen with the harem jutsu. In the afternoon, he would go to the hot spring with Jiraiya to get some materials. In the evening, he would go to the Uchiha settlement to fight Shisui. The rest of the time was to wander around the village with Naruto on his back and collect ordinary ninja fragments. If he was in a good mood, Zhang Miao would go to Denzo's home and ask him if he wanted a big bonsai. In this way, Zhang Miao's life was fulfilling and happy. As for what the others thought, he could not care. As the days went by, he successfully collected enough fragments for Hiruzen and Shisui. A feeling of separation surrounded his heart because he knew that it was time for him to leave after collecting the fragments of the Kyubi. Zhang Miao loved this younger brother Naruto very much. Although Zhang Miao hoped to always accompany him, protect him, and watch him grow up, Zhang Miao also hoped to give him a complete family. At the very least, I have to give him a mother. For Naruto and for myself, I have to go to the land of wind. Even if there is only a little hope, I still have to go. As for Naruto, I can only let him suffer for the time being. After making a decision, Zhang Miao cherished the time when he was with Naruto more and more. When he had nothing to do, he would carry him around the village. When he was free, he would play games with him, such as playing two small bees. Naruto, brother will teach you to play two small bees today, okay? Okay. Ah, so obedient. Come and do it with big brother. Two little bees, fly in the flowers, fly to left, fly to right, punch. You lost, I will hit you now. Pow. Wah-ah-ah. Looking at Naruto who was crying tears, Zhang Miao also had tears in his eyes. Is this bond between brothers? It's so touching. Chapter 194, Naruto's Nostalgia. For Zhang Miao in the past, being woken up by a system notification about the Kyubi fragments every morning was a kind of happiness. At that time, whenever he heard this notification, he would be full of vitality for the whole day. But now, Zhang Miao's heart was full of complex emotions. There is still more than a month before I can recruit the Kyubi. At that time, I should go to the land of wind to find a way to revive Minato and Kushina. But Naruto. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao turned to look at Naruto, who was playing with a tailed beast wooden statue, and a trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes. This guy is so cute. I wonder if everyone will bully him after I leave. Recently, there seems to be rumors in the village saying that we are not real brothers. This is not a good sign. What should we do? Just as Zhang Miao was deep in thought, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear, "Boss, let me help you wash up." Hey! Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao came back to his senses from his contemplation. He looked up and found that Niji was already standing in front of him with a basin of water. Seeing this scene, he immediately smiled and nodded. "All right, then I'll leave it to you, Niji." "Boss, you're too kind." Nowadays, Yoshi was assigned to guard the Land of Waves, and the Homura was responsible for the affairs of the wood sculpture shop, so now only Yuji remained by Zhang Miao's side. Yuji came from a famous family, and he had a kind of gentle temperament. He was very careful. He also handled the housework in a good order. After a few months, Zhang Miao was somewhat unable to leave him. Looking at him wiping his face and carefully combing his hair and tying his hair, Zhang Miao could not help but laugh. "Haha, Yuji, now that you are serving me like this, I am afraid that I am not used to you not being by my side one day." "Boss, you are too serious." Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Yuji immediately shook his head with a smile. "To be able to die for boss is my life goal. When that time comes, there will naturally be someone more outstanding than me who will serve boss by his side." "You?" Looking at his serious face, Zhang Miao shook his head helplessly again. "I mean, when I go far away and you are not by my side, I will not be used to it. It's not about your death." "Really?" When Zhang Miao said this, before he could finish speaking, Naruto suddenly ran over and hugged him. "Where is big brother going? Can you take Naruto with you?" Looking at Naruto's begging face, Zhang Miao was stunned and then touched his little head with a smile. "Naruto, didn't you always want daddy and mommy? Big brother, can you find them back?" "Well." Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Naruto frowned and thought for a while, then nodded. "Okay, then big brother will take me to find daddy and mommy, okay? I'm afraid that won't do." Looking at Naruto's expectant face, Zhang Miao shrugged his shoulders and then spread out his hands toward him. "Dad and mom are far away. Naruto is too small to walk. I still have to carry my rations, so I can't bring you with me. You just wait at home for me to come back, okay?" Yin, hearing Zhang Miao's words, Naruto bit his finger and thought again. After a long time, he raised his head to look at Zhang Miao again. "Then big brother, don't go to find mom and dad. Let's wait at home for them to come back. Naruto doesn't want brother leave." At this moment, Zhang Miao's eyes suddenly became moist. He hugged Naruto and put his face on his forehead. Then he let out a long breath. "Naruto, my love for you is no less than Itachi's love for Sasuke. I will give it my all. I only want you to be less painful and sad. One day, you will become the hero of all attention. For that day, even if my hands are stained with blood and my feet are piled with bones, I will have no regrets in falling into the darkness forever." As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Yuji, who was standing at the side, suddenly knelt down on one knee. "The boss will is our mission." The atmosphere in the room became inexplicably heavy. Even the young Naruto realized something was wrong, but he was too young to tell what was wrong. So he could only blink his big eyes, showing some doubts. Naruto could not tell, but Hiruzen could tell. Looking at the scene in the crystal ball, he immediately frowned and called an Anbu in front of him. "Go tell Ryunosuke, tell him that I am looking for him and ask him to come to my office." "Yes." Hearing Hiruzen's words, the Anbu immediately agreed, and then immediately turned to find Zhang Miao. Looking at the door of the office that was closed again, Hiruzen put the pipe into his mouth and took a deep breath. Then he spat out a long string of smoke, squinting his eyes and thinking about something. Not long after, the door of the office was knocked again, and at the same time, the voice of the Anbu came from outside the door. "Hokage-sama, Uzumaki Ryunosuke is here." Hearing this voice, Hiruzen immediately came back to his senses from his meditation and nodded. "Yes, let him in." "Yes." After getting Hiruzen's permission, the Anbu outside the door pushed open the door of the office and signaled Zhang Miao to enter. After Zhang Miao entered, he bowed slightly to Hiruzen and closed the door of the office from outside. Looking at the closed door, Zhang Miao suddenly shrugged his shoulders and grinned at Hiruzen. Grandpa Third, why did you call me here so early today? Could it be that you haven't seen me perform the harem jutsu for several days, so you can't wait anymore? He he he. Cough cough, hearing Zhang Miao's words, Hiruzen couldn't help but cough twice, then waved at him. Forget about your boring ninjutsu. I have something to talk to you about this time. Look at this. After saying that, Hiruzen handed a scroll to Zhang Miao. Zhang Miao took it and looked at it. Suddenly, he frowned. Peace agreement? What do you mean? Just as written. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and let out a long puff of smoke. The fourth Raikage of the Kyumigakuer has decided to sign a peace agreement with Konoha. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Zhang Miao was stunned. Since it is related to Kyumigakuer and Konoha, you can settle it. Why are you looking for me? Do you want me to be the welcoming ambassador? That's right. What Zhang Miao did not expect was that just as his voice fell, Hiruzen immediately nodded. I have this plan. Hey! Hearing Hiruzen's words, Zhang Miao was stunned again. Chapter 195, The Zhang Miao Effect. Hearing that Hiruzen really wanted him to be Konoha's ambassador for the peace treaties, Zhang Miao suddenly felt a little confused. After a long time, he came back to his senses. Why? Are you asking me to fill this role because I'm handsome? Well, I think you have a good eye. After all, in the whole village, only I can be regarded as the real handsome man. Hiruzen. Damn you, cheeky little brat. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the corner of Hiruzen's mouth could not help but twitch. Then he picked up his pipe and took a puff. The representative of the Kyumigakuer will come at the end of next month. During that period of time, you should stay in Konoha. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Zhang Miao immediately put away his mischievous smile and frowned. Grandpa Third, are you serious? Why? Zhang Miao really could not imagine why Hiruzen would let him be the ambassador, but with his understanding of Hiruzen, he knew that he would not do meaningless things. However, even if he knew, he would not be satisfied if he did not ask. And Hiruzen also knew Zhang Miao's character, so he told him straightforwardly. Because you have a certain demoralizing effect on Kyumigakuer's ninjas. If you are around, we will have an extra advantage in the negotiation process. I have a certain demoralizing effect on Kyumigakuer's ninjas. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Zhang Miao seemed to have thought of something and immediately revealed a face of surprise. Has my name already spread? Is it Killer of Millions or Ruthless Destroyer? None of them. Seeing Zhang Miao's surprised expression, Hiruzen calmly picked up his pipe and took a puff. Then, he puffed out a long string of smoke. You are known as the Backdoor Reaper. Zhang Miao. Motherfucker, who gave me such an ugly name? I will destroy his anus. Looking at Zhang Miao's angry expression, a smile appeared on the corner of Hiruzen's mouth. Although this name is not very pleasant to hear, it is quite useful. Now that your name has spread throughout the entire land of lightning, most of the ninjas from Kyumigakuer already know about it. There are even some women who use that name to scare their kids. Zhang Miao. Damn, that's some exaggeration. Looking at Zhang Miao's confused look, Hiruzen's smile became more and more brilliant. Most importantly, most of the sensory ninjas and medical ninjas in Kyumigakuer are women. Your existence has a great effect on them. Even the fourth Raikage has to consider their feelings. In addition, they haven't taken any advantage in this period of time, so they decided to negotiate. So that's how it is. After hearing Hiruzen's words, Zhang Miao nodded with a conflicted expression. That's why you want me to come forward. It's best if I use the wood release in front of them to increase our advantage in this negotiation. Alright, I understand. Then how much do you plan to pay me for that? 0. Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Hiruzen immediately shook his head. However, I can promise you that I can help you take good care of Naruto when you go on a long journey. Hey! Hearing Hiruzen's words, Zhang Miao immediately frowned. Grandpa Third? You didn't use the telescope jutsu to peek at me, did you? Cough, 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 cough. Seeing Zhang Miao's disdainful look, Hiruzen suddenly coughed violently, obviously choking on his tobacco. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao hurriedly went to pat his back. Hey, old man, don't be agitated. I know you are trying to protect us. It's fine, it's fine. I understand. Speaking of which, the quality of this crystal ball of yours is quite good. When Naruto is around 3 years old, please give him that ball as his birthday present. Thank you. Hiruzen. Damn it. I haven't agreed to give it to you yet. What are you thanking me for? Seeing Zhang Miao's bright eyes, Hiruzen immediately glared at him, if you want my crystal ball, wait until I die. Oh, then when you die, remember to let me know. I will get the crystal ball. Cough, 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 cough. Zhang Miao was almost driven out of the office by Hiruzen. Looking at the office's door, he suddenly shrugged his shoulders. Really? If you don't want to give it, then don't give it. Why are you so angry? Forget it. Let's go home. At this point, Zhang Miao directly headed home. When he got home, he saw Uchiha in a white dress playing with Naruto in the yard. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately laughed, Yo, my oldest wife is back? Why? Do you have no mission today? Yes. Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Uchiha smiled and nodded, Hokage-sama told me to keep an eye on you. Before the envoys from Kumigakure come, you are not allowed to leave Konoha. Zhang Miao. Damn it. That geezer is really cunning. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao smacked his lips and then raised his eyebrows at Uchiha. What about our trip to the land of waves? Let's go there secretly without that geezer's permission. How about it? Don't you want to meet your sister? That, hearing Zhang Miao's words, a trace of hesitation flashed across Uchiha's face, but then she shook her head hard. No, as a ninja, the mission is more important. Zhang Miao. Damn, why is this little girl so stubborn? Seeing Uchiha's determined look, the corners of Zhang Miao's mouth twitched twice, and then he nodded. All right, then tell me, how do you plan to keep an eye on me? Don't tell me you want to sleep in the same room as me tonight. Yet. Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Uchiha nodded forcefully. For the sake of the mission, this must be done. Oh. Hearing her words, Zhang Miao immediately raised his eyebrows and then grinned at her maliciously, then aren't you afraid that I will secretly pinch your little bun in the middle of the night? Hee. You, pervert. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Uchiha's face suddenly turned red, and then she covered her face and ran away. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately frowned and then revealed a puzzled expression, knowing to this girl's usual antics, shouldn't she pinch my ears? Why did she suddenly run away now? As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Naruto, who was sitting next to him, tugged at the corner of his clothes. Brother, big sis Uchiha won't pinch other people's ears. She is beautiful and gentle. I like her the most. No, Naruto, you are wrong. Hearing Naruto's words, Zhang Miao immediately shook his head and then looked at him with a serious face. You have to be careful. In this world, the more beautiful a woman is, the more she will deceive people. That kind of gentle-looking woman is actually very violent, so you have to remember that in the future, when you are trying to find a girlfriend, you must find someone who looks fierce. Don't forget what I just said. You must find someone who looks fierce. You must find someone who looks very fierce. Important things are said 3 times. Do you remember it all? Got it. Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Naruto immediately nodded forcefully. When I grow up, I will definitely find a very fierce-looking girlfriend. What a good child. He. Chapter 196, Recruiting Sarutobi Hiruzen. Zhang Miao did not feel that he had done anything wrong when he asked Naruto to find a fierce-looking girlfriend, because he felt that even if he did not say it, Naruto would still like Sakura in the future. That is his fate. I can't help it. After thinking about this, Zhang Miao felt much more at ease, so he smiled and touched Naruto's little head again. Naruto, the men of our Uzumaki want to drink the strongest wine, want the fiercest dog in to be. No, I mean the most fierce woman to conquer. No matter what, we have to get them all. Do you understand? Got it, brother. Good boy. Yuji. There seemed to be a problem with the way the boss educated his brother. Just as Yuji was hesitating whether he should give Zhang Miao a suggestion, Zhang Miao had already turned back to look at him. Yuji, there's nothing for you to do here. You can go to the Hyuga residence to teach Niji the gentle fist. Yes, boss, I'll go now. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Yuji immediately agreed and then set off to the Hyuga residence. During this period of time, Zhang Miao would ask Yuji to teach Niji the foundations of the gentle fist every morning. This was a way to collect more ninja fragments. On the other hand, Yuji was actually Niji's grown-up version, so he was the best teacher for the child Niji. I hope Niji can live longer than in the original work. The 12 rookies won't be complete without him. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao turned to look at Naruto and found that he was staring at his back with his eyes wide open. Seeing this, Zhang Miao could not help but smile and touch his little head. What's wrong, Naruto? What are you looking at? Hearing Zhang Miao's question, Naruto blinked her big eyes and looked up at him curiously. Why is brother's hair red? Haha. Hearing Naruto's words, Zhang Miao can't help laughing, because we are from the Uzumaki clan. Red hair is a part of their signature appearance. This hair represents our strong vitality. Then I am also from the Uzumaki clan. Why is my hair not red? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Naruto is even more puzzled. Well, looking at his puzzled look, Zhang Miao thought for a while and then rubbed his little head with a smile again. Because you are Naruto. You will save the world in the future, so you have yellow hair. Yellow-haired people are destined to save the world. Wow! Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Naruto immediately became happy. Looking at his happy expression, Zhang Miao also showed a gentle smile. Before I leave, I will stay around him. When I leave, with Grandpa Third's help and Uchiha around, there should be no problem. Oh, Kakashi should be able to look for him as well. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao felt a little relieved and then smiled at Naruto again. Come, Naruto, brother will perform a powerful ninjutsu that no man can resist. It is called the harem jutsu. Look, hey! Wow! Zhang Miao played with Naruto for the whole day. The little fellow was also excited for the whole day and did not even sleep at noon. So not long after dinner, he fell asleep in Zhang Miao's arms. Looking at Naruto, who was asleep with a smile on his face, Zhang Miao immediately smiled and carried him back to the room. He put him on the bed and pulled the quilt for him. After doing this, Zhang Miao closed the door and grinned. When Uchiha heard that I was going to pinch her little bun, she really didn't dare to come, but this also made it convenient for me. I don't have to find another place to do this. Zhang Miao took out a large pile of ninja fragments from his system space, then slit his fingers and began to form seals quickly. Summoning Jutsu. With a low shout from Zhang Miao, the ninja fragments suddenly turned into a burst of white smoke. When the smoke dissipated, Hiruzen, who was dressed in a black ninja armor, suddenly appeared in front of him. The Hiruzen who appeared at this time was much younger than Zhang Miao had imagined. He was about 40 years old. He was tall and straight, his eyes were sharp, and his whole body exuded an imposing aura that could grab anyone's attention. Looking at this person in front of him, Zhang Miao could hardly associate him with the perverted old man. Is he really Grandpa Third? Ha 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 ha. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the young version Hiruzen, who was standing in front of him, could not help but laugh. Indeed, I am the third Hokage. But at my age, it might not be suitable to call me an old man. The young Hiruzen then knelt down on one knee toward Zhang Miao. Hiruzen answered the master's call to come to this world and is willing to sacrifice all his loyalty and even his life for the master, allowing the will of fire to be inherited. Just as Hiruzen finished speaking, the system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations to host for recruiting 7-star cage level, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The host also obtained Hiruzen's chakra reserves. Because Hiruzen is a ninja instructor, the host has obtained a specialty, teaching. When the host passes on knowledge to others, the chances of them learning it will be increased. Teaching? Am I a teacher now? Hearing this specialty, Zhang Miao immediately curled his lips. Tisk, the teacher role in the Naruto world is too dangerous and unsuitable for me. System, give me Hiruzen's specialties list. Yes. Opening the list for the host. Following the system's voice, Hiruzen's specialties list immediately appeared in front of Zhang Miao. Option 1. 5 Chakra Nature Transformation, giving the host fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind chakra nature transformation. When combined together, the power of these 5 elements is even more astonishing. Note, the professor is able to master 5 nature transformations. Option 2. Shuriken Shadow Clone, after the shuriken is thrown, it will split into thousands of shuriken shadow clones. With just one shuriken, you can turn your opponent into a hedgehog. Note, the strongest shuriken jutsu in Konoha. Option, Pet Smiley, Telescope Jutsu, using a crystal ball as a medium, you can observe the nearby scenery. As long as you recognize others' chakra, you can find your person of interest at any time. However, the farther you go, the more chakra you consume, and this technique can't see through a barrier. Note, very useful for peeping toms. After reading the 3 options, Zhang Miao immediately snorted with disdain. Humph, system, your thoughts are too dirty. Do you think I am the kind of person who likes to use crystal balls to peep at the women's bath? You are wrong. At this point, Zhang Miao immediately clicked on the 3rd option. At the same time, he grinned, I chose this so that I can protect my village better in the future. When Zhang Miao's finger touched the option, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the telescope jutsu. You don't need to find an excuse, once a pervert, always a pervert. Chapter 197, The Truth Behind the System, Part 1. Zhang Miao did not care much about the system's words. As the old saying goes, first time strangers, second time friends. Anyway, it was not his first time peeping, and he was already used to it. Yet, whatever. System, you should stop talking nonsense. Just spit on my face. I will lick it clean and show you whether you believe it or not. System. The moment Zhang Miao said this, the system immediately fell silent. At this time, Zhang Miao looked at Hiruzen proudly. Hehe. Old man, from today onwards, you will be my follower. However, you definitely can't keep your original name. I have to give you a new one. At this point, Zhang Miao shook his head helplessly. Sigh, I shouldn't be like the Haiga clan. They are not creative at giving names. I have to give you a domineering one. Yes, your name will be Sarutobi Hiten. Only such a domineering name fits your identity as a ninja. How about it? Are you happy? Hiten. Damn it, you're just the same as them. Looking at Zhang Miao's eager expression, the corner of Hiten's mouth twitched a few times before he forced out an ugly smile. Hiten, thank you, master, for granting me a name. I am very happy. Haha. Hearing his words, Zhang Miao laughed again. While laughing, he patted him on the shoulder. Old man, you are too polite. Who are we? Don't address me like that, just call me boss. Yes, boss. Seeing that Hiten was so sensible, Zhang Miao nodded with satisfaction again and then asked the system in his heart. System, I have recruited so many ninjas now. I have reached 100 stars, right? Can you tell me your origin now? Although he knew that the system would not hurt him, Zhang Miao had always been curious about the system's origin. Unfortunately, the system had stressed that he had to recruit enough ninjas before it would tell him, so he could only hold it in. Zhang Miao calculated that he seemed to have recruited all the strong people in Konoha, so he asked the system again. After hearing Zhang Miao's question, the system's prompt sounded again. The host's current level is 93 stars, so the host has not met the system's requirements. 93 stars? No way, right? Hearing the system's answer, Zhang Miao immediately frowned. I just calculated that it should be 98 stars. System, did you make a mistake? This system will not make a mistake. Just as Zhang Miao's voice fell, the system responded again, this system only calculates the initial star level of the recruited ninja. The additional stars gained through the rank-up process will not be counted. In addition, the number of stars of those below the Jonin level is not included. Hearing the system's answer, Zhang Miao was stunned at first, then nodded. If that's the case, it is indeed 93 stars. Just now, Zhang Miao had counted the 2 stars that Kazaki obtained from his rank-up, as well as the 3 stars from reviving Shen Lin. Now that he heard the system's explanation, he understood that he had made a mistake. At the same time, he was also somewhat glad that he did not recruit a large number of fodder ninjas to fill the star requirements. Otherwise, he would have worked for nothing. Thinking of this, he asked the system again, System, with the number of fragments I have, which ninja can I recruit? There are 3 ninjas. Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the system prompt immediately sounded, they are 4-star special Jonin Uzuki Yujeo, 4-star Jonin Uchiha Izumi, and 7-star cage level Uchiha Shisui. May I ask if the host will start the recruitment process now? Great, now I can gather 100 stars. Hearing the system notification, Zhang Miao immediately nodded excitedly, I want to recruit them now. Give me Uchiha's Ninja Fragments. Yes, host. As the system voice sounded, a large pile of ninja fragments immediately appeared on the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Miao no longer hesitated and immediately began to form hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, a burst of white smoke rose up. When the white smoke dissipated, Uchiha, who was wearing her green ninja vest, suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking at the beautiful face of Uchiha in front of him, Zhang Miao's eyes suddenly lit up. Wow! As expected of my first wife. Not only was she cute when she was a child, but she was also very beautiful when she grew up. Come, come, and let your husband kiss you. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Uchiha, who was standing in front of him, immediately knelt down on one knee. Uchiha followed Master's command and came to this world. She was willing to give up all her loyalty and life for Master, but Uchiha's heart only belonged to Hayate alone. Zhang Miao. Damn it, why is it a little different from what I imagined? Just when Zhang Miao was a little confused, the system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting 4-star Jonin Dozuki Uchiha and obtaining Uchiha's chakra reserve. Because Uchiha is a ninja specializing in swordsmanship, the host has gained a specialty, weapon cut. When the host uses swords or knives to attack, there is a certain probability of cutting off the opponent's weapon. After hearing the system notification, Zhang Miao could only temporarily put down the doubts in his heart and then nodded. Yes, that's nice to have. Now open Uchiha's specialties list for me. Yes, the system now will open the list. Following the system's voice, Uchiha's specialties list immediately appeared in front of Zhang Miao. Option 1. Konoha Sword Style, incomplete. A sword style derived from the second Hokage's Hiraishin Iri. Although it is incomplete, it still has extraordinary power. The moves included, Konoha Sword Style Dance of the Crescent Moon, and Konoha Sword Style Hazy Moon Night. Note, with the knife in hand, I have the world. No matter how good the body technique is, I can knock it down with one knife. Option 2. Medical Ninjutsu, Healing, Blood Stopping Art. Note, in fact, compared to stopping the bleeding, I am better at draining my enemy's blood. Option, Pet Smiley, Devotion, making you a devoted person. Note, this specialty is designed for quality men. After reading these three options, Zhang Miao immediately frowned. As a person who pursued perfection, if the first choice did not have the word incomplete written on it, Zhang Miao would definitely choose it. As for the second option, Zhang Miao had already learned medical ninjutsu, and it was not very useful even if he chose it. Therefore, after careful consideration, Zhang Miao could only let out a long sigh. Sigh, I can only choose the third option. After all, for a fine man like me, only this option is worthy of my coolness. After saying that, Zhang Miao pointed to the third option, and the system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the special skill Devotion. The host will become a devoted. Beep. Beep. Hardware inconsistency detected. The system has temporarily adjusted the specialty. Now the host will be more welcomed by girls. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Miao was immediately enraged. Fuck, what do you mean by hardware inconsistency? I don't need that. Quickly return that specialty to me. Chapter 198, The Truth Behind the System, Part 2. The system ignored Zhang Miao's behavior. Seeing that the system was silent, Zhang Miao could only rub his nose helplessly and then look at Uchiha, who was still kneeling on the ground. Alright. Since you like Hayate so much, why don't you just change your name to Gecko Uchiha? When I recruit him in the future, I will let you marry him. Ah? Really? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Dozuki Uchiha, whose name had just been changed, immediately showed a surprised expression and quickly bowed to him. Dozuki, no, Gecko Uchiha thanks Master for his mercy. In this life, she will be the Master's blade and will spread Master's grace all over the world. Hey? Grace. Hearing Gecko's words, Zhang Miao immediately raised his eyebrows and waved at her. Don't be so polite. Just call me boss from now on. Okay, now stand aside. Yes. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Gecko immediately stood to the side, while Zhang Miao gave the system another order. System, take out Izumi's ninja fragments. Yes, host. After the system took out Izumi's ninja fragments, Zhang Miao immediately used summoning jutsu. Summoning jutsu. When he finished, a burst of white smoke suddenly rose inside the room. When the smoke dissipated, a beautiful girl with black hair suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Miao. Looking at the girl in front of him, Zhang Miao immediately raised his eyebrows at her. If I'm not wrong, you have a crush on Itachi, right? That. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Izumi's pretty face immediately flushed red, and then she knelt down in front of Zhang Miao. Uchiha Izumi has followed the master's summon and is willing to sacrifice all his loyalty and life for the master. As for Itachi, if possible, please allow me to see him. Zhang Miao. I knew it. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately nodded. I know. You will see him soon. As for your name, you will be called Izushi in the future. Hehe. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Izumi immediately smiled happily. Thank you, master. Izushi will work hard to complete the missions given by the master in the future. As soon as Izushi finished speaking, the system notification rang out in Zhang Miao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting a 5-star Jonin ninja Izumi and obtaining her chakra reserve. Because this is the 4th time that the host has recruited an Uchiha, there is no reward. The system will automatically transfer the bloodline of this ninja and her bloodline limit to a random recruited ninja. Please wait a moment. After a few seconds, the system notification sounded again. Ding! The system has sent out the Uchiha bloodline and the Sharingan. To Gecko Yujao. Her star level has increased. She is now a 6-star elite Jonin. Hey! Hearing the system's notification, Zhang Miao immediately turned around and found that Gecko's eyes had changed. Her originally dark and bright eyes were now blood red. 3 black tomos were slowly rotating in them. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao's eyes immediately lit up. Originally, I was worried that she, who only had the strength of a 4-star, would not be able to protect herself. Now that she has the Sharingan and her exquisite Kenjutsu, she should be strong enough. No wonder the system would rate her as a 6-star. This is great. When Zhang Miao thought of this, Gecko knelt down on one knee toward him again. Thank you for your gift, boss. From now on, I will become your sharpest blade. I will cut through all obstacles for the boss. Haha. Hearing her words, Zhang Miao couldn't help but laugh. While laughing, he nodded. Very good, but I don't mean to treat you as a tool. Alright, get up. Yes, boss. After Gecko stood up, Zhang Miao nodded and asked the system again in his heart. System, I should reach 100 stars now. Can you tell me your origin? Because he had been looking forward to this moment for a long time, Zhang Miao was a little impatient at this time. As if sensing Zhang Miao's thoughts, just as his voice fell, the system's voice rang out. Currently, the host's total number of star has reached 102 stars. The requirement is now met. Now, the system will begin to explain its origin to the host. In fact, there are multiple Naruto worlds in this universe. Some are taking shape, while some are perishing. With the system's narration, Zhang Miao finally understood the whole story. It turned out that after the end of the Naruto anime, various fantasy worlds of Naruto were created. However, there were a lot of bugs in the setting. Just like the error codes in computers. Some worlds could repair the bugs, but some worlds could not. Those worlds that could not repair the bug were like a computer that had been infected with a virus, and would gradually collapse and be destroyed. However, these worlds that were about to collapse along with the fantasy world were unwilling to accept such an ending, so they combined to form a seed of consciousness that was projected into the consciousness of those who loved the Naruto series, looking for someone they thought could save them. And this seed was the system. After listening to the system's narration, Zhang Miao nodded in realization. No wonder after I revived Shen Lin, she didn't recognize me at all. It turned out that she came from another world. No wonder Wui and Kazaka had the same skills and memories as the original characters. It turned out that they were the original characters from another world. Yes. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the system's voice immediately sounded. The system has gathered a total of 233 Naruto worlds that are about to collapse. Therefore, the host is able to recruit ninjas at different time periods. These ninjas come from different worlds, so they naturally do not know the host. However, the host is the representation of the world's will, so they will obey unconditionally. The representation of the world's will. Hearing the name given by the system, Zhang Miao was first stunned, and then he nodded in realization again, no wonder I said that their attitude towards me was a bit too respectful. So this is the reason why they treat me as a god. To be precise, the host who just collected 100 stars can only be regarded as a novice god. Just as Zhang Miao's voice fell, the system's voice sounded again. Every time the host recruited an elite ninja, a world that was on the verge of collapse would merge with this world. When the host successfully recruited 233 elite ninjas, it would be equivalent to saving the world. Only then would the host be considered a true god. The world won't be destroyed, and the host would be immortal. Hiss! What an interesting mission! Hearing this answer, Zhang Miao could not help but suck in a breath of cold air, and then nodded hard. Yes, a novice god is still a god. System. No, dear my loyal vassal, take out Shisui's fragments for me. This god is in a hurry to save the world. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the system's charming voice immediately sounded. Dear boss, I will service you wholeheartedly. Wink. Zhang Miao. Damn, what are you trying to imitate? Chapter 199, Koda Amatsukami. Zhang Miao found that ever since the total number of ninjas he recruited reached 100 stars, the system's attitude towards him had completely changed. The system's previous attitude toward him could be best described as condescending. And now, it had gotten much softer. The system was more polite and sweet toward him. This could not help but make Zhang Miao feel a little emotional. Damn, the test version and the official version are indeed different. One word: cool. While Zhang Miao was sighing with emotion, the system had already taken out all of Shisui's ninja fragments according to his instructions. It also gave him a hint. Ding! All of Shisui's fragments has been taken out. Please help yourself, your majesty. Zhang Miao. Fuck, now it's treating me like a king. System, even if you want to flatter me, you have to have a limit, okay? But I like it, keep it up. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately raised his eyebrows and made another hand seal. Summoning Jutsu. With a low shout, a burst of white smoke rose in the room. Before the smoke dissipated, Zhang Miao felt a furry thing rush into his arms and kept arching into his arms. Master, I miss you so much. Maybe to you, I am just a cute puppy, but to me, Master, you are the whole world. Ah! Master's arms are so warm, I am so happy. Zhang Miao. Damn it, what's going on? Didn't I recruit Shisui? Why did I summon this thing? In the face of Zhang Miao's doubts, the system immediately gave an explanation. I'm sorry, boss. This really has nothing to do with me. You should already know this. Summoning Jutsu only has one sequence of hand seals, yet it has various use. It's similar to your anus. Sometimes when you fart, your poop will also come out. Please understand. Zhang Miao. Fuck, what you said makes sense. I am actually speechless. But can't you make an elegant analogy? Disgusting. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao sighed helplessly. Sigh. Forget it. Just continue. I will send him away later. Thank you for your understanding, boss. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the system notification rang out again. Ding! Congratulations to boss for recruiting 7-star cage level Uchiha Shisui, and obtaining his chakra reserve. Because the boss has recruited many Uchiha clan members, he will no longer receive any rewards. The system will automatically transfer the ninja's bloodline and bloodline limit to a recruited ninja. Please wait. After a few seconds, the system notification rang out again. Ding! The system has sent the Uchiha bloodline and the Koda Amatsukami Sharingan to the boss ninja dog. His star rating has increased. He is a 7-star cage level ninja dog now. Hearing the system's notification, Zhang Miao nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, 7-star cage level. Ninja dog. After reacting, Zhang Miao suddenly realized something. He quickly looked down and found that Kaji in his arms was looking up at him. His pair of eyes were bright red, and the pattern on his eyes was rotating slowly. Seeing Zhang Miao was looking at him, Kaji suddenly turned his head away shyly. Master, don't look at me like that. I'm a shy dog. Oh. Master, I suddenly feel that my eyes are hot and my vision is clear. Master, do you know why this happened? Zhang Miao. Because you took the Koda Amatsukami Sharingan that I prepared for Hiten, idiot. Zhang Miao retorted. Generally, when the system transferred the Uchiha bloodline and bloodline limit, it would pick a ninja that was around then the summoning process took place. For example, just now, the system transferred Izumi's Sharingan to Gecko. Therefore, Zhang Miao planned to give Shisui's Kota Amatsukami Sharingan to Hiten, but he did not expect that Kaji would receive it instead. For a moment, Zhang Miao was stunned. Damn, the precious Kota Amatsukami Sharingan is given to a dog just like that? System, he's a dog, not a ninja. This must be a mistake. No. In the face of Zhang Miao's doubts, the system once again gave an answer. Anyone who signed a blood contract with the boss meets the transfer conditions because they are 100% loyal to the boss. The condition applies to both dogs and humans. Also, after the transfer is successful, it cannot be undone. This is the iron rule. Unless the boss becomes the world's will in the future. Zhang Miao. Damn it, isn't this nonsense? After I become a god, would I still care about Kota Amatsukami? Sigh. Forget it. I am a man who will become a god in the future. It's just a pair of stupid eyes. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao shook his head helplessly and turned to look at Shisui, who had just been recruited. You're Uchiha Shisui, right? You will no longer use that name in the future. From today onwards, your name will be called Uchiha Shiketsu. I hope that there will be fewer meaningless killings in this world in the future. Also, remember to call me boss from now. Yes, boss. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Shiketsu immediately knelt down on one knee. Uchiha Shiketsu answered the boss call to come to this world and is willing to give all of his loyalty and life for the boss. The boss will is heaven's will. If it was before, Zhang Miao would still feel that the words of these recruited ninjas were a little strange, but now that he knew the origin of the system, Zhang Miao could understand it. Therefore, just as Shisui finished speaking, he immediately nodded. Yes, I understand. You can get up. Yes, boss. Zhang Miao was too loud that his voice suddenly woke Naruto up from his sleep. The little boy immediately asked. Brother, who are they? Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao turned around and found that Naruto had already sitting on his bed. Seeing this scene, he quickly gestured to everyone to keep quiet. Then he turned to Naruto and smiled. Brother and a few friends are talking about important things. Naruto, you should sleep well. Tomorrow, I will take you out to play. Go back to your sleep. Okay. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Naruto laid down again to sleep, and Zhang Miao turned his attention back to the four people at the side. In at most an hour, the sky will be completely dark. When that time comes, you will immediately go to the land of waves. When you arrived there, someone will tell you what to do. Yes, boss. Chapter 200, Dogs and Ninja Dogs. After the night fell, Hiten left with Gecko and the others. They had just left for a while when the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Soon, Yujeo's voice sounded at the door. Ryunashuk? Are you there? Hearing her voice, Zhang Miao, who was lying on the bed, suddenly turned over and kicked Kaji, who had just secretly climbed onto the bed. Originally, he wanted to get rid of his summoning jutsu to return this dog, but he did not expect Kaji would cry and make a fuss. He rolled all over the ground and finally knelt on the ground and begged. He said that he wanted to spend a night with his master before leaving. Zhang Miao had no choice but to agree to it. Of course, sleeping with him was a no-go. Zhang Miao swore that he would never allow any male creature to climb on his bed, whether it was some furry creature or not. After kicking Kaji, Zhang Miao yawned, "Ah! Fat dog, go open the door." Sob, sob. Master is too much. After being kicked off the bed by Zhang Miao, Kaji's face was full of grievance. You are ordering me around like a dog. Hey! Hearing Kaji's words, Zhang Miao snorted and then opened his heavy eyelids wide. Of course. What do you think you are? I am a ninja dog. Kaji answered with a determined expression. In the future, please treat me as such. Don't call me a dog. Please give me some respect. Hearing this, Zhang Miao immediately showed a smile and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hey, aren't ninja dogs and normal dogs the same? Is there a need to be so serious? Of course there is. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Kaji nodded again. It's just like when humans introduce their son to others, they won't call them their dogs. Who would want a dog as their son? Zhang Miao. Damn, that makes sense. I am actually speechless. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao nodded with a strange expression. All right, I understand. Fat dog, quickly open the door. All right, master. After saying that, Kaji happily ran to open the door. When the door opened, Uchiha, who was wearing cute pajamas, came out of the door. Seeing this scene, Kaji's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of disdain. Tisk, woman, are you here to serve my master? It's impossible, I'll tell you. Because according to the maturity period of humans, my master has not reached the age of mating. If you really can't help it, go back and lick it yourself, just like this. As he said that, Kaji prepared to demonstrate to Uchiha how to relieve himself, but before he could do anything, Zhang Miao's big foot had already kicked him. Go, away. Ow. After Zhang Miao kicked the dog away with his big foot, he turned to look at the stunned Uchiha at the door. First wife, why aren't you sleeping? What's the matter? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Uchiha finally reacted and quickly shook her head. No. I just heard someone talking here, so I came over to take a look. By the way, the dog just now. Before she finished her words, Kaji, who had just been kicked away by Zhang Miao, appeared in front of her in an instant and looked at her with an unhappy face. Hey, stupid female creature, please pay attention to your words. I am the most handsome ninja dog in this world. I bloomed through various battles. Among the tens of thousands of dogs, I'm the most courageous dogs of the Uchiha. I said, go away. Without waiting for Kaji to finish speaking, Zhang Miao kicked him again. After sending Kaji flying, Zhang Miao shrugged his shoulders helplessly at the stunned Uchiha. As you can see, the voice you heard just now was his. He is my summoning beast. Although his brain is not very good, his strength is not bad. It also seems to know some space-time ninjutsu, just like this. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the chubby Kaji appeared under Zhang Miao's feet again and was about to speak to Uchiha. Let go. This time, before Kaji could say anything, Zhang Miao kicked him again. After that, he turned to look at Uchiha. Do you understand now? Uchiha. What? I don't understand anything. Although she still had many doubts, Uchiha remembered that his task was to ensure that Zhang Miao did not go anywhere. Now that he was still there, Uchiha nodded. I understand. Then I will go back to my room. Ryunashuk, you should rest early. After saying that, Uchiha turned around and prepared to go back, but just as she took a step, Zhang Miao's voice came from behind her. Hey, first wife, do you like Hayate or me? Hey. Zhang Miao's question obviously caught Uchiha off guard. She was stunned at first, but when she reacted, she blushed and rolled her eyes at Zhang Miao. You are just a child, why do you have so many weird thoughts? Go back to sleep, and... I don't know anyone named Hayate. After saying that, Uchiha left in a hurry. Seeing that she seemed to be running away, Zhang Miao's face immediately revealed a happy smile. Hee. I really like this world more. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Kaji's cry sounded again under his feet. Sob. Master, is that female human your spouse just now? But master, you already have me. Didn't we agree to be together forever? Didn't we agree to be each other's angel for a lifetime? How can you? Go away. Ow. Zhang Miao was at his wit's end when he thought of what Kakashi had said. He looked down at Kaji who was sleeping under the bed and could not help but sigh. Sigh, I really regret it. If I had known earlier, I would have listened to Kakashi. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao shook his head helplessly. Then, he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Early in the morning of the second day, he was awakened by a tragic howl. Woof! Sharingan! I have awakened the Sharingan! Yoo! Hearing this howl, Zhang Miao turned around and found that Kaji was looking at the mirror in front of the wardrobe next to him and realized that Zhang Miao was looking at him. He immediately turned his head with excitement. Master, I have awakened the Sharingan. I thought my mother was lying to me. I didn't expect that I really have the bloodline of an Uchiha. It's great, isn't it? Zhang Miao. Damn, so that was a lie? Why did you keep mentioning the Uchiha's name? Thinking of this, the corner of Zhang Miao's mouth twitched, and then he made a hand seal to remove his summoning jutsu. But before he could make his next move, Kaji, who was looking at himself in the mirror, suddenly appeared in front of him. Then he hugged his hand and looked at him with his tearful dog eyes. Master, if you want me to leave, I will leave. But before I leave, I want to see my father. Just a moment is enough. Your father. Hearing Kaji's words, Zhang Miao immediately put down his hands that was forming seals and frowned. Where is your father? Over there. Kaji wiped his tears and then raised his little paw to point outside the door. Although I don't know who my father is, I know that he should live in the northernmost part of the village. He should be living in Konoha's strongest clan's residence.